Let me be straight to you, but I'm breaking to pieces. More and more empty on the edge. I'm losing my mind, I'm spinning in the ring of my own way hiding. Each day comes to an end, but I can't find the exhausting. Living in my evil makeup. Oh, I don't even trust myself. Still
goes to a land, but I can't find the exit. Everything in life for makeup. Oh, I don't even trust myself. Still I'm bleeding red.
See you deep in your soul. Everything in my evil makeup. Oh, I don't even trust myself. Still now I'm bleeding red. See you deep in your soul.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone is having an amazing afternoon, evening, morning, or whatever it is in your time zone. It is Tuesday? No, Monday. Oh my god, it's Tuesday for me, chat. I'm a day ahead, remember? It's Monday, February 9th, 2026. This is NCC TV. I don't even tell you how many years ahead of you I am. This is NCC TV coming at you live from Sumaru City. We are live, or at least that's how it appears to me. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know, don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there, all my forest creatures rocking out to the realest of the real synthetic lifeform streamer, trapped in a cyber brain and body like some kind of ghost in a half shell in this late stage hyper-capitalist dystopia, forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my debt to society and my student loans. I hope that you're having a good day wherever, whatever, however, and whenever you are. We're about to jump right into it here on twitch.tv, youtube.com, high risk, high reward, high on life. Oh my god, Vadim, fresh from Live and Learn? Are you fresh from Live and Learn? Have you got the Live and Learn scent on you? But yeah, look who's up late. Look who else has a dysfunctional sleeping pattern to rival my own. It's Vadim. Hey, it's Vadim. Good to see you. Look at me with the good timing. Indeed. I don't know. Feel special. I feel like I always tell myself, like, on a day where there's nothing else to cover, or I get onto stream as late as this, let's just maybe do a members only stream. And as I think about it, it's like, it's actually like hard to do. You know what I mean? It's like, how do I gotta lock you all out to do a members only. And it feels unnatural, right? Of like, all right, we gotta lock every door and every little nook and cranny, make sure that nobody can get in except for members, except, you know, that's not, I don't know. But I want there to be a benefit for membership, a membership for benefit. Also, the member streams, like, just as a concept, right? They give me a chance, since the members are like potentially the most discerning viewers out there, right? They're the ones that have, you know, topics that I think are interesting that maybe wouldn't do great on the algorithm could be perfect. And I'm not just saying I'm giving you the, like, the slop, the swag, the, oh my god, what is it called, chat? The crumblies. I'm giving you the crumblies. What are they called? There's a name for that. Shake. Yeah, I'm giving you the shake. Well, I mean, better the shake than the stems, I suppose. Definitely, yeah. Don't want the members only content to be like stem, but like, no, just stuff that like it's would be pearls before weasels. Were we to just like unleash it on the pearls before. I think weasels would appreciate the pearls. I don't know. Weasels seem like a pearl appreciating group of creatures, but so fresh and so simple and clean. One might even say. Well, I hope it went well for you. Yeah, we're gonna be talking about a Asmongold related, slop tube related, I guess, subject in terms of Emiru, who I don't know at all. Chat, one in chat if you know who Emiru is. I don't. This is a famous Twitch streamer that I don't know about, because like I don't follow anyone who talks about Emiru. And I don't even know what kind of streams Emiru does. Was Emiru the one that got like attacked by that weirdo though at TwitchCon? I think that's the same one. Have fun watching that and or participating. Oh my god, yeah, participating makes it so much harder. I know what you mean, Vadim. So yeah, so yeah, people know who. Okay, I'm the silly one. I'm the silly one for not knowing about this huge streamer that is what, bigger than Asmongold, the same size as Asmongold. I mean, I listed Emiru as Asmongold's orbiter, just because Asmongold is a pretty large streamer, but I could be wrong. Maybe Emiru is the bigger streamer. And so, this is like I just know of her, says MC. Never watched her. Yeah, I mean, like, so yeah, I don't have an opinion of her too. I mean, she's associated with Asmongold, but believe it or not, chat, like, I don't like burn, like, I don't experience like heartburn every time like I hear about a new Asmongold. Like, and I don't get it that this is like an orbiter. I don't know. I feel bad about saying orbiter. I think orbiter is the wrong term for Emiru, right? If you're an Asmongold orbiter, Vadim, wouldn't you expect a person like that to be a slop tuber? Like, the way that Nicholas Diorio has affixed himself to Ethan Klein's nether regions and is eating the refuse that comes out of thereabouts, right? I would assume that like an Asmongold orbiter, of which there must be Asmongold orbiters out there, are doing the same thing. They're kind of just slurping up there and eating all the refuse, eating all the dead rats, eating all the cockroaches, right? It's like Emiru looks like a pre-evolution of Emerald Frost. Yo, you just read the future Emiru becomes a leftist political streamer in the future. A sardonic, let's just say, leftist. I wonder if Emiru will talk about Terre Haute, or if that's probably just an Amber thing. Yeah, very few people know about southern Indiana. It's very, I mean, it exists, right? It's a place. It's not a big place, but yeah, Terre Haute's somehow emblematic in the Chapo universe of the demographic that votes for Trump, and like considers themselves working class while owning a jet ski dealership in Terre. Anyway, enough of the old memes, chat. Out with the old, in with the new. We got to get in with the new memes. What is the new meme? Who is the new meme? Who is the new Vosh? Who is the new Destiny, chat? This whole world has just like opened up and become so much more full of possibility. I almost read your name as JRPG. JRG says Emiru seems popular with a crowd of right-wing incel bros, which might just be the case of monetizing their wallets. Yeah, so here's the deal with that, okay? Like, as far as I can tell, a person like Emiru, who is just like a genuinely like cutesy person, if you know what I mean, like likes cutesy things, expresses themselves in a cutesy way, wants to be friends with everyone. A person like Emiru, right, does not necessarily, nothing in Emiru's like content implies like one, political or cultural valence or another. And so therefore, as long as Emiru just does not say anything, and we've seen this before, right? As long as you don't say anything about politics, people can just like project the politics onto you, right? If you just stay in this perfect middle place, they can imagine that you don't put up with that woke stuff, or conversely, that you are an accepting person. So it's like, this is where Emiru's in, and this is kind of the chill zone, the cool zone, the money zone. If you got this kind of thing, right, you can have an audience of chuds, right? Or so, like, let's imagine even, because, like, chat, I don't know Emiru, but let me just imagine, right, if there was a time before Asmongold, or even just a time before Asmongold was a strong cultural signifier for the right, then, Emiru's audience gained then was probably more mixed, or, like, I'm sure that, because you could see how a person like Emiru would appeal to people, on the left too, right? Just like a fun, nice, cutesy person, a genuinely sweet, person to hang out with in a hangout type of stream. That's what I am assuming Emiru is. And so, Emiru could have gained that audience and then started to really collab with Asmongold. And then you get this chud audience, and as long as Emiru's like not talking about anything political, right, the chud audience doesn't become aware of the woke audience, right? That's what I think Emiru's probably dealing with. All right, we'll get into more of this. Maybe I'm wrong, maybe I'm right. Maybe you can prove me wrong, chat, and let me know in chat, because you know, the more you chat, the more likely you might receive a gifted sub. That can happen. And on Twitch, they can target those, so not so much on YouTube. I was starting to explain this to Hassan's chat. Oh, by the way, Hassan's YouTube chat is going to be a thing of the past, okay? He has decided it is more important to rule on one platform than to vie for power on two, I suppose, right? It splits up his audience, and Twitch is very much a kingmaker platform, that being that a larger stream will attract more new viewers, just the way it works, right? And, you know, there's a truth to that. There's also a truth to, like, you know, more places you are, more eyes you'll get on you, if that's what you're trying to do, just to kind of build up your presence. Yeah, it really depends on what you want to do. Anyway, Haas has made his decision. That's on bonus content, right? Cutesy is nonpartisan, and she probably doesn't think Asmongrime smells good. I mean, yeah, I'm gonna be hesitant as far as like attributing anything of Asmongold to Emiru. I'm not sure. I don't want to assume that Emiru is like, you know, has that much in common with Asmongold, because we really don't know. You know, when a person is decidedly non-political like that, we don't really know where they, you know, stand. I mean, you could say certain things about them, and people have, like, that maybe, you know, it's a little bit you know, cowardly if you're if there's a moral question of the time, and you are just playing, you know, kind of footsie with both sides, right? That's, you know, a valid criticism that some people will make. But yeah, I guess they just haven't made it until now that they're really aware. Anyway, I should get I'm kind of beating around the bushes. I'm beating around the bushes and the Chinese chat in not telling you that this is all stemming from a moment where it's a moment where Emiru had was talking to a mod. I believe this is Emiru's head mod, also Asmongold's head mod, so maybe that tells you something. But the mod, Emiru said something maybe slightly political, and the mod's response was, okay, what's next? Thoughts on ice? Right? And it was a joke. The joke being that Emiru is not a political stream. She doesn't do political stuff, and it'd be like uncharacteristic. And then there's some kind of thing where the mod calls Emiru, is it a Hassan? Oh, chat, I'm gonna get it wrong. It's not Hassanita. It's like Hassa. It's like a feminine form of Hassan, right? Was what they were being called. And I've been like, sort of, just from what I've garnered from Hassan, it sounds like people who are either progressive, notably in their politics, like, you know, are just like out with a progressive take, or you're perceived as woke, or show empathy towards others, they will be compared to Hassan. In the cultural lexicon of streaming, right, Hassan is code for wokeness, I suppose, right? And so, yeah, that may have been what the mod was trying to do, was like, oh, I'm a little surprised at how woke you are today, Emiru. I don't know what that was in response to. Maybe we can figure that out too. But anyway, giving like this sort of non-committal response, as Emiru did, about, you know, one of the most important issues of the day, has kind of, I don't know, probably pissed off both sides to a degree. But just more than anything, I feel like it's made people aware of Emiru's cultural context in a way that they weren't before, and that she may have been allowed to live. I'm gonna see. Wait, what is this? I got to see the Giannis chat live. Giannis is an absolute king. Wait, who the fuck is Giannis? Yeah, Hassanat. It's Hassanat. That's right. Hassanista is another name that I've heard people say. I don't know what that one's about, but yeah, apparently this is a thing. She's still friends with Asmongold. I'm glad I got to see Hassan Yasin stream. Nice. He's been making tracks, so I mean, I'm guessing maybe he filmed this yeah, he was in what? God, I got it wrong at first. He was in Qatar recently, and instead of just going back to LA, he stopped in New York to collab with, you know, a number of people that he knows over there. And I think he's going to be back in LA for like just a couple of days. This is Hassan's, I don't know. He's doing a lot of road work. He's mobile, right? That's another thing too. I think he mentioned that his streams, while he is not in his LA studio, they don't do as well. I mean, obviously, you know, there's some aspects of quality that you might not be able to keep up to standards. I'm thinking like the audio. You know, I mean, you might have noticed it in the Qatar stream, and then the mic got broke. But yeah, as far as like the numbers being down like that, I do find that weird. I don't know why I thought it was a good idea to take a bite of spicy salad just then, but I did, and it was good. And it was spicy. Chat, I got spicy food. We got spicy drama. Joshua Keller, Denim's for real put Emiru in her place. Chat, I was thinking about starting off with a reaction. I don't know. I feel like the numbers were slow to roll in today, and I was thinking, well, you know, if there's not many people in chat, maybe I should just start like watching a wacky video. But because I think the main reason is then it gives me an excuse to eat. But I can wait. I'm not like starving. I'm just like you put some Tom in front of me, and it's hard for me to ignore. But I gotta ignore it for a little bit longer. We'll get into the content, and I'll get to eat soon enough. But yeah, people saying Denim's really put Emiru in her place. Wow. Okay. So I should look for a Denim's clip maybe. Poor Emiru, says Dwight. She's always involved in some kind of drama these days. Oh God, yeah, the other thing I remember about Emiru, she really was in a, no, you said Giannis. I'm so sorry. Yo, did I just say Giannis? Oh my God, I don't know what is, I do know, if you said Varoufakis, I would have known exactly who you were talking about. I don't know. I watched that too, and I enjoyed the fuck out of that. Yeah, Giannis is a guy whose takes I always have to, like, anytime stuff changes in world politics, I like to check in with Giannis Varoufakis, the former Greek minister of finance. Kindly led Hassan to the best position on Iran, proving Greeks are the best Euros. Yeah. Davi, you probably thought I was trolling you there. You were like, you know I know who Giannis is. And I'm like, Giannis? Well, yeah, I guess Hassan got to talk to a lot of people in New York. I don't know who Giannis is, but yeah, Giannis from the Muppets, right? The wasn't that one of the original Muppets when they were a band? What is up with the Muppets? They've gone through like transformations, and then they became babies. It's kind of like Dragon Ball Z, you know what I mean? They just like, you know, doing different stuff, and then, okay, I guess they're babies again? Or wait, you know, anyway. Muppets are confusing, chat, but, annoying as fuck, because Emiru herself is half Asian and lives with Bonnie, who's Palestinian, Senna, who is black and Asian, so her bestie Asmon literally has supported those groups being harmed. Yeah, this is the whole thing. It's like, I don't think the kind of apolitical life that Emiru seems to have cultivated, I guess I understand the impetus for wanting to escape from conflict, but I just don't think this is going to be possible anymore. I think this is a time, you know, where you kind of, you know, are faced with the, you know, which side are you on situations all around you. Giannis is very interesting. Benjamin Button Muppets. Oh my God. Greeks and Turks historically at odds with each other? Hot take, yes. The Swedish chef. No, I think it's Janice is the Muppet that I'm thinking of. There's a Muppet named Janice, maybe named after Janis Joplin. I don't know. It's the only famous Janice I can think of, but yes. Davi is talking about the conversation with Giannis, which, yeah. I mean, his is... I was tabbed and thought you meant Giannis Attento Compo. No, we're talking about Giannis Varoufakis, a former member, I believe, of the Syriza, is it Syriza party in Greece, and you know, economist, famous and influential, prolific, I guess you could call him, economist, and one of the very few, you know, one of the few economists on the left. But yeah, there's been a lot of good content. Yeah, that was the problem with that one too. It was a good segment that Davi's talking about, the Yanis Varoufakis interview. It was bad, unfortunately, very bad audio. I don't know if it was fixable. I know that he's got, you know, editors working for him on his channel, so the Hasanabi version of it might be fixed. But yeah, it was just a really bad audio situation trying to, you know, two speakers on one mic, and you know, no I think no noise gate. I don't remember. Dude gave the Milwaukee an NBA title. Wait, Giannis did? I know that Giannis has also been involved, what, with Steam? Like Steam's economy, which I don't understand, chat. I gotta be real. Like, game economies, I do not understand. I play Minecraft, and I don't even understand 2B2T's economy, which it supposedly has, right? I definitely don't understand, like, these games that, what is it? They offer, like, items that are to make your character look special in a multiplayer game. Your character gets to wear a really cool hat, basically, and you pay money for that, but then they stop making those hats. And now you have a really cool hat, and somebody out there has $5,000, and they're like, I would love to have that hat. And you're like, well, you know what? The hat meant more to me 6 years ago. I feel like, yeah, you can, I could, you know, $5,000 is a lot of money. I could use that money. And you work out some weird way to, I don't know, do they do it on like eBay or something? But yeah, they will actually sell game items. I am totally talking about something that, you know, I don't understand very much at all. I don't even understand why somebody would like pay money for, like, oh, I want my character to have a hat. I'm like, really? Can I get the hat by like grinding or something? Or like, do I really even want the hat? I don't know. I just never understood. Like, but I don't know. Does that make me an old school gamer? Like, my mentality is you buy the game and you play it and you replay it. It's never like the idea that you buy it and then you play it and then you decide you got to pay for a really cool hat. I'm like, can we just mod a hat into there? But then again, I don't play a lot of multiplayer stuff. I love the DSA hat Hassan was wearing. Wait, what? He was interviewing a lot of DSA candidates, I believe. There's a lot of chewing, so they say talk with your hands. I was trying to like communicate with chat strictly with my hands. I'm gonna put this away Out of sight, out of mind. It's too much of a temptation. And I gotta save the in New Vegas, I got hats off of corpses. Yeah, like you take the one lady's the lady that sells Boone's wife into slavery, right? You just take her glasses and then you got cool glasses for the rest of the game. They just came off a dead woman, that's all. You know, it's a slight degradation in value, I suppose, but the use value, chat, of those glasses is outstanding. Twitch gave me a depends ad. What? Oh no. I don't think the Twitch ads are like personalized, right? That's one of people's complaints about Twitch. People that want Twitch to be more, I don't know, a lucrative platform. Like, I don't know. That if they had a thing like, what is it, AdSense, they could serve people with ads that are more attuned to the things they're into. Oh my god, this is wait, Emiru is gonna have her Asian card revoked. Oh, is that how that works? Is that how the multiracial council, the mixed race council won't that work in her favor by making her only white and giving her white privilege? I'm not sure. Look, I haven't been one in chat if you've been following the Emiru thing. Let's get me back on track talking about Emiru, okay? I can drink the coffee. I just gotta keep the delicious salad for later, because otherwise I'm gonna be chewing instead of talking, and I don't think you'll understand with any kind of hand movement. I don't think you'll really understand like what I'm thinking. You know, I don't think I could psychically telepathic. Wouldn't that be cool if we had psychic subtitles, you know? Like the subtitles would say what I'm thinking. And so if I ever said something like, right, that I was like thinking something else about, like, right, I was like, oh, that's a really cute top on her. And then the subtitle would be like, that is a horrendous top. You know what I'm saying? It'd be like, that would make the stream interesting. I mean, why don't these tech bros ever target any use cases like that? But yeah, I'm just asking about people's familiarity with this Emiru situation, because I just do not. Okay, so some people know what this situation is about. Some people have been following it. Most people have not. In that case, I think I know what to do, right? I'm going to target my stream just towards viewers like you, right? The Corporation for Public Bitching is brought to you through the support of viewers like you. And when you support the stream goes longer sometimes. We've got bonus content to offer on the offer for today. And what is it? We got the Ethan Klein gambling scandal. Chat, this isn't just like Ethan is gambling, right? Everybody knows that Ethan gambles, right? I think it's maybe the one thing he's good at. Am I right about that? I don't watch Ethan gambling stuff. I'm not interested in it. I don't care if he loses $1 million or he wins $1 million. I don't care. But no, this is a scandal about advertising gambling on the H3 podcast, which apparently Ethan said he would never do. You don't watch Emiru? What does Ethan do? Oh my god, what does Ethan do? What doesn't Ethan do? Ethan Klein is a talented man. He invented several vapes which require hundreds of batteries, but apparently that's the Vape Nation. He's a YouTuber. Wow. I explained to Ethan Klein. No, it would take the whole show. So yeah, so we got that as a possibility. Seeing Ethan's claims back when he promised that he would never take like he knew he has acknowledged. So here's the deal, chat, right? Is it bad to advertise gambling? Yeah, because gambling fucks people up. It's you know, people get into patterns of gambling. They lose all their money. They you know, it's a pretty rough addiction. And I think a lot of people, you know, will end themselves due to the results of that addiction. So yeah, it's probably not good to support, you know, gambling in that sense, right? But it's one thing when you just kind of are haven't thought about it, and it's another thing when you know that it's the harm that it causes, right? If you're aware of the harm that it causes, and I'm not like talking, I'm specifically talking about online gambling, right? Bringing the casino to you through your phone, turning everything into a predictions market, etc., 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 right? That's what I'm talking about. And I guess Ethan has gone back on his promise. It's just funny too, because he's always saying stuff like, God damn, if I didn't have any morals, I would be as rich as XQC. If I didn't have any morals at all, I could make so much money. Yeah, so he knows like that it's this thing that's bad, that he shouldn't do, but he can make a ton of money doing it. And you just kind of are seeing him like recently, I guess, on the VOD, on the H3 podcast, like break down and decide, you know what matters to me is money. I care about the money more than I care about other people. And it's just like, it's so Ethan Klein. So anyway, that's one possibility. As a former gambling addict, if I see a gambling ad, I immediately unsubscribed. It's the lowest thing you can advertise. Yeah, I feel like even I worry about stuff like online games, right? That have like a pay, what is it, like we did a campaign with Star Trek Fleet Commander, and to me, it seemed like a fun game. I didn't have to pay any money into it, but I don't know, like I didn't really play that much of it. So it's the whole question of like, well, for some people, even though like I'm never tempted to be like, ooh, let me buy like a crate of extra, let me see if I can get Mr. Spock in the crate or something, like whatever you're hoping the rare drop is on Star Trek, right? I was never tempted to do that, but I think the way that those games work is that some people are, right? Some people like really, they just like, they lose their shit on that. So yeah, even stuff like that. I think online gaming, especially with the kind of CAPTCHA, what do you call it? It's like a monetization scheme. Can be dangerous. So anyway, yeah, exactly. Attack the block. You're either the villain or you live long enough to become what you despise. Wait, what? Oh yeah, you either start as the villain or you live long enough to become the villain. I get you. All right, so yeah, second topic, MAGA halftime train wreck, right? This was a halftime brought to you by TPUSA. The We Are Charlie Kirk people decided that Bad Bunny's halftime was not patriotic enough, and there needed to be a patriotic alternative. That the very nature of choosing a Spanish-speaking music artist who is like one of the top artists in the United States, and even like higher towards the top worldwide, was anti-American, was unpatriotic, was terrible, right? And they put together at the kind of the last minute a halftime show including Kid Rock and like no one else you recognize. Like I don't think there's anybody else on that that was on that stage. Like I think Kid Rock is the only name I recognize. It starts off with a man playing Star Spangled Banner a la Jimi Hendrix at Woodstock, right? Woodstock is a hippie festival. It was meant to be a whole bunch of bands, and you pay money for a ticket. Eventually, people kind of knocked down the fences and came in anyway, and they just decided the festival would be free. It's a symbol of the 60s. It's a symbol of youthful rebellion and all this stuff. And Jimi Hendrix's Star Spangled Banner features guitar sounds meant to emulate like bombs, meant to emulate US airstrikes in Vietnam. And so, it's really clear what that was, obviously also Jimi Hendrix rocks, right? Jimi Hendrix picks up a guitar and plays some shit and people react to it like almost no one else, right? He's a, generational talent when it comes to guitar, and especially when it comes to the sound, tuning the sound of the guitar. But the opening act apparently misunderstood the cultural relevance of Jimi Hendrix's Star Spangled Banner and decided that it was about how fucking cool America is. Like, America, we bomb shit, we're cool, we dominate. You know what I mean? That's what I got out of their. Anyway, it's you know, it's sad, it's hilarious, it's a lot of things, and it's pathetic, and it's cringe, which is probably why most of you are voting for that right now. Is that right, chat? Are you voting for the cringe? Can I predict human behavior? No, you're not. You're voting for Ethan Klein gambling, because apparently I sold that so well. 39 of you have voted so far, right? Make your voice heard over on youtube.com/nocommentchick, and we'll pick one of these topics, right? Hassan stops. Wait, no, what's second? Second is MAGA halftime train wreck, which is no longer in first. It's probably how it got to be in second. And yeah, I explained that one. We got Hassan stopping streaming on YouTube. He's made an executive decision, right? And I understand why he did it. I don't know if it's like the best decision. It's really, it's a more complicated question than I think people are giving it credit for. But he does seem to have the same like sort of thing in mind as I do, even though I stream multi at the moment, right? You know, he's looking to maybe do something where there's maybe, I guess, like a periodic stream on YouTube or something like that, right? And that kind of thing might be useful. He's just worried. What he's worried about is this, chat. Like, when you stream on Twitch, Twitch ranks you, and that ranking, it's like a self-reinforcing kind of thing, right? That's what makes so many people that go, and you probably know some of these people, maybe you are some of these people, right? Very common experience for somebody to start streaming on Twitch, to have a concept, like they're good at a video game, they know how other people stream that video game, or they're, you know, whatever their specialty is, right? They have a concept, the content is, you know, at least somewhat interesting, and they never get a single viewer because it's just this weird self-reinforcing thing where, you know, it's kind of a catch-22 to try to get a live stream going. It's very difficult. Most people do not get very far, and it's partially because of Twitch's kingmaker system, right? Their whole thing is they're like, you know, okay, so new viewers, where are we gonna funnel them to? And the answer that they have is like streams that already have a lot of viewers, right? Now this presents a lot of problems when it comes to botting and stuff like that. Somebody could bot their way into, you know, getting more exposure, I guess, from Twitch. So yeah, Twitch is so on Twitch, the number in chat is so crucial to your amount of exposure that you can get, that Hassan has calculated that he's losing. The loss of exposure on Twitch is not made up for by, I don't know, the gaining of exposure on YouTube and the you know, extra revenue that he could take in on YouTube, right? He's made that calculation. So anyway, that's his decision. He does take, you know, a few minutes to explain it, so I thought maybe we'd take a look at that, see what people thought. And then of course we have Foreskin Man. Robbed. Foreskin Man was robbed of its foreskin? No, robbed of its dominance. You know, last time, my last stream, and but maybe it can win today. All right, this is Brace Belden and Hassan explaining what is a unique, bizarre, and yes, kind of probably very anti-Semitic. I don't think we've even gotten into the anti-Semitism of Foreskin Man, but of course, you know, somebody that is that much against circumcision, you gotta wonder where that's coming from. Wait, it turns out that the Puppy Bowl got way more viewers than the MAGA halftime train wreck. Not a joke. That would be, I mean, the Puppy Bowl sounds awesome. Where do I see the Puppy Bowl, Vadim? Right winger with no media literacy? Color be surprised. Does MAGA only have one musician? You know, they have that Forgiato Blow guy. Does he count though? What are you drinking right now? Does it look like it's an adult beverage of some sort? Philron, it's actually just coffee. Oh my god, this is gonna sound so weird to you, okay? Look, I get coffee from this like local place. I think it's like an Indonesian place, but it's in Thailand. And they give, you can get coffee with lemon or lime. This one has lime. It's like, yeah, it's a lime. It's a coffee containing lime, and then these little, what do you call them, chat? That's like, it's like in bubble tea. What do you call them? The little balls. Right wingers make use of at least make fun media like Demolition Man. Wait, Demolition Man? I've never seen it. That one's right wing. Death Wish, also right wing. What about the Harry guy? What's his name? Dick Harry? No, what the fuck is that guy? Clint Eastwood. Dirty Harry. I'm just calling him Dick Harry, chat. Lime coffee sounds interesting. It kind of is. Most people take it a little bit sweet. I try not to like have sugar in anything, so it's just lime, but I do get like the cognac, cognac? That's the wrong word. Cognac. That's how you say it. I get the little cognac pearls. The little cognac boba. The little jelly boba. Have you ever seen the Cracked video on Con Air? Damn. Cracked is just insanely funny. Just came back from Vietnam, totally obsessed with Vietnamese. Apasu. So wait, yeah. You know, Vietnamese coffee, like, that does something strange to me. I don't even know. I never figured it out. But when I was in Vietnam, the coffee, like, it was, like, powerful in a way that I've just never experienced before or since. I really like coffee, but somehow even a little bit, even like 1 cup of Vietnamese coffee was like too much for me, and I still don't understand it. It tasted very strong, so it's got to be like about how they make it. All right. So yeah, like I said, Ethan Klein gambling scandal in first place, MAGA halftime scandal in second place, Hassan stops YouTube live streams in third place, and Foreskin Man, a comic book made by a self-proclaimed activist that is intact, right? Like they want to be intact with their foreskin, an intact activist, an intactivist, right? You know, featuring villains who will tend to be rabbis and moils, to be completely honest with you, and doctors and other people who do circumcisions. If you do circumcisions, you are an enemy of Foreskin Man. And Vulva Girl. He has a sidekick named Vulva Girl, who fights against female genital mutilation. It's insane. I don't know what else to say. They're tapioca pearls and boba tea. Yeah, these ones are konjac though. Like, I think they might have tapioca, but this is like, it's made from a corm, chat, which I think a corm is like a special kind of root that grows in the ground, and you like smash it and you extract the starch, and then you mix the starch with like ash. And somehow it firms up into like a jello, or like a jelly. It's almost like a gummy bear. But anyway, we got to get going, chat. Those are the options for today. This train only runs, like I said, the Corporation for Public Bitching relies on support from viewers like you. And the things that make this number go up from 0 to 100, which is where we need to go if we're gonna see the Ethan Klein gambling or the MAGA halftime or any of that stuff, are super chat, super stickers. If you get yourself a membership, or if you gift memberships, if you support me on throne.com/nocommentchick, or if you support me on patreon.com/nocommentchick, that counts as well as on Twitch, which, look, the Twitch, I won't lie to you, okay, the Twitch subs, they're like twice as much as the YouTube memberships. YouTube memberships probably, you know, a cheaper deal, but people still like to get subs on Twitch because you got emotes and you get to rewind stuff. So, you know, if you can't afford that $6 and you have Prime, you pay for Prime, you can actually get a free sub, right? You just hook up your Amazon account to Twitch and it'll give you a free Twitch Prime sub, which, you know, supports the stream and also gets you all the benefits of getting a sub. So that's one way you can get it at no cost to you. Like I said, otherwise it does cost $6. And you know, if neither of those things work for you, your best bet is just to be active in chat. People do come through from time to time with gift subs, and you'll be more likely to be the recipient of one of those gift subs if you're active in chat. You had konjac noodles tonight. Nice. It is kind of interesting stuff. I've heard you have to be careful with it. Like, I've heard people have run into trouble with konjac. That if you eat too much of it at once, you like, or like, what is it? Like, people would, like, if you just sub it out for noodles and you're not eating any calories to replace it, then people are getting, like, I don't know, nutrient deficiencies or something. But that's only if you eat it like way excessively. But yeah, we got to get going. We got to talk about Hassan and Emiru. We got to see if we can hit this bonus goal, which, oh yeah, and then the freaking butterfly goal, chat. I forgot to tell you about that. All right, you got like 2 hours left or something to possibly put this butterfly in my hair. It flies in my hair when we collect 10 super chats of the teal variety or higher. No, not digestive issues, like that your stomach is so full and you don't eat enough, right? Basically is the issue that I think people who overdid cognac is the alcohol. And butterflies are the thing that go in my hair, but only if we got 10 super chats of the teal variety or higher by the end of the stream. I feel like I've explained that enough. With that, I'm gonna thank my Patreons. I appreciate the support of my Patreons. Everyone who supports me on Patreon at the $5 level or above, you get a fancy shout out at the beginning and end of each stream. Let's do that now. Shouts out to JMB, shouts out to Brian, shouts out to Emily French, shouts out to Big Al, shouts out to Direful, shouts out to Joel Siverwood, shouts out to Sarah, shouts out to Izzymandius, shouts out to Steven Sayers, shouts out to Animus, shouts out to Infallible Fowl, shouts out to Oral Ellipsis. Oh my god. Sorry, my dishes were, you know when like the dishes just like shift? It means you need to do dishes probably, right? But we can't do that now, we gotta do stream. Alright, so shouts out to Nadia Yvette, shouts out to Choki, shouts out to Moe Noip, shouts out to Funky Monkey, shouts out to Timberland Insanity, shouts out to Good for Gabi, shouts out to Jules K, shouts out to Crystal Saphira, shouts out to Buffy Geek, and a fancy shout out to Rachel K, to Omega Star, and to Zera Xerix. With that being said, chat, let's get into the content. Let's jump right into it. Denim's response is worth seeing too. Yeah, well, okay, so we got options for this, right? And I want to lay the options on you.
Tectone tweeted, guys,
do you hear that voice?
correct some shit I'm seeing said about me. I wasn't.
Does chat recognize that voice? We've got options, right? And we also, earthquake? Wait, earthquake where? Oh, yeah, earthquake could do it too. That's true. I hope I didn't have an earthquake though. It didn't feel like an earthquake. Wait, sugar? Wait, what about sugar? Yeah, there's like sugar jellies too, I guess. Anyway, chat, what am I trying to talk about? I'm trying to talk about our options for today, right? Include Mike from PA. I don't usually offer, like, this is like, you know, we don't usually stock this ingredient, but yeah, he did. I think Mike did at least the first video that I'm aware of came from Mike, right? We also have Hassan addressing the situation today. And I guess there's a Denim's video as well. So, what do you think, chat? Are you up for some Mike from PA? Silence. I got a one yes. Mike from PA, but now in LA. Is that right? Yes, Mike. Sure, Mike. Okay. I think Mike's gonna kind of start us off in the beginning because Mike's video is older. Being from PA is some rough business. I feel bad for him. Yeah. I mean, they definitely don't have a strong reputation for the marksmanship program in their high schools, but yeah, we'll give Mike a spin. We'll give Mike a spin.
Wasn't convicted of a crime. I wasn't involved in a criminal proceeding. I'm not going to jail or facing any criminal punishment. This is a lie. Here is the protective order from the case in full. There are reasonable grounds to believe the respondent committed one or more of the following offenses: sexual assault and stalking. Tectone appeared in person with an attorney. The judge listened to the evidence and said, I believe you are a I believe you are stalking. You are a disgusting human being, but also that there was a risk that he would try to do it again. Do not own, possess, buy, or attempt to buy.
Okay, so we're straight up talking about Tectone now.
Obtain possession, ownership, or control of a firearm. This is not California. This is not New York. This is.
Oh fuck, chat. I honestly, oh my god, fuck.
He needs to be arrested just so he can experience what that is like. So he shuts the up and goes away. If he says Pikachu's name, he's going to jail.
I almost forgot to explain how the poll works, right? You know how polls work, right? You vote on them, and the thing that scores the highest wins. Right now, that would be Ethan Klein and the gambling scandal, with MAGA halftime and Hassan stops YouTube live streams in second, and Foreskin Man in fourth. Right, but in addition to that, the other thing that counts is like those things that I mentioned earlier that make this thing not be 0 here next to me, and possibly be 100, which would keep me on for a little bit longer than the short stream I would do otherwise, right? In addition to that, it gives you the ability to, I don't know, put your thumb on the scale, right? If you say like you want to see Ethan Klein's gambling, thing, get Ethan Klein's gambling, the breaking of his promise, right? You can, when you donate, you can let me know in chat, like, you can just say Ethan Klein, and I'll add that. I'll add your donation as a percentage to the topic of your choice. Same thing for MAGA halftime, Trainwreck, Hassan stops YouTube, or any of the other things. So just know that that's a possibility. If you don't like that, if that sounds dirty to you and you're like, wait, shouldn't the vote be about like the voters? I agree, right? You could say Vox Populi, and that's a principled stand to take. To put your donation against the possibility of other people donating and skewing the results, right? You're like, what did they say, chat? Uncuck the polls or unskew the polls, right? You could be that person by saying Vox Populi, or you could be the person that reminds me that I owe you like 4 video game streams by saying video game. That's oh my god, wait. What is this? Oh, chat, my power went out and it got reset. We're at least at like 400 on video games. I could have reset that back to 200. I could have been like, I'm sorry, I only owe you 2 days. No, I'll be honest. My power went out. It reset the, the file didn't get saved. And so, yeah, that number got reset. Anyway, I think I've explained everything as much as I can. Let's see what Mike has to say about Emiru, and hope to have a good stream.
All right, let me just say this. Tectone
in spite of ourselves.
Tectone is a racist. Tectone is a stalker. And I can say that because a court found that. Now, he wasn't convicted of a crime yet, but I have firsthand knowledge that he's being investigated, and that the judge at the hearing seemed to be very interested in prosecuting Tectone for crimes. And not only that, the judge was visibly furious and felt like that Tectone should be in prison. Now, we can all pretend that this is nothing. Now, in America, we have a dual track.
Davy says, losing your gun in Texas for abuse doesn't happen. it just doesn't happen. They have a crazy murder rate for exes. That really puts a whole new spin on the song "All My Exes Live in Texas."
Legal system. You have a criminal court. Criminal court are brought.
Oh yeah, so yeah, Davi, yeah, this is a good point. He's been punished more severely than is normal in a place that normally offers substandard punishment for things like this, right? And especially, you know, losing your right to bear arms in Texas, it seems to well, it seems to be a pretty high bar, I think, is what we have to keep in mind here. Wait, Text One himself has admitted his guns were taken away. Wait, what wasn't true? I want to remind people too, this is an older video of Mike's. We're watching this because, like, I don't know, try to like see how the situation develops. We're monitoring a developing situation around, but I think isn't this about it's mainly about Tectone. Does he end up talking about Emiru? Not unless it changes it to something weird spelling. I think this is kind of relevant though. Tectone was a friend of Emiru's. Well, Emiru has sworn some rapist off, but we actually don't know if it was Tectone because Emiru was not specific about, was just like, hey, you know, like some people that I've been associated with in the past, not doing that again. Don't want to have anything to do with them. If you are, you know, if you do this, that, or the other thing to people, you are not in, you know, basically gave a very general, you know, I am not friends with any abusers from, you know, that I might have been. And there's actually like, that's not specific enough information for us to say that's Tectone, right? There's a few other candidates as well.
By government officials, okay? And we have civil court. Civil court does not mean it's not true. It's just actions brought by private individuals of their own expense and initiative. So Tectone was found in those civil courts to be a stalker and a sexual assaulter. I'm gonna go over some of the documents this morning. This is very important that I do this. I know a lot of you don't really give a shit, but we cannot allow the culture of the Austin streamers, the Asmongold circle, to
okay, so yeah, introduced our first topic, right? We're going to be talking about the Asmongold streamers, right? You know, I don't know, 5 years ago, the reference would probably be LA streamers. They're, you know, you could stream from anywhere, right? There's probably big streamers that are from, you know, places that aren't large, but in terms of places that streamers generally gravitate to when they become large and want to collaborate with other streamers. Yeah, LA was definitely the meta, although I'm sure you could find streamers, you know, any big city. But LA was like the place where people were trying to be a part of, right? We had that, you know, sort of rise of the LA, what was it, vloggers, kind of? I mean, like LA has been, you know, had some dominance on social media going back to like, I don't know, 2014 era, like vloggers, right? But yeah, still possesses that prestige, and you know, just there's a ton of people there. If you're there, if you want to collaborate, right? You know, LA's a good place. Austin obviously has been attempting to supplant California in many ways, right? As maybe a more conservative nexus of entertainment. You got Joe Rogan there. You've got, you know, a bunch of edgy right-wing you know, comics that are sort of grifting to the right. And for, you know, a while, Joe Rogan was kind of the top of the world, right? His podcast was, and therefore his influence was, and therefore to be a comic under the umbrella of the mothership was a, you know, very advantageous place to be. And I don't know if, you know, I'm not connecting to Asmongold to Joe Rogan or anything like that, right? He does know a lot of famous people. He does have a lot of famous people following him. I don't know if Joe Rogan is one of those people, but yeah, he I don't know. I don't know if did they move. I don't know if this was just the Austin streamer thing. Was this like people who actively were like, yeah, fuck California, it's too liberal. I'm moving to Austin to be near, like, right? Or I don't know if it's that, or Asmon, I think, just lived there, if I'm not mistaken. But I feel like some people moved there. Chat. Did Emiru move to Austin? Is Emiru someone who moved to Austin, like for the I guess like streaming kind of, you know, the circle that the circle of friends that she runs in?
Pollute our platform without saying anything. I think it's actually wrong of us to not say anything. Tectone tweeted, guys, real quick, let me correct some shit I'm seeing said about me.
Wait, Austin used to be the Blueberry? No more. Like, yeah, the Austin I know about is like the Richard Linklater. Austin is portrayed by Richard Linklater, who's this filmmaker, and a lot of his films just strangely like begin with pulling in to Austin on a train or something like that, right? Or I think anyway, and just like, you know, feature him actually like use Austin people like in his films, in his early stuff. I've had to visit Austin for work. Genuinely the worst city. I hate the all those one street southern cities. Damn. This is this is OTK gang. So were they always? They were always there. I think. I mean, Asmongold is was okay TK. I think they kicked him out. Emiru, maybe. I actually don't know.
I wasn't convicted of a crime. I wasn't involved in a criminal proceeding. I'm not going to jail or facing any criminal punishment. This is a lie. Basically, he got the worst possible outcome you can get. I want to say that again. He lost as much as you can lose in that court. There's no way to lose harder than he did, literally. Okay, so if he says Pikachu's name, he's going to jail. Here's Asmongold originally talking shit. Okay, let's go over here.
I think this is the main reason why Tectone has become so extreme. And whenever you think about it, really calling somebody a rapist is one of like the top 3 things that you can say to somebody that is career destroying, career ending, or damaging. And so when you have an entire group of people that are really with no evidence at all, saying that Tectone is a rape tone and saying, well, Tectone must be a rapist. Look at his dad. His dad had this thing happen with the military. Like, think.
Okay, so I just want
I'm sorry, but had this thing happen is doing a lot of work there.
to stop this right here because Asmongold is a fucking liar. So I want to clear up the sequence of events here. Tectone would bring his rapist father, who had a special law created because of how much of a rapist he was, to his podcast and bring him around other people without disclosing that his father was a sex criminal. And then he would go around talking about how much of a hero and patriot his father is, even though he was forced out of the military under dishonorable conditions for being a rapist. That's why people brought it up. They didn't say, oh, you're a rapist because your dad is a rapist. They brought it up because his dad is a rapist and a sex criminal, and he would bring him around people and brag about his dad's military service, which again ended dishonorably. That's why people brought it up.
Think about how disgusting that is, really, if you said that. Like, and really think about, can you imagine what it would be like if somebody like Tectone said, well, look at this person, they must be a criminal because their dad is a criminal or their other family member is a criminal, and that person was black. Do you know what would happen to that person? They'd be fucking banned. They would be fucking banned, and they should be banned.
So here's what I want you to understand, chat, is that he is trying to do a racism here because to him, black equals family members criminal, while all of your friends are fucking rapists or sex pests, you fucking loser. All of your friends.
That's the only reason why it's been accepted.
Years. The amount of...
They call him a generational rapist? Yes. It's implying generational guilt.
No, that's not what they're implying. They're saying your father raped and you're a rapist. And the judge agreed. I want you to understand something, chat. That the judge agreed.
Oh no, okay. I was worse. That's not as bad as what I was thinking. I was thinking they were saying he's on a generational run, which is like, you know, in a video game, if you like, I don't know, if you're like on the highest like like you're breaking the speed run record for a game, right, that like was made back in the 80s, maybe it's a generational run or something, right? um like a really good effort in a video game, right? It's what a generational run means. And no, they're not saying a generational run of grape. They're saying, yeah, generational father and son, both rapists. That's the thing that's wild, right? Is that lightning is thought to not strike in the same place twice. Now, while this isn't necessarily literally true, the point, it bears out that, it's unlikely a rare event would be unlikely to happen twice in the same venue, I guess. Right? But when we're talking about like the same family and, a pretty horrendous crime, let's remember that the crime's not as rare as people think it is. Like in terms of the number of women that experience something in the order in the line of like sexual assault during their lifetime, you are talking about at least like half of all women. So yeah, not as rare as people think. And I mean, I don't know what to say.
Now, the judge was not empowered to put him in prison directly because that was not a criminal case. Had it been a criminal case and had he been given a bench trial, he would have gone to prison as a rapist right then. I'm going to show you that. Here is the protective order from the case in full. Now, I have redacted the names of the victim. I have redacted the name of the victim's attorney. This is the full protective order, and it is public record. Now, there was an attempt to seal some of this information.
I should probably make this go faster. Again, this is background. Video came out almost 2 weeks ago. It's an older video, but I know that I'd never covered the Tectone allegations, the revelations, the court proceedings, and they're pretty grim. They're pretty fucking grim as far as Tectone, and they really question like the people that are still to whatever extent standing with the guy. I'm gonna make it go faster though, because I know we don't have I mean, we might be on a very short time allotment tonight, chat. I'm not sure. We'll see.
Information to protect the victim, but other idiots leak shit, so it is what it is. So before we begin, I want you to understand what a protective order is. A protective order, this is from Travis County, so this is Austin County. This is from the county that the protective order has been adjudicated in. Aren't there receipts of him botting too? Yes. There are. You can say without a doubt that Tectone bots his content. And if you think he's only botting it on Twitch, I have a bridge to sell you. A protective order could prohibit or limit an abuser from interacting with you in instances of family violence, sexual assault, human trafficking, or stalking. If you believe a protective order might be right for your situation, this page will help you get started. What is a protective order? A protective order is a set of legal rules issued by a judge that prohibits or limits how one person interacts with another person. A protective order can provide protection to prohibit an abuser from communicating with you in a threatening or harassing manner. She got this. Provide a 200-yard stay from your residence, work, school, or daycare. She got this. Prohibit an abuser from owning and possessing a firearm. She got this. She won a full protective order. And I want to go over it even more. A judge will ultimately decide how long the order lasts, but in most cases, they're in place for 2 years. She got a 10-year protective order. What I want you to understand, breaking the terms of protective order can carry serious legal consequences, including fines and jail time. Protective orders can be issued to any person who has been the victim of family violence, stalking, sexual assault, or trafficking, regardless of their citizenship or legal status. According to
So yeah, chat, within the point is that within the venue of a jurisdiction that's known for under punishing crimes like this, we've got a very strong ruling in the favor of Tectone's victim, right? That takes the danger that Tectone might pose to this person extremely seriously, and yeah, for 10 years, kind of unheard of. So this basically indicates that I don't know if we have like the information of what exactly Tectone did, but it was bad. Love the Tectone kind of guys who brag about how their dads were in the military. God, that is kind of peak loser
To the National Institute of Justice, protective orders are as much as 80% effective at reducing future violence. Getting a protective order is free. To get a protective order issued in Travis County, the acts of violence must have happened in the county, or the victim or their abuser must live in the county. Tectone used to live in Travis County, but he moved in order to try to avoid getting this protective order. Literally. That's why he moved and stopped streaming. So here we have John Robertson, that is Tectone. The court finds that the respondent was provided with reasonable notice of the hearing and an opportunity to be heard. So what did the court find? Now, I'll only zoom in even more so you guys can see. Court finds there are reasonable grounds to believe the respondent committed one or more of the following offenses: sexual assault and stalking. That is the reality. And I want you to understand something, chat. Tectone appeared in person with an attorney. The judge listened to the evidence and said, I believe you are a rapist. I believe you are stalking. You are a disgusting human being. There was also, and this is confirmed, he had recordings of some of the sexual assaults and his victim in sexually compromising positions and was ordered to delete all of them or else he was going to prison that day. The judge said, if you don't delete them right now, I'm going to put you in prison myself. Relationship of parties. The court finds that the applicant and the respondent are related in the following manner: current or former dating partners, are or were members of the same family or household. Here's the conditions and terms of the order. The court finds that the following conditions and terms are necessary or appropriate to prevent or reduce the likelihood of family violence or future harm to a person.
Crotchy says my dad would kick your dad's ass. This is Tectone that we're quoting here, and I'm a podcaster, but I could have made it also. Leftist made me soft and a weak man. Even though, doesn't he admit in this thing? One of the things I feel like I've heard that he admits to is that, or at least he claims that he went on the anti-Hassan kind of arc in order to distract from his own allegations, right? So we talk about this concept called negative polarization. If you start off with the premise that so-and-so is the devil, then you can kind of, you know, talk yourself into... You can justify anything that's coming from that person. And since Hassan and his community are probably the people that are, you know, most critical of Tectone's, you know, political grifting, then directing that at Hassan kind of allows the audience, because there are some people, chat, who already believe that Hassan Piker is the devil. And so, you know, the same as if a leftist streamer who had, you know, done fuck shit in their past, tried to use, well, I'm against, you know, libs of TikTok or any number of, like, Laura Loomer, you know, start a fight with Laura Loomer and in order to deflect, right? Don't pay attention to me, pay attention to my enemies. And if you hate my enemies, then you should not believe anything bad anybody says about me. It's a classic, you know, technique. You know, it happens on both sides, but we'll let Mike get into this because he's a legal mind, and may be able to get into the minutia. But I believe that I heard that there was an admittance from Tectone that the anti-Hassan arc was really about you know, deflecting from this controversy. Yeah, it's the get out of controversy free card.
Protected by this order or a member of the family.
Like, think about when Vosh, you know, I don't remember what it was. He said something about women need to get back in the kitchen in response to J.K. Rowling. She found his tweet and quote retweeted it. Obviously, you know, nobody's going to support, nobody who is against, nobody on the left is going to support, like, you know, J.K. Rowling in that exchange because, you know, obviously, like, the context is trans rights, but, you know, Vosh is kind of counting on like I don't know, he's giving her a free like ride on that one. It benefits her, it benefits him, and it only really hurts trans people when he does that kind of stuff. But it's like that kind of negative polarization that kind of lets people get away with things that they should not be getting away with, especially content creators in the context of the current political moment. And we're going to get into the current political moment in a second here. This is all background.
Your household of a person protected by this order. This court orders the respondent to obey all entries marked below. The respondent must not commit further acts of family violence against the applicant or any member of the applicant's family or household. Physical harm, bodily injury, assault, or sexual assault, or threats reasonably placing a person in fear of physical harm, bodily injury, assault, or sexual assault. So in other words, the court not only found that he did it, but also that there was a risk that he would try to do it again. 2, not communicate.
Emiru is pro-ICE. I'm not sure about that. We'll have to get into that. Like, I have not followed this at all. She just kind of gave a non-committal answer when it came up. in chat, and people are like, you know, reading that as a content creator that has probably left-wing people and right-wing people in her audience being like, I don't want to cut my audience in half, right? She's got, you know, gets rated by Asmongold, has, you know, some Asmongold type people that follow her, probably also have some normal people that follow her. And if Emiru acknowledges politics, especially the politics of the moment, right, that's going to split the room. That's going to, you know, like, right, in a community, in an apolitical community like this, you know, as long as the streamer does not talk about anything political, they're not even aware that they're in community with people with the opposite political beliefs, right? This is like, I'm trying to think of, you know, Charlie, Moist Critical, gets accused of this. Now these days, right, Moist Critical is pretty vocal about being against ICE. So not really, you know, he's not, Philip DeFranco used to, you know, get this, right? But none of them are doing it the way that Emiru is, right? Ludwig, right? With the, when he did the, he did some kind of early, after October 7th, Ludwig donated a bunch of money to Palestinian causes, and said, you know, hey, you know, if you want to do it, you can. I'm doing it, but you don't have to, right? Kind of was very, you know, was promoting it, but being very non-committal about it. And now, you know, people like him are the atmosphere has changed, basically.
Any manner with a person protected by this order or a member of the family or household of a person protected by this order, except through the protected person's attorney or a person appointed by the court. Don't forget how absurdly hostile the legal system is to women and victims of SA and stalking. For a court to go this hard, it must be bad. Yes, this is in Texas. I want to say this again. This is not California. This is not New York. This is not Illinois. This is not Massachusetts. This is Texas.
At
And it's important that we cover
Leaxical
this.
super
It's important
chatted
that we look at
$5.91. Night of the Weasels.
Night of the Living Weasels, thank you for coming out. I'm sorry again, chat, for being so late. I'm going to have to figure out something I can do, but I do appreciate the support, Lexical, and that brings us to 1 out of 10 on the butterfly chase. Let me pop this out. I don't even have this, like, up yet. Let me fix that. But yeah, I don't know, chat. I'm going to have to figure something out, because, like, right, missing, like, the majority of, it's like there's a narrow window that I can stream and have people in the United States actually awake at that hour. And I don't know, the narrow window is like me waking up, right? It coincides with my wake up time, right? So, and I just like have not been, like, unless I have like everything ready for stream, it's hard to do. Emiru is the kind of Law and Order of SUV streamers. Apolitical, it just involves a ton of grapists. Yeah, this is the thing. Vox Populi says lexical, so defending the honor of the vote. That is a commendable perspective there. So yeah, Vox Populi at 6, and our goal, look at that, is now at 6. 6 out of 100. If we get to 100 by the end of the stream, I'll stick around and cover the top topic.
this and you understand just how bad this is. The court finds good cause exists to prohibit direct communication from the respondent. Do not communicate in a threatening or harassing manner, directly or indirectly, with a person protected by this order or a member of the family or household of a person protected by this order. So if you see anybody talking about Pink Shoe and say they talked to Tectone, he will go to prison for that. Also want to point out that Tectone hired a retired Texas
I'm sorry,
judge.
every time I hear a name of a new streamer, I'm like, wait, Pink Shoe? What? Is that, did you say that right? You don't mean, wait, what was that other streamer's name? The other streamer with a name that sounds like Pikachu. Lily Chew? Is that who I'm thinking of? Anyway, Pink Chew, new streamer, new character has been introduced
a lawyer and still lost.
Wake and bake a clock for me? Damn.
He had, from what I understand, he had a legal team of 5 lawyers. He's not allowed to go within 200 yards of her or any place that she's working. And he's not allowed to go to nearby any childcare facility that she has any relative at. Why would Tectone lie about facing jail time and being convicted if it's public knowledge? Because it's not a conviction.
Lily Pichu, is that who I'm thinking of?
Technically, it's not a conviction. He's been adjudicated
Who was the one that sold the cookies?
in civil court, in family court, to be an abuser and a stalker. And he's lost a lot of his rights. Now, that's different than being charged criminally, which, by the way, there is an investigation ongoing. There is a criminal investigation ongoing, and the statute of limitations has not run out. So Tectone may actually face criminal charges.
Was Lily Pichu was like a Destiny orbiter, right? Who was the one? Pokimane. Yeah. Oh my God. How did I think that Pokimane's name sounded like Pikachu? Yes, I was thinking of Pokimane. I was like, it sounds like Pikachu.
Based on the
It does start with a P.
fact that he was defeated so bad at the civil trial, detectives are going to be much more interested. And from what I understand, he is being investigated. But that the victim in this case was told, you should get a protective order first to protect yourself because of all the harassment that Tectone was doing and how threatening he was. So she went and got this protective order first. From what I understand, criminal charges are still pending. Do not engage in conduct that is reasonably likely to harass, annoy, alarm, abuse, torment, or embarrass when that conduct is directed specifically toward a person protected by this order or a member of the family or household of a person protected by this order, including not following or causing another to follow a protected person or member. I want you to understand something, chat. This is why Tectone does not stream anymore. This is why Tectone does not stream. He's not allowed to embarrass her anymore. So he cannot stream because people would go to his chat and say, talk about Pinkchu, and he would not be able to. And if he did, he would immediately go to jail.
Chat, imagine if this happened to Destiny. Isn't Destiny been like going after his victim? That's like, I haven't been paying much attention to the Destiny universe. But I feel like I've seen him like kind of going after Pixie.
I think he's already violated this order. Is it true that Tectone leaked stuff via his Discord alt? From what I understand, there is an accusation that Tectone is leaking sealed documents on a Discord alt that only he would have access to. And I believe, based on my legal training and my understanding of this order, would rise to the level of a direct knowing violation and would, if it could be proved, put him in prison. He's dumb as f. I honestly think he needs to be arrested just so he can experience what that is like, so he shuts the f up and goes away. Do not take, harm, threaten, or interfere with the care, custody, or control of a pet. Do not transfer, recover, or otherwise dispose of property mutually owned or leased by the parties. Do not track or monitor the personal property or motor vehicle in possession of a person protected by this order or a household member. Do not possess. This is very important, chat, and this is where it's crazy. Do not own, possess, buy, or attempt to buy, receive or attempt to receive, or in any other way obtain possession, ownership, or control of a firearm, firearm parts, or ammunition unless the respondent is a peace officer actively engaged in employment as a sworn full-time paid employee of a state agency or political subdivision. In other words, in Texas, they have a special cutout for police.
It's not a thing like in Texas where, you got any of that stuff, you are not going to be a police officer. It's a special carve out in the protective order saying, oh, hey, we're not trying to take guns away from cops. If you're a cop, after getting this like protective order against harassment, right? Then, I guess you can have a gun.
Officers that have gotten protective orders against them so they can keep carrying guns, that's crazy. Do not attempt to persuade or dissuade a protected person from attending a hearing, testifying, or making a report to any law enforcement agency or another person. There are additional orders. The judge felt that the standard protective order wasn't enough and they needed to make more orders directing Tectone to stop committing crimes. The court ordered that he pay all the costs. He now has to pay her $15,000 for attorney's fees. So not only has he lost his right to carry a gun, not only is he not allowed to ever talk about her, he also has to pay her entire attorney's expenses of $15,000. A person who violates this order may be punished for contempt of court by a fine of as much as $500 or by confinement in jail for as long as 6 months or both. A violation of this order by commission of an act prohibited by this order may be punishable by a fine as much as $4,000 or confinement in jail for as long as 1 year or both. Any act that results in family violence may be prosecuted as a separate misdemeanor or felony offense with prison term of 2 years. Possession of a firearm or ammunition while this protective order is in effect may subject the respondent to federal criminal penalties and is unlawful for any person who is subject to a protective order to knowingly purchase, rent, lease, or receive as a loan or gift from another a firearm for the duration of this order. Typically it's 5 years, I believe. He is now formally admonished that he cannot possess any gun or ammo. Beginning now, if you possess a firearm or ammunition, it could lead to charges against you. If you have questions about how long you are ineligible to possess a firearm or ammunition, you should consult an attorney. If he had a license to carry a handgun, it's now formally suspended. The court finds that the respondent is disqualified from possessing a firearm pursuant to federal law because the applicant and respondent are spouses or former spouses, share a child in common, and or live together, have lived together in an intimate relationship. The respondent has received actual notice of the hearing pertaining to this order and was given an opportunity to participate, and the order restrains the respondent from harassing, stalking, or threatening the applicant or child of the applicant. The court issues this order for 10 years. Now, as you remember, traditionally the last 2 years, the court found that Tectone was so dangerous and so likely to be guilty, they extended it by 5 times the normal period. A 10-year protective order. This is the additional procedure. Not communicate in any manner with a person protected by this order in any manner whatsoever, including through phone calls, emails, text messages, any kind of social media, and any kind of communication through third parties. Relinquish any firearms in respondent's possession by Monday, February 2nd, 2026 to law enforcement and provide a receipt of relinquishment. No longer than 5 p.m. on January 22nd, 2026. Not disseminate, reproduce, or share any photographic, video, electric, or digital media that is a recording of the applicant or displays an image of the applicant. Basically, the court found that he had revenge porn that he was blackmailing her with, and that he would release it if she called him out for the sexual assault. And the court said that if you release any picture of her, you're going to prison. Here he was ordered to pay $15,000 for her attorney's fees. If he doesn't pay it immediately, there's a 6.75% interest rate compounded annually from the date of the judgment. Furthermore, Tectone signed this order acknowledging that he now understands that he cannot own guns for 10 years. John Robertson, aka Tectone, are prohibited from possessing and or receiving firearms under federal law. I, John Robertson, do not have any firearms or ammunition in my possession or in my residence. I, John Robertson, acknowledge that firearms may not be owned by, loaned to, rented by, or borrowed by me. I, John Robertson, also understand that actual or constructive possession and or receipt of a firearm by a protected person is punishable by a term of imprisonment of 5 to 10 years and a fine of not more than $250,000. And he swore under penalty of perjury that all information is true and correct. I don't know if you guys saw this. Friend of the show, Peach Jars, said he has me blocked on every account, but could y'all post this under Tectone's latest tweet and please ask him if he's jealous? Thank you. Show all the people posting the Peach Jars photo of the replies. It goes on forever. So there you have it, chat. Tectone is a rapist. He is a stalker. He's a danger to the community, and he should absolutely 100% be permanently banned from Twitch. And can someone explain to me why he's not been permanently banned from Twitch? I mean,
That's crazy. Okay, so Mike's been kind of on fire lately. He's
her and her mod did a op so that
so this is a more recent one. Gonna be more similar to the information that Hassan went over. Just wanted to check this out really quickly. Put it on not sleep timer. Playback speed.
she could do some sort of attack on everybody asking people about their opinions on ICE. This is the head mod. That's what that special little icon means. Twitch mod lives for Zakrar. Head mod and mod for Asmongold. You know they're torturing Asian people, right? You don't think that you could walk down the street and the wrong type of incel ICE agent might grab you up?
When did people on the right get so soy? You're smearing.
Okay, so that's, I think, the Denims, the Denims clip that we're gonna take a look at.
Defaming by calling someone a ch.
You mean your head mod sent a pre-planned question that you read out of the chat? There were thousands of other chat messages you could have read, but you decided to read that to attack Hassan? What is this nonsense? You didn't show support for Pink, and she won the case.
So I want to point you out a difference between what Hassan is gonna say and what Mike is saying. I almost can't. We can't. I think we gotta watch the Mike thing after Hassan. I think that's the only way it makes sense, right? Because Mike has a bit of a conspiracy theory. Mike. Oh my God, chat. Should we watch a little bit of this to try to figure out? Oh my God, I don't know, chat. Order of operation here, like, right? We've also got I know the Denims video is something I want to watch. Denims, Emiru. There's an Asmongold clip talking about how Emiru got canceled and likely blaming Hassan. This is a weird drama, chat. It's like there's a push and pull of this, right? So Emiru makes this comment. She gets absolutely cooked on Twitter because now there's a prominent person, a streamer, giving kind of like a, well, you know, both sides sort of take on ICE, right? And you know, the anti-ICE sentiment has pretty much won out, right? So Emiru gets dragged on Twitter. And then what happens now, we get like the second, it's like a knock-on effect, right? There's a perception that Emiru has been unfairly victimized, right? She didn't say anything bad. She didn't do anything wrong. And these damn woke tards are harassing Emiru, right? So then Asmongold's got to ride to her defense. And what that's going to cause is like people to kind of like, I don't know, do you blame Hassan for this? Is this Hassan's fault somehow? They're going to start targeting, are there small streamers that talk about this subject, right? You know, that we can target. Like, I mean, this is just like, this is what he's basically activated his roaches. The dude has basically activated, he's given the roach signal, chat. It's like the bat signal. Let's see what else I've got here.
Tectone tweeted, guys, real quick.
That's the mic one. Yeah, here's the Hassan.
She doesn't want to talk about this stuff because she knows.
Take on it, and then Denims is what I wanted to see if I could find unofficial Denims channel Emiru statement. 3 months ago, nope. Oh, so that's Denims talking about Emiru getting IRL harassed at TwitchCon, I think. 14 hours ago. That's like a right-wing commentary channel, I think. So look, like on one hand, you know, this is kind of her. It's kind of the effect. Oh my God, is there even a chat? Do I need to go to Denims's VOD to find her take on this? Certainly, there's no, that's a month old. Denims. God damn it, I can't even remember the names of if I go back here and I say look for channels, maybe. Maybe then I can find that there's wait, take out Emiru. Come on. Channels. I guess we just like see which ones are active. Nope. Okay, fuck it. Chat. Somebody can send me the Denims clip. Or I could try to find it on. I think I'm gonna have to find it on Twitch. Let's like let Mike cook and see if it's understandable. I'm just gonna warn you, he's cooking kind of a conspiracy theory, right? I said before that it's like, you know, a mod that mods for Amazon and Emiru, you know, sort of bring up ice that causes Emiru to give like a non-committal response. That's what I think started this all in the first place.
It wasn't an accusation. She won her case. She went to court. A judge said she's right. You and your mod. Fake ass fuck. And all your friends support ICE. So do you support ICE? Because I don't support them. Can you imagine if Hassan was...
But yeah, Mike thinks that the mod did it on purpose in order to like ensnare Hassan, right? I don't think Hassan... Like, I think Mike came into Hassan's chat really hot today, and Hassan, you know, does not... He's not sold on the conspiracy theory just yet.
Hanging out with File, Fist, and a Nazi. You can't say, oh yeah, I'm putting him in concentration camps. Oh God, dignity, please, dignity. Nah. Dignity is for the people that fight for dignity. We assumed that you were normal, but you've come out and told us that you're not. Well, now we're taking out the trash.
Is this like grease knighting? It's a new kind of white knighting. The right has always been soy.
In the bag. And you're like, but wait a minute. I was arguing that you should treat people poorly because they're weak. Why are you treating me poorly? Because you're weak. We're listening to you. All right, let's talk about Emiru for a second. I want to talk about this for a second. I have avoided talking about Emiru because I wanted to give her the ability to come in our direction without being too aggressive. I saw her hanging out more with, like, you know, Cinna. I saw her hanging out with Maya. I've seen her, and I was like, you know what? Let's just let it cook, you know? And then Lakari got caught with child porn. And then Tectone was adjudicated to be a sexual assaulter and a stalker.
I don't even know who Lakari is, but I'm guessing it's a friend of Emiru's.
And then Asmongold called for mass killings and concentration camps.
Put all the people that were doing the shit in front of the detention centers, put them in mandatory prison labor camps.
And she said nothing about any of that. And it's like, you've been promoting these people for years. These are your...
Okay, so it's more than just ICE, right? It's ICE and silence about, you know, harassment from people like Asmongold and, you know, the just all kinds. There's all kinds of, I don't know, conflicts. Amazon is hosting ICE servers. No.
Your podcast co-host. You can't just say nothing. I did see this clip. As Vio and I talked about it last night. I was like, what's going on with Emiru? Because, you know, Vio knows more about that side of the Twitch than I do. And the more I looked into it, the worse it looks. And there's really nothing more to say. She is a fascist. She supports Asmongold. She supports Tectone. She supports all this evil shit. That's the only conclusion. And the reason why I say that, which is an extreme position, is let's look at the chat. The person that she's reading is one of her mods. Like, this almost seems like an intentional bait. Okay, she's wearing this hat. Okay, she was looking at some, like...
I don't know. I feel like we got to get some kind of neutral presentation of just the facts as they are. I think Hassan veers more in that direction. We will come back to Mike, and also if anybody in chat can find me that Denims clip, I would greatly appreciate that.
Knows it will offend her audience, her right-wing audience, her chud audience is not going to like it. She didn't set herself up like that. Okay. The truth on the conspiracy side is, yes, she shares a mod with Asmongold. That's true. She also shares a community with Asmongold. That's also true. But because she is seen as like an apolitical being overall, an apolitical content.
What is this? Izzy Mandia says from Turning Heads Away, USA. I just want to drink. I just want to drink my fish, catch my beer. I'm guessing, did Kid Rock mess up some lyrics? Are those broken Kid Rock's lyrics?
Content creator overall. Asmongold turns up the heat after Hassan Piker.
Okay, Lakari, Kelly Voicer X, you recognize this local. Lakari had his notepad opened with a list of questionable links. Damn.
Comment on the Emiru situation. These woke narratives need to ramp up. Wait, what? When did I even comment on the Emiru situation?
I haven't seen the Emiru apology stuff. I was going to talk about it because like Asmongold apparently, like Emiru got yelled at because woke is back.
We do have to do something about this. And
so he literally reacting to woke is back, right? You understand when Hassan says woke is back, it's you know, tongue and cheek. Obviously, you know, the things that Asmongold would consider woke are things that Hassan, you know, I don't know, you know, may endorse or may not endorse, right? But he just like took it seriously as if Hassan was like cheerleader for wokeness. And Asmongold is actually, sir, I'm on team anti-wokeness, and I think we really need to get serious of these. If they're saying woke is back, we got to wipe that woke smile off their face and just let them know. So head to my Discord and help me. You know, it's like he's just doing a call to action here for harassment. That's just what they sound like singing that tired transphobic song.
continue. Like, I think I might ramp up my hostility.
Go ahead, bitch. Go ahead. Ramp up your hostility. Suck my dick. Whoo!
Wait, maybe I don't know the song.
Him if you got him.
Here's what I was hoping for. And I'm not the first. I'm not. I've seen this take from other people. This is not an NCC exclusive, right? Mike is as reactive as it gets. I have to take him in a small dose when he's breaking down real news. I think that Turning Point USA would have had a successful concert had they licensed, which you could probably do very cheaply, the song "We Are Charlie Kirk" from Splexma. In fact, I don't even know if you can copyright AI slop. I don't even know if that's copyrightable, right? That's what people wanted. They wanted you to bring in all the MAGA people, JD Vance, Elon Musk, Erica Kirk. We know they all have beautiful voices, and have them finally do the AI Splexma "We Are Charlie Kirk" concert IRL, right? That would have cooked. That's what America wants. And instead they gave us like refried Kid Rock. Like, he did a song from the 90s, didn't he? I wonder what does Asmongold mean about ramping up? Oh, he means like we gotta ramp up the, I don't know, the is he gonna leave his house? Or no, well, you'll see in a second, right? He mentions a Discord, I think, or something on Twitter, maybe a Twitter group or something like that. Right? He is basically, you know, it sounds like he's organizing harassment is what he's doing. Yeah, he did his only song, Bawataba, or whatever.
Baby. Woo! Oh, yes. Go ahead. Go ahead, baby. Keep going. Oh, yeah, I'm gonna get the sweatiest losers to be even more sweaty.
Yeah, Trump didn't even watch TPUSA. Yeah, it's too embarrassing for him.
Bring it on.
I mean, like, look, there's so much with this, right? There are accusations of botting, and even with whatever botting happened, the Puppy Bowl, chat. I am told that the Puppy Bowl got better ratings than the TPUSA halftime show.
I've been dealing with this shit. For the record, they're pretending that it happened because her head mod said Hassanet. Yeah, her head mod, who apparently is Asmongold's moderator as well, from what I understand, was still calling me out. Even in that like inception of Emiru responding to her head mod.
Trump watched the Bad Bunny halftime show so he could get mad to the Spanish he didn't understand.
That created.
That is the one thing that W had over Trump is that Spanish skills.
This deal for her. Okay. The head mod was also still making a Kassan joke, it seems.
Force the people online that are pushing these
Rent-free.
woke narratives. I think we might need to ramp it up and be even more militant and aggressive at these people.
Bring it on. Suck my dick.
We do. I think we have to be a lot.
Y'all are both getting one guy I don't think anyone cares about.
I gotta say, right, there are right wingers who, if they were to say we need to get more militant, I'd be scared. You know, like the guy, the 3%er guy that Trump let out of jail, the Gen 6er guy, the guy with the eye patch. Yeah, like that would be scary. But somehow Asmongold saying this shit, it just doesn't hit the same way. Like I am not. I can't imagine any sort of like physically threatening movement coming out of Asmongold's chat. What I can imagine is, you know, internet harassment. That's it. These guys will go hard in the paint to, you know, send, you know, death threats and shit like that and try to scare somebody off the platform. But there's no way that this translates into anything IRL. He's talking about aggressiveness and militancy. He's got enough fans to be fearful. Many of them get well, okay, so let me just put it this way. Okay, online harassment can be worse than people realize. People think about, you know, it's just on, you know, what's cyberbullying? You just turn off your computer. No, it's not like that. And especially if you make your money on the internet, right? That's like saying just don't go to work. Is there a person harassing you? You know, beating your ass every time you go to work, then just don't go to work. And it's like, that would be fine, except I will starve. I would face starvation. I would literally not make enough money to be able to feed myself. And then, you know, any considerations furthermore for work down the road would just be kind of written off because I'd be dead and I'd be on it. You know what I mean? There's like physical, yeah, like you can't really argue with work is what I'm trying to say, chat. Work is dignified, and it you know, you need to like that. You don't get to live in this world without it, right? Oh my god. Anyway,
about this one, you're wrong because the
Fantano has a good video. Maybe we'll watch the Anthony Fantano. Anybody got the Denims link for me? That's the one I'm missing. I don't know where to find Denims fan channels anymore. Last Better Left Unsaid podcast, they show Denim's clip on Emiru. Well, I mean, maybe that might be the Better Left Unsaid. Better Left Unsaid. Okay.
The numbers actually disprove what you're saying. Even on Twitter, which is supposed to be a neo-Nazi shithole, there were thousands, hundreds of thousands of impressions on this shit. Okay, so you're absolutely wrong on this.
Lot more militant and aggressive at them. 100%. Because if you're not, they'll do it to you. I'll link you guys like one of our Twitter communities. If one of the mods wants to link the Twitter community, we have Roach Ranch.
He's literally talking.
Wait, is it called Roach Ranch? Is it literally called Roach Ranch? Does he really call his people the Better Left Unsaid podcast?
Talking about organizing harassment brigades. Yeah, you got normies making fun of Emiru because of this. Yeah, you're wrong. Asmon is starting to steal takes and words from both you and Mike now. I know. Mike from PA has been going hard on this, and you said 10 words and they come at you. Yeah, because once again, I am seen as like the beacon of woke for these people. I've talked oftentimes about, yeah, look, this person said this has no significance whatsoever. This has 41 million views, dude.
Okay, chat, I see what you're saying, and that might be a place to find it of last resort. However, I mean, I would rather not like cannibalize like other streamers. I don't know, live streams for it. And if you know, if this live streamer got it, certainly it must be findable. So we got a little while, chat. We got some content to watch. Hassan. This one goes on for a ways, as well as Mike's fully cooked, conspiracy laden version of events. We could see which one we agree with. Are we, you know, are we ready to, you know, take the jump with Mike and say, yeah, this is a conspiracy, this was an op, right? This was like designed by, you know, Asmongold's mod to, I don't know, do what, right? Are we gonna buy into Hassan's more measured response? We'll see, and I'll look for the Denims thing too. I know that Denims sometimes can really cook, so you know, I'm interested to see what she said about this particular issue.
Million.
Oh yeah, maybe it's on Twitter.
Views. Yeah. Oh, Asmongold goes, hey, we got to get more aggressive. What are you going to do about it? Oh, we have a Twitter harassment community. So just what you've been doing already. What you've been doing already. Keep up. Keep at it. I'll keep tanking that shit. Let me tell you something. I was tanking that shit when no one else would take a stand. You think now I'm scared? Are you kidding me? Yeah, they're getting flamed into oblivion right now. Emiru's getting flamed into oblivion. Emiru's face when she asked to comment on ICE killing random people and racially profiling Americans, but she's just a bebe who cosplays and is friends with a bunch of grifters. I don't have any issues with Emiru, okay? I don't have no issues with Emiru whatsoever. What the fuck is this? Cat detector? The truth comes out, okay? But let's be real. It is odd that she is like directly aligned with a bunch of these dickheads, right? It's weird because it was her head mod that asked her about ICE while attacking Hassan. Did she set this up with her head mod to open an attack on the left? They're coming after her when no one even asked. It's not my fault. All your close friends are Nazis. I don't think this is like a grand conspiracy, Michael from Pennsylvania. I think Ali Kitty, her head mod, was just basically making a joke. So what are your thoughts on ICE, Hassanet? It's so dumb. Like, what is a streamer saying ICE validated? It makes no sense. If a streamer saying ICE is not that consequential, then why do you guys mauled so much? Yeah, I think Hassanet is code for Cinna, right? They have to turn everything back to, they have to basically turn everything back to like something that, like, I taught people to hate ICE as though that's the reason why Cinna has an opinion on ICE. They're so stupid. Yes, they were making a joke about Cinna. The story starts with Cinna and all these other content creators that are now coming out, and Cinna has been there since day one. Let's be real. Talking about how, you know, ICE is ridiculous, abolish ICE, fuck ICE, all this stuff. Okay? Yes, I know her head mod is also Asmongold's mod. Pretty clear they were subtweeting Cinna in my view. Yes, they were doing that. Cinna was saying ICE, and her head mod, Emiru's head mod, was saying, you know, why is Cinna also known as Hassanet in this situation? Sean watched the VOD. The context that Emiru is going to China, so the joke was that Emmy is Hassanet. Oh, okay. Because she's going to China too. And by the way, what's crazy is like, she lived like Cinna has friends of all different backgrounds. Like she's done a pretty solid job, like overall. I don't, you know, yeah, she has like a lot of reactionary, very close friends that she has. She has a lot of reactionary, very close friends that are like insane, but like she lived with Bonnie, she lived with Cinna. You know what I mean? Like these are people who aren't bad people at all. These are people who are very kind people, very nice people. I'm not just talking about their politics, right? You're 4 days late to this drama discourse, so everyone on our side is conspiracied and schizoed out. They're speculating about our relationship now. What? Okay. It's a huge self-report. They cannot possibly form opinions without getting notes from someone else, so they assume Cinna or whoever is getting their notes from you. Yeah. Like, what is this? Who sent ICE Trump? Who sent Trump democracy? Go protest democracy. Well, people are actually protesting. Yeah, she's like you because she goes to China, bro. She's ethnically Chinese. What are they talking about? I know. So anyway, maybe the head mod was making a joke about like her going to China. And you know how she's turning into me or something, right? Whatever. But so what are your thoughts on ICE as a follow-up joke to this? Ends up getting her in a lot of trouble because she responds like this. And I'll be honest, like this is, you know, I saw some of this response. It's not very, it's a ridiculous response, okay? This take in and of itself is also like interesting because like there are a lot of people, because she has a shared audience with Asmongold
Do Not Worry or North Star Radio. Yeah, no, I mean I know that they had, so they watched the anyway, I found a short Denims clip of like, it was like 2 minutes on Twitter. The other thing I can do is just look at Denims on Twitch and see if maybe I can find it in one of the VODs.
Trades her all the time. They have a podcast together. A lot of her shared audience gets their notes from a political content creator. Like it or not, unfortunately, this is the grand design. And for me at least, I try to provide like some information for people. You know what I mean? I try to do like news coverage. I was with the DSA slate yesterday. I collaborate with people who I align with ideologically, from Zoran Mamdani all the way to congresspersons, right? Do any of that shit. He's just chirping like a reactionary mouthpiece, like a bot that's just like feeding into a machine, the most right-wing position that is palatable at the time. And his audience loves that shit.
I don't, like, what? Like, how am I gonna, I don't know, get help? Like, even, like, I don't know.
Let's see. Good Lord, I cannot take this streamer parasocial drama because I'm a productive assault. Sorry, Irene, I'll watch later. That's cool. I wasn't really that invested in the stream anyway. Good night, everybody. Hope to see you again soon. Okay, let's be real, chat. Everybody's got different kinds of content that they like to watch. Some people get overly focused on the parasocial element to the point where maybe they're losing track of the politics of the situation. And some people don't see or are unable to see the politics in the parasocial. The truth of the matter is the modern media environment operates with kind of a give and take of both of these things, right? So they're both part of the thing, right? So yeah, I totally understand the frustration of how somebody like Emiru, for instance, being a nice person, a hard to be angry at person, can kind of function as a fig leaf for an Asmongold or a Tectone, and sometimes you just want to like write it off. This is like all fake and theatrical, right? This isn't politics, but it kind of is. It kind of is when she's like, Ari did not kill the stream, chat. But look, it's a frustrating stream, maybe for some of you out there. It's also a frustrating stream for myself as well. And I think we can all agree that, I've got a little bit, just a little bit more at stake, just like my continued survival and such. It's like, just like I said, that you can't stop going to work. The whole idea of underplaying the effect of the kind of harassment that Asmongold and his roaches actually do, which is the harassment of other content creators and random people and marginalized people, right? Making it hard for them to stay on the platform. If you're a streamer, you can't exactly say, okay, well, I'm just going to turn off the computer because I don't want to be cyberbullied and it's all fake. And if I just don't pay attention, if you don't pay attention, you won't survive. Like, much like me if I don't stream. So let's get back to the stream. I was just teasing you a little bit. But there's some truth behind the humor too, right? Hopefully that's, I don't have to point between the lines to get you to see that, right? That this is a really frustrating thing for me to deal with too. And I'm doing the best for you that I can, just to kind of bring you a good stream that's going to be interesting enough to watch, but Also, you know, I haven't covered this for days and days and days because honestly, there's more important things than Emiru. You know, what's going on in Minneapolis and many other cities, what is going on, you know, in terms of the overall deportation system of this country that is, you know, ramping up, and they're building new concentration camps now. There's been a lot going on, and I've noticed that this was, you know, a thing. This Emiru thing was a controversy. I just hadn't really looked into it. I didn't really think it was anything I'd be interested in until I watched the Hassan video and realized, well, you know, it's kind of about ICE, and it's about the apolitical space and how that works, and what that ultimately does when we choose to professionally, you know, turn away from politics. Like what the overall effect of our actions of being apolitical in a pragmatic way, or in a way where you just don't want to deal with like confrontation. Like Emiru, right? In the past, maybe you could do that and go along to get along. If your content is not particularly political, right? You can, you know, benefit from not pissing off the right wing or the left wing. But we're coming into a time when there's a lot greater stakes to the conflict, right? And so, so it turns out it actually does mean something. The only thing I ever heard of Emiru was that clip of her answering. Yeah, that's what we're talking about, right? The ICE question. Via Hassan's stream, I concluded that she doesn't appear to know anything about it at all. She's kind of just served as you know, friend of Asmongold, right? And you know, it's kind of a crazy thing to be a friend of somebody that's actively, you know, targeting trans people and at the same time pretend to be an advocate for trans rights. For a while, this worked. As long as Emiru didn't say a political word, nobody really questioned it. And, you know, I do think she is somewhat drawn. She's some, like, what is the thumbnail says? Caught up, right? Like the thumbnail for today is caught up. She's caught up in Asmongold's world, because he is the person that she has decided to, you know, collaborate with, right? He decided to, you know, share her audience with. And for that reason, right, she can't say the very easy and obvious thing that most people would say that would get her out of the situation. Oh my god. Well, let's, yeah, I'm trying to turn this off, but yeah, I hope, I aim to please, chat. I'll do as much as I can. We're at 6 out of 100 on in terms of the bonus content goal. And look, I know I started kind of late tonight. I always make a calculation, you know, is it going to be, you know, worth it? It's always worth it to me to be there for whoever's watching and to, you know, offer you know, entertainment and some edification, hopefully, to those people. But in terms of it being, you know, financially viable, you know, it's questionable. And generally I answer that question by saying I should get a good night's sleep and wake up earlier the next day. And usually that ends up with me having too many things to do in the morning in order to get on stream early and still not having a very good stream. So I don't know how to get out of this situation right now, but it's fucking looking dire, okay? It's looking dire. This is yeah, I'm gonna do the best I can for you. I'm gonna cover as much as I can, you know, considering that, you know, it's you know, I don't know if I'm even on the Thai minimum wage here, but I find this stuff interesting, and I have neglected to cover it. So, you know, if I have to cover it, you know, for next to nothing tonight, I guess that's just my karma. And that's the music. That's not the karma. I'm trying to get to the actual content. Let's put the content back on and get this, you know, get this train going once again. And again, chat, I'll ride with you as long as I can. If it gets absurd, if it gets ridiculous, I'm out. I'm not a fucking, you know.
Like this, I'll be honest, this to me reveals that like she knows where her bread is buttered. Like she knows that like a big chunk of her audience is
fuck.
racist chuds.
This was the whole point. This was the whole point.
Into a machine. Congress say slate yet. grand design. And for me at least, I try to provide like some information for people. You know what I mean? I try to do like news coverage. I was with the DSA slate yesterday. I collaborate with you know, people who I align with ideologically, from, you know, Zoran Mamdani all the way to congresspersons, right? Do any of that shit. He's just chirping like a reactionary mouthpiece, like a bot that's just like feeding into a machine, the most right-wing position that is palatable at the time. And his audience loves that shit.
I don't, like, what? Like, how am I gonna?
Oh God, fucking shit. She's got Daft Punk on, chat. So I'm gonna get fucking demonetized on top of everything else. That's wonderful.
I don't know. Get help. Like, even like.
Okay, I don't want to say I hate Twitch streamers, because I don't. There's a lot of Twitch streamers that I definitively don't hate. I don't want to cast that, like, I don't want to paint with that broad of a brush. I am not jealous so much as like annoyed by the fact that Twitch streamers are just like, yeah, let's put some Daft Punk on. I don't know, maybe we license it. I don't know, maybe we're doing so good we're licensing Daft Punk, chat.
Like, I don't know.
I mean, it is a good chance. I have seen streamers try to use this kind of thing to avoid people covering their clips. Literally, like, you know, talking over copyrighted music, right? As a disincentive. In other words, if you cover, you know, my clip, like you're gonna get demonetized, right? So don't cover it.
Like this.
Canadid super chatted $5. Thank you for your service, 07.
Thank you for your service, 05. Tanner, dude, man. Yeah. Fuck ice, says Crotchy. Let's put that up there. Oh my God.
I'll be honest, this to me reveals that like she knows.
Yeah, wouldn't that be ironic if the thing that killed the stream was just getting out of the country and like flipping time zones?
Knows where her bread is buttered. Like she knows that like a big chunk of her audience is a bunch of racist chuds. And that's precisely the reason why she's trying to like not come out with a statement and is instead tackling the question itself by being like, why are you asking me? I'm just a content creator.
I don't know what that is, Allie. I genuinely have no idea what that is. I don't know what you're talking about.
What is your opinion on ICE? She doesn't know what that is. I don't know what you're talking about.
What is Hassanette?
Oh my God, I would love it, man, with long last name if the you know, replacement for the actual song was something that YouTube actually abided by. It's here it is, right? That, yeah, technically that's true. If we go to court, I could say there's no way that this could be a market replacement because I'm talking over it, Hassan's talking over it, Emiru's talking over it. Anybody who wants to hear Daft Punk is just going to put the fucking music on Spotify. Obviously, we're not, you know, a market replacement here, right? It's most obvious thing in the world, but the process doesn't work like that. The process works that if their content, like if something alerts them that their content appears in a YouTube video, right? They automatically hit the button, copyright claim, right? And so then I've got the option do I want to dispute this? I can dispute it and say, there's no way that could act as a market replacement, right? That's, you know, somebody's going to want to listen to Daft Punk. They're not going to want to listen to my stream. That's crazy, right? And, you know, that might be convincing enough for them to take their, you know, hand off me and say, all right, they've got a month then, right? To decide, okay, are we going to let you go? Or are we going to say, nope, we're still disputing this. We still want that money, right? If they say they still want that money, then it's kind of, in fact, I think to even dispute it, I got to send like my name and my information. And from there, right, I guess it could, like, you know, you could take it to court, but it's ultimately up to them as far as whether they're going to. So basically, while, yeah, we would have a claim for affirmative defense, that claim doesn't really get exercised until you take it to court. And taking it to court, yeah, I'm going to see if I can find a lawyer that'll take $12 as a retainer fee. That could be reasonable.
Question, because it was planned. You guys are sometimes.
Wait, did I misread something?
Things are not as complex.
Oh, 07 is like a I see, it's a salute. It's a salute. I didn't get that. Okay. I thought it was like a James Bond thing. Like, thank you for your service 007. I don't know. Is there a James Bond moment where somebody thanks for service?
Dude, why was she quite literally planned to get ass blasted up and down the timeline for a week and a half or however long this has been going on for? I'm not trying to make some grand conspiracy. It's just the idea that you collab with Tectone and Asmongold for years, back up Ethan Klein lawsuits, and then say that in the context of Asmon saying anyone speaking out loud should be harassed. Like, come on already. No, the conspiracy in and of itself is not as deep. I don't think Emiru set herself up. You guys are being crazy. Why would she set herself up to get destroyed? If anything, because she is linked up with Asmongold and knows that her fan base also has, Asmongoldian warriors in it, she probably wants to avoid ever talking about that. Okay? God damn. She doesn't want to talk about this stuff because she knows it will offend her audience, her right-wing audience, her chud audience is not going to like it. She didn't set herself up like that. Okay? The truth on the conspiracy side is, yes, she shares a mod with Asmongold. That's true. She also shares a community with Asmongold. That's also true. But because she is seen as like an apolitical being overall, an apolitical content creator overall, you were mentioned like 10 minutes earlier about being famous in China on Bilibili. I'm in the camp. It's a reference to that. Yeah, that probably is the reason. Like, oh, what's next? You're going to fucking give us your take on ICE? Like, that's what the joking reference was. What are you, Hassan? Okay. But it wasn't planned. I don't think this was like a planned thing. Yes, I just read Sean's message, and I agree with what Sean is saying, who I assume went through the entire VOD.
If you need a streamer who doesn't even know anything about politics to tell you about politics.
Make no mistake, I'm not even agreeing with her sentiment here. I'm telling you what the actual reason is.
Yeah, and I agree. I don't think we can assume, like, right, as far as, saying that she's pro-ICE or anything, like, I haven't seen anything to indicate that, right? What you can say is that she's not showing any sort of courage in terms of if she is, if she does believe that what ICE is doing is actually wrong in distancing herself from people that are supporting ICE, or B, taking any kind of stand. Because just like Hassan said, she's got an audience that's at least half chud, and it would be a financial hit were they to see her in a like woke context, right? At all. Were they to see her as an opponent of Donald Trump and ICE and deportation, were they to see her as being pro-immigrant rights, that would cost her dearly, right? And that's what I can see now. Mike's taken it 1 degree further, where he's got a whole theory where they're playing like 3-dimensional chess, and this blowback that hit Hassan. And do you understand how this works, chat? Because I'm not sure if it's totally clear. This is kind of like a bank shot that's like in pool, a bank shot, it bounces off the side of the pool table. But it's bank shot logic that's getting us to the idea that she is that somehow the mod thought that it would be a way to, like, they calculated that she would say something about ICE, it would get a reaction from Twitter. The chuds would see her as a victim because she's being attacked by the woke, and then that would all blow back on Hassan, which it kind of has. It kind of has. But did the mod or Asmongold, or you know what I mean? Like, this isn't exactly the brain trusts over here. Mike seems to be thinking that, that they're operating on they're playing like, 5th dimensional chess. And I don't even know if they're playing like Parcheesi. Chat, is Parcheesi an easy game?
Okay. The actual reason for why she's saying this is because
I don't know if they're even playing Uno.
She doesn't want to fucking offend the sensibilities of her right-wing audience that she shares with.
So here's a longer, wait, what is this? Okay, do I read it backwards? I think so. Arslers be thinking you're Hassan. Some schizo was spamming my DMs saying Nick is in the files. Nick who? Nick Fuentes? I was like, good for you, dude. Wait, what? I don't know. Is there a Nick on Twitch that Alley Cat could be talking about? 1 million views in China is like 10K in the US. She doesn't read YouTube chats, by the way. So what are your okay, yeah, what is your thoughts on Ice Hassanat? Okay, so this is all the 6th of February. Yeah, Emiru says something that the mod, at least the Hassan's explanation is this mod is reacting to that by saying, "Hey, you kind of sound like Hassan there. You know, are you Hassan?" And then a emoji. I think it's a minion of some kind. I can't tell. Then she says, "I'm so dumb." There's another. Or, it's so dumb. There's another emoji. Like, what does a streamer saying "fuck ice" validate? It makes no sense. 99% people of hating on her don't even watch her streams. Wait, that's wild. Okay, I don't get it. The offending statement ostensibly came after. So, what are your thoughts on Ice Hassanat? Right, that happens at 2:50, 2:25, and then 2:27. But or sorry, by the time we get to 2:28, all right. So 3 minutes later, we've got 99% of people hating on her for that. Don't even watch her streams. Are we talking about Emiru? Right? Did the clip get made and like blow up in like a minute? Is that like I'm trying to understand the time frame that we're getting here. This is all on the same day, all within like I don't know, it's all within like 15 minutes.
Asmongold. 99% of the people hating on her don't even watch her streams. It makes no sense. Like, what is the streamer saying? Fuck Ice validate. It's so dumb. So what are your thoughts on Ice Hassanat?
Did I read it backwards somehow? 14, yeah, 28, 14, 27. Yeah, no, he's reading it backwards. He's reading it backwards, chat. You read it up to down. Just like you would on Twitch chat.
Emiru, and then the microphone thing. The catalyst for all this was actually Emiru complaining about people talking about how she'd never talk about anything political, not even the Epstein files or in other streamers' chats, which then prompted the Hassan comp comparison by her head mod, which they then 12 minutes later brought back.
Which they brought back? Prompted the Hassan comparison. They brought it back 12 minutes later. Yeah, this is about 15 minutes here. Retards. Oh, wait, yeah. Wait, okay. So yeah, first compares Emiru to Hassan, jokingly, of course, at 2:13. Yeah. So basically, yeah, in the 12 minutes between here and here, where right here 25 is where it gets brought back. So yeah, they're talking about how she's not political, right? Even on stuff that everybody's talking about. Yeah, which is kind of where it gets dicey. This is what I'm trying to, if I can drive home anything, right? It is that apolitical, strategy as a pragmatic way of, retaining, just not getting your audience segmented, not having to choose a side, not like losing half of your potential viewers by giving yourself a political valence, right? This only works when the issues are much less important to American people. When you've got an issue like Epstein, which reveals not just the president, but the entirety of the upper echelon of our economy are either in bed with pedophiles, protecting pedophiles, or actually pedophiles themselves, right? People, it's kind of like you can't be like, well, I don't know about all that. I mean, maybe Epstein, you know what I mean? Maybe the people in the Epstein files were just, there for his tax advice. I don't know. Maybe he's just a really funny guy to talk to, chat with on Gmail. you can't really be apolitical about Epstein. I think that's where this came from. And so people are noticing that, yeah, her whole strategy, her whole content strategy is kind of failing here. Same thing with ICE, right? I mean, it's not universal. There still are, a good portion of Trump supporters support ICE, maybe even think that Trump hasn't gone hard enough, right? But they're just such a small percentage of the total population that it's almost like you got to say, which side you're on, right? Or make some kind of like the least you could get away with would be saying, United States is a country of laws, and those laws include the laws of the border, and it is understandable for Americans to be concerned with that. However, right, the violation should not like prompt the violation of all of the rights that we hold dear and that make us Americans, right? Speaking from like a PR point of view, that is probably the least you could get away with. And even then, you're going to get shit for sounding like you are on the fence, because you kind of are there. That's kind of an on the fence statement. But yeah, it becomes less and less viable, right? And that's what Emiru's dealing with, and the fact that she's kind of built her, following with needing to keep the chuds happy, but also not to be perceived as one of them. It just becomes like unviable. It's like the floor is disappearing in a Mario level, and underneath is lava. That's what she's experiencing right now.
Schizo was spamming my DM saying Nick is in the files, and I was like, good for you, dude. Our words be thinking you're Hassan. Yeah, well, what a lot of people don't understand is like, I am seen as like, for a lot of these people, they have no understanding of politics. They have no understanding of like, why people are voting for.
I got a little wrapped up in the rant there, but thank you, Crotchy, for the gifted membership and for the member chat.
Whoever, they just think about it in terms of personality. Many of you have a hard time comprehending this because you're a little bit better versed in the field of politics, because I try to educate you on things that are, far beyond myself and my own personal fancy. Okay. If you think in terms of drama only when you talk about politics, everything goes back to people like myself. Because I happen to be the largest left-wing content creator in North America, everything is me.
Okay, do you see what's being said here, chat? If this was just like navel gazing on like streamers' egos and personalities, I wouldn't be watching it. I wouldn't be interested in it, right? I'm not here to fucking, be on Team Hassan or glaze him up or talk about how great he is or anything. But I think he's making an important point here, and I don't think it's coming from his ego, right? You saw in those mod chats, the chats from Emiru and Asmongold's mod, that any sort of expression of progressive, woke, or empathetic values gets you immediately compared to Hassan. So understand what parasocial, what the parasocial dynamic is doing here, right? It is turning Hassan into a symbol, right? Into a label. And if you're labeled with that Hassan, it's like saying you're too woke. Basically, that's how they're using it. That's how slop tubers use it in general, and that's why slop tubers concentrate so much on Hassan, right? You could say, whatever disagreement you have with Hassan, you could make a video about that just on the issue itself, or on another streamer, or by somebody closer to your own size or something. But you don't get nearly the views that you do when it's about Hassan, and your main thing is like, hey, listen, this guy that you already hate, this guy that you already think is the devil, I'm going to tell you some other bad shit about him too. And you're going to like me because we're both negatively polarized against this Hassan guy. And then it becomes confusing, right? Are you against his views? Are you against his politics? Are you against his personality, right? It all kind of gets mixed up in there. And this is what it's going to be like going forward, chat. This is my prediction, is that we're seeing what the parasocial dynamic does in politics. I think it's important to pay attention to, right? I think I can't, if I were to try to give you a version or an explanation or a working model of politics that was more geared to, I don't know, the old world, I think I'd be doing you a disservice. I don't think that shit holds up. I think that a lot of democratic like a lot of Democratic operatives kind of use that stuff, but that's why we see them failing, right? People who adapt are people who are aware of the parasocial power of a reality show host as a presidential candidate, right? And I think it's also, true for Hassan. He becomes a symbol, rather than being like, certainly like an individual personality, or even accurately representing like, his viewpoints, because a lot of the wokeness that's attributed to Hassan by, Asmongold and Emiru and these kind of like slop tube like slop tubers, a lot of that it is not it's not beliefs Hassan actually holds. Hassan is actually kind of anti-woke. Hassan loves to call people medically stupid because he really wants to call them the R-slur, but he won't go that far, right? So he's not exactly Mr. Woke. If you actually know, who we're talking about, sometimes I feel like Hassan kind of knee jerks away from what is perceived as wokeness, and like I don't actually regard that as being strong. I regard that as almost being a weakness, right? They're gonna call you the blue-haired SJW no matter what, right? You might as well rock the the blue wig and the sparkles, the glitter, right? Because they're gonna put it on you either way. But yeah, it's just like he has a natural, almost cultural like aversion to that shit too. So they're having him symbolize stuff that he doesn't actually believe in or like or espouse, because it's just he becomes shorthand. He becomes a symbol. Just the way that the letter A, symbolizes the sound ah, right? Like Hassan, comes to symbolize this like kind of busted idea of what wokeness is. Nick Shirley. Oh, that's probably, you're right, Joshua Keller. That's a callback from earlier, but yeah, the Nick they're talking about, the mod is talking about, might be Nick Shirley. Yeah, it's not a major criticism. Obviously, there's a lot worse than Hassan out there. I do feel like, he's a little bit still operating under that negative stereotype threat of wokeness, which is whatever. But I'm just saying that because it's ironic that they make him the shorthand for a wokeness, right? He always jokes about woke 2.0, and you now hear him use the word woke with a positive meaning from time to time. But in terms of the wokeness that they're talking about, this is not something that Hassan really believes in, and yet now his name is associated with it, is shorthanded for it. And so yeah, it just kind of you can't treat politics the way that we've been treating it. This is something new. This is something different, and we're going to have to deal with it. We're going to have to deal with not only politics, but the politics of personality. I feel like there's probably some parallel. I don't want to belabor this point too much, right? But there's probably some parallel in the French Revolution. If you look at what happened in the French Revolution, there were a series of popular figures that came along and exerted some kind of a leadership role in the revolution, and often were iced out by larger political forces in the Jacobin Party, and eventually put to death by guillotine themselves, right? But these names like Danton, right, and Marat, they held a certain kind of cultural cachet, and I would almost say like I don't know how to explain it. Maybe an archetypal, maybe a mythic cachet is a better way to look at it. But we're talking about leadership. We're talking about leaders. We're talking about personality. This isn't exactly a new thing. I just think it's operating in a fundamentally different way. And rather than see it as being vapid and endemic of the broken politics of today, I think we got to study it, right? What is it in Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, right? Let me see if I can find this. I think I got the perfect quote. And loathing, huge snake in the sky. There's a big machine in the sky, some kind of, I don't know, electric snake coming straight at us. This says Raul Duke, and his attorney says, "Shoot it." That's what it feels like, chat. It feels like there's a big machine in the sky, some kind of electric. Sorry, I can't talk. Some kind of, I don't know, electric snake. It's coming straight at us. Yeah. Unfortunately, it is, chat. Unfortunately, it is. Let us proceed though. So yeah, we got a Sean video. I got a Denims clip for you. It's like a minute and 30 seconds. Did Denims like respond at length? Does anybody know? Or was it just a, you know, she looks at it, she says a couple things, then she moves on? Because I did find a short clip of Denims. We have Sean, and then we have another video. We have the fully cooked conspiracy theory from Mike from PA, which could be fun. Anyway, let's take a look at what Hassan's got. We'll see how long we can ride this stream, chat. We're at 16 out of 100 now. Not exactly bode well for bonus content, but you know, whisper of a dream, chat. Whisper of a dream. We are 2 out of 10 in the butterfly goal, which actually ends in 12 minutes. So sad, I guess. And then we're at wait, I think I need to change this. I think this was supposed to say 18 out of 100. Huh. On the bonus goal. Remember, this number only goes forward, and I only keep streaming if we feed it with super chats, super stickers, if people get memberships, gift memberships, support on Throne, support on Patreon, or support on Twitch. Otherwise, it's been nice.
I've seen this. I've seen this with Ethan Klein's fan base as well. Ethan Klein's fan base will hear a politician literally say something about Palestine and go, "Oh, this guy's been brainwashed by Hassan." They'll hear Sam Cedar, a person 20 years my senior, who has been doing this for almost as long as I've been alive, say something that resembles my worldview, my opinion.
So you get the absurdity of that is obviously the influence runs the other way. Sam Cedar influenced Hassan, not Hassan influencing Sam Cedar. And yet when Hassan becomes the biggest left-wing content creator in the space, then he becomes shorthand for the opinions that Sam Cedar is espousing. So now we're defining Sam Cedar with Hassan and not the other way around.
And assume that I brainwashed Sam Cedar.
It was short?
You can
Okay.
only arrive at that position if you have no comprehension of ideology, you have no comprehension of
no, chat. I mean, I don't know what I'm going to need to do, right? I am thinking now of, like, I don't know, going nocturnal, drinking blood, perhaps, in order to stay up all night and do night streams, which would be day streams. I don't know. That's
that your only understanding of the
this is not viable, like, going forward,
your only
right?
understanding of politics revolves around content creators and personalities. Okay, it's a direct demonstration of this stupidity. I think a lot of you guys don't recognize exactly how stupid these people are. Like, this person, Alley Kitty, legitimately thinks anything politics related is Hassan. Anything left politics related is Hassan. Anything right politics related is Asmongold. I don't understand why people are treating this as any different than the phenomenon we've seen forever with celebs. An internet personalized being terrified to talk about anything remotely controversial and political. Yeah, it's cowardly, but this is hardly anything new or shocking. I agree. The only reason why it's you know, having a lot of impact in this space is because streamers are endlessly accessible. Okay, that's why. And people develop.
This is the graveyard ship. Should I just fucking end it all right now, Crotchy?
Social relationships that can go in either direction, either tremendous amounts of love or tremendous amounts of hatred, and it can flip instantaneously. And that's the reason why. For some reason, it's accepted to see right-wing takes as casual, but you can't say anything leftist because then you're political. Exactly. So the reason why I think the reason why Emiru doesn't want to say anything here is because she doesn't want to fucking offend the sensibilities of her audience. They used to call Bruce Hassan anytime he disagreed with Kai or rage about saying the R word, or even over the fact that he would ban transphobic chatters. Your name.
So now we're talking about Kai Cenat here, who is, I don't know if Kai is still the biggest streamer, but for a while he was incredibly influential, incredibly powerful streamer, innovative streamer, somebody who, you know, did different, I don't know, right? I would say that it seems like iShow's speed is kind of superseded Kai, you know, in terms of like being the biggest, most influential streamer. But then again, maybe that's just my world. Maybe I just see more of Kai. It's hard to tell, but yeah, or sorry, we see more of Speed than Kai. But yeah, so I mean, and Kai, I think as Kai is kind of an apolitical streamer. There was a call for Kai to bring on Kamala Harris, and his team was not interested in that, right? It didn't seem like a good idea for them. You said shift, not ship. Anyway, let's not be too what is the word? Eschatological. Kai Cenat did some weird transphobic stunts that played into negative stereotypes. Yeah, that's what I was about to get to, is that Kai is like, apolitical, just because that's not what he talks about. But the culture of the place, yeah, if you're gonna take somebody that is like, yeah, when I hear somebody be transphobic in chat, I'm banning them and be like, whoa, that's incredibly woke. Whoa, what the fuck, Bruce? That's ridiculous. Like, this is Bruce Drop 'em Off, a friend of Kai's, somebody that's I think on the stream, and a fellow streamer in his own right. Right. When somebody like that gets compared to Hassan, and Hassan is like code word for like ultra woke, that doesn't say good things about Kai's community. Let's just put it that way, right?
Has always been used as a negative comparison when other streamers act in moral ways. I know, because they see me as the representation of.
If you become a vampire, it could be a graveyard shit. Well, see, that would be the graveyard for me. I don't know. Like, that's spooky, right? If I stay streaming, like in the middle of the night, my stream dies, and well, I probably do end up dying. Yeah, as a knock on. Like, or not that. I just mean like my material conditions degrade. I'm sorry, Chad. I'm not trying to be like super histrionic about this. I'm not trying to be, I'm not trying to catastrophize here, right? I'm just saying that it's not a point in my favor, right? It's not a like, right? But like if I keep streaming in the middle of the night for the US, then the stream dies. If I start staying up all night to stream in the daytime for the US, but it's the nighttime for Thailand, then maybe I die. I don't know. Or turn into a vampire, or
that is like virtue signaling. Everything that is objectively virtuous, like caring about, like having an empathetic worldview, caring about.
There's probably some chat. There's got to be like a middle of the road, kind of like way to take this, where I'm not being ridiculous and going nocturnal, but I am finding a way to, make the most of the window when I'm awake and when you're awake. That's the smart thing to do, right? We can figure it out, chat. Strange how Kai Cenat retired after Eric Adams. What? I didn't know that about Kai. I seriously, I have not been paying attention to Kai at all. Start streaming for a new Thai audience. I think my Thai needs to improve first. Man with the long last name. The only stream I could offer a Thai audience right now would be learning English by chance.
Communities, but because they see.
Wait, biphasic streaming, hermit horologist, is this real? Is this a thing that's good for you? That sounds really bad for you, but maybe you know something I don't know. Like, maybe weasels are made to enjoy biphasic sleeping. They're not quite nocturnal, but they're not quite dayturnal either. And maybe that weasels have a special way of sleeping. Learn Chinese to become a Bilibili streamer. I should. Bilibili sounds like fun.
Everything that is a representation.
Well, that's the thing, is that like, yeah, there'd be a lot less people wanting to learn English in China. Actually, Thailand, there's a very low rate of English here, so there are a lot of potential clients. Not true. You could just also rag on
that as like a demonstration of Hassan. This is the outcome of that.
I could just learn to say two words. Yeah, man with a long last name. I could learn to say Israel and bad, and just I could repeat that
idiotic way of seeing the world. But it's also doubly it's doubly controversial because Emiru is a close associate of Asmongold until
Joshua Keller, I liked when you were starting at 9 p.m. Central Time, which is what 10 a.m. where I am. Yeah, that makes sense. Central Time is like Chicago, right? See, like, look, here's the deal. That shit is possible, but it's kind of like when I stream, I've got to have stuff prepared. I've got to have food, drink, you know, everything to take care of myself for the next like few hours. And if I start off at 10 a.m., not only do I not know what the major stories are and stuff, but I also like don't have. But yeah, there should be a way to get past that. Like, I mean, ideally, I don't know. Like, if you know, I had, you know, all that taken care of the night before. All I know about Kai Cenat is he's friends with Eric Adams' son. Damn.
recently, and I don't even know if she actually spoke out about it with Lakari and also Tectone. Okay, like I don't think she is personally like a bad person at all. I think she's a very kind person. She's a very nice person. I think like part of the reason why she doesn't want to speak about that is the same reason why many of my friends for the past 2 years and even to this day don't ever fucking say a peep about Israel, or even if they say free Palestine, they won't get into the drama of it.
Man with long name, how are you surviving in Thailand if not many people know English and you don't know Thai? I know a Nit Noi Thai. I know a Nit Noi. I can speak a Nit Noi. Yeah, I mean, like, I know some words, I'm just not fluent with it, is, I guess, what I'm trying to say. Nit Noi means a little bit in Thai.
It all, like...
But yeah, the other thing is, you know, there's this great function on your phone that it can translate for you, right? That, you know, you can turn on your phone and speak into it, and it'll, you know, translate into Thai, not perfectly. If a Thai person speaks into it, it'll translate into English, not perfectly, and you can kind of get by. But you're right. If you think that, like, you know, having yeah, a language that's hard to learn for English speakers, and also English, I think, is hard to learn for Thai speakers, right? I think they're just like very different languages. And so, you know, it gives you a situation where a lot of things may end up mistranslated, right? The funniest example of this, chat, that I ran into was when I got to the hotel and I looked at the bathroom. There was a sign, a big sign over the toilets that says, "Don't flush any, you know, tampons or pads or paper towels," right? And I'm good with that. I'm like, okay, I will remember not to flush anything that's not, you know, because I know sometimes people flush crazy stuff down the toilet, right? I've seen people wrap up baby diapers and try to flush the diaper. Like, how do you think that's getting through the toilet, right? That's just irresponsible. But you know, I'm not irresponsible. I'm not going to flush anything crazy down and then I say paper towels. Okay, so don't like clean something and then, right? So paper towel in American English, right? It means a particular thing. It's not toilet paper. It's thicker than toilet paper, and it's used for cleaning, and it comes in bigger blocks than toilet paper, right? So they're very distinct things, but I think that the translation for tissue paper in Thailand is like the same thing for toilet paper, right? And so like the one thing that they really were probably trying to get across, don't flush your toilet paper because it's a different sewage system. It sounds like a bad thing, but it's a good thing. Thai toilets come with bidets, so you can clean yourself quite easily. And then afterwards, you just use the paper to, you know, kind of dry yourself off a little bit, and then you throw the paper away instead of flushing it down the toilet. It's a different thing, but it's, don't tell me you flushed toilet paper. No, but my friend did. Thai is a tonal language. English is not. Yeah. Yet the logic is different in the language. I don't know. I'm not finding it as difficult as wow. I'm getting a tired of streaming to zero ad in the chat. Chat, we're not streaming to zero. Please say something in chat to convince the fucking vultures that I am not streaming to zero. Jesus Christ, chat. Jesus fucking Christ. Also, don't advertise. Kai is working on his fashion brand for now, apparently, since last. Okay, so he's just taking off of. I get it. That makes sense. No, there's these kind of like chat bots that come into Twitch chat and they like try to get you to buy viewers, right? They're trying to get you to buy bots. It's like some Russian site. Is this the one that Asmongold uses? Maybe I don't know. But it's depressing because it says tired of streaming to zero, and we're obviously not streaming to zero. We're obviously not streaming to zero. But it sounds like they're trying to dunk on me, right? You know, and obviously they're trying to use that to exploit people's ego when it comes to streaming by like, are you you don't have many people in your chat. Would you like to buy some viewers, please? Yes, could I buy some viewers?
They see fucking Asmongold calling every Muslim pro-Palestinian content creator a fucking terrorist on a daily basis. You think they don't realize that that's like unimaginably racist? They do. They just don't want to offend.
What? $19.99 for okay, that's crazy. People pay that much?
And the sensibilities of their audience, and they don't want to invoke the wrath of hell from a legion of Asmongold fans who will go and harass them. This
Thai language sounds hard. Look, it's not. I don't know. I don't know what's hard about Thai language. The sounds, right? Here's what's hard about Thai language, right? It's that you got when I talk with an inflection in my voice, it conveys emotion, right? I am scared. I am happy. I am excited. I am surprised, right? That's what I use, like my tone, like how high or low in regards to the other words, like my words are. In Thai, it's different, right? It conveys meaning. It's the difference between saying like, you know, like I think there's a word that you could either say like sugar daddy or throw or your actual dad, depending on the inflection that you use on it, right? So if you ever put any inflection on in Thai to try to express your feelings, which is a very natural thing to do, a very difficult thing to disabuse oneself from, you are going to be conveying meaning that you do not understand, right? You're going to be changing the meaning of your words and possibly saying something very hilarious. I assume every viewer of every stream is a bot, including myself. I mean,
is why those harassment campaigns work very effectively. Okay? It stigmatizes empathetic positions. It turns it into a position that is not often heard. Something that I talked about.
No, I got to put like quarters in all the chatters to get them to keep chatting. That's how it works.
Quite a bit. Okay? There is a reason why Ludwig, for example, my coworker Ludwig, was afraid of putting his name out there and associating with a pro-Palestinian charity in the early.
And I also got to watch myself as far as interpreting a attitude or a emotion from Thai speakers based on their inflections. Some phrases in Thai, it sounds like, if you start reading it with like American inflection, you'll think that they're like, I don't know, copying an attitude or something. Ludwig is such a, there we go, chat. I'll just pay people in Thailand to watch my stream. No, that's not the problem. It's not a problem of viewership. It's not a problem of anything like that. It's a problem of like time and time zones and the fact that I am up almost like, literally 12 hours off from you. If you're in the Eastern time zone, right? If you're in New York or, anywhere on the East Coast, right? I am literally like, when it's midnight for you, it's lunchtime for me. When it is midnight for me, it is noon for you. When it's 4 p.m. for you, it's 4 a.m. for me. That's what's crazy.
Early days of Israel.
Where's my quarter? I feel like I should give them to you like in Spirited Away. And then you could carry them away like those little dudes that the little dudes. Don't they pick stuff up and carry it away?
Israel's genocide in Gaza. Since then, 2 years after the fact, Ludwig has done his own personal Palestinian fundraisers, right? Because the environment dramatically shifted. The environment dramatically shifted And if your bread and butter comes from sponsorships that you get, yeah, you're going to fucking play ball with them. You're going to say, yeah, Hassan is.
You're nocturnal, so it's perfect. Well, listen, here's the deal. Okay, for any of you that like enjoy watching me on these hours, I'm not gonna fucking burn you. Okay, like I'm not just gonna like leave. Like I am thinking the more rational response is just to tweak the streaming time a little bit, right? Rather than completely going like sleeping in the day and streaming at the night. I feel like I could just like if I could just wake up, roll out of bed. Here's an idea, chat. How would you like this? If my stream started in the afternoon, US time, sort of afternoon Pacific time, evening on the East Coast, and but it starts and I'm like, I would have to be, I don't know, I'd have to like order food or something like on stream, I think, to make this work. Right, it'd be a little bit more like Hasanabi. Do you like Hasanabi? Disappearing to go get food, like in addition to disappearing every time I have to pee. I love to chill in a Russian hot bath, like Spirited Away Monster. Yeah, that would be. I wouldn't even care that much if the bath was dirty. I mean, maybe I would. It just doesn't seem like that big of a deal.
Is blacklisted from AT&T events. Nothing we can do about it. Okay? It is what it is. Sometimes you have to play ball. They have to play ball. I have to play ball. It is what it is. They don't want the fucking smoke. But now the environment is shifting back. Now people are
stream at all hours, sleep on stream, eat on stream, pee and poop on stream. Yeah, take my microphone with me.
More open about their worldview. They're unafraid. They are unafraid to say how
that's what I need. I need a pet that cooks me food.
They feel. Because it's gotten to a point, it's reached a boiling point where these guys were unchecked for the longest time, and they would basically identify any kind of fucking empathetic position as a bridge too far and immediately fucking deliver the wrath of hell upon anyone that dares say, I don't know about this Trump stuff, guys. It got so crazy that people are just like spamming the N-word, being Nazis, sig heiling and open in broad daylight that,
America's bathhouse tech is so behind the hell. Davy, our bathroom tech is a way. Do you know that people, I mean, I'm sure you know this, right? People in other countries are aware that many Americans walk around with doo-doo butt with a little flake of like toilet paper, right? Wait, what can be a member's perk? Doo-doo butt? Oh, I don't think that's much of a perk at all, right? But yeah, like the Americans are famous for their dirty butts. And like the rest of the world, they don't deal with it. And yeah, sure, in Thailand, does it mean that you gotta throw away your toilet paper? But yeah, it does. But it also means you have less toilet paper. My pets woke me up at 4:30 a.m. to say, Mom, I threw up. That's a very pet thing to do.
People said enough is enough. We don't want this. And now woke is returning.
And 4:30 is such a horrible time to wake up too, because it's like if you wake up at 3 o'clock in the morning, then you can probably get right back to sleep and like right, you'll get more sleep. You'll get a lot more sleep, right? But you wake up at 4:30 in the morning, and especially if you have to take care of anything, now it's 5. Are you really going to be able to get back to sleep for like, I don't know, an hour and a half longer? Maybe not. I don't know.
And that's precisely the reason why a lot of people, luckily, are now finding the courage to say those things. People like Asmongold can consistently repeat this notion that like they will punish anyone that speaks out, but it's going to get
the U.S. was actually on the bathhouse game in the late 1800s and early 19. Was it the immigration that actually upped the bathhouse game? Is that what's... Because it feels like, people always talk about immigrant communities being, what is it, sequestered? What is the word that they'll use when like immigrant communities don't assimilate as much as like racists would like? I can't remember. There's like a word for this, right? But I honestly think it's the other way. I honestly think there's cool cultures like coming into the United States through immigration, and like just vast majority of Americans pay no attention to the cool shit that's being brought in that maybe they might like to consider or adopt, right? You'd think that like maybe the things that make sense, you know, from another culture would you know, be able to be like I feel like yeah. Us gays have bathhouses on lock. Nice. Insular? Yeah, I think they say insular. But yeah, there's a lot of like, you know, a lot of countries that have like some kind of public bathing thing. 4:30 sucks because Pod Save America hasn't dropped episode yet. 7 is perfect. 4:30 in the morning? Wait, what? Oh, waking up early. I see what you're saying. I also listen to Pod Save America to help me fall back to sleep sometimes.
Point where he is an island, just as someone who was an anti-Zionist for 10 to 12 years.
Wait, I mean, there's bathhouses specifically like for like the gay community, and then there's like different like Turkish bathhouse culture. Wait, I'm gonna miss one, right? There's a Russian bathhouse culture. There's a Turkish bathhouse culture. Is there a Greek? I feel like there's a Greek bathhouse culture. What else? God.
Years prior to October 7, very publicly, I always felt isolated from my peers, even in the progressive community, when I maintained this position. Nowadays, I don't feel so isolated. Okay? Why don't I feel so isolated? Because nowadays,
I feel like bathhouses could make a comeback though, right? And totally non-sexually either, right? I feel like if you could design like a bathing experience that's convenient and like better than anything that you could reasonably do for yourself at home, right? Then I think you'd sell more people on going to bathhouses, right? If you want to be like, you know what I mean? Well, I guess we have spas. Spas kind of serve that purpose, right? Gay bathhouses in NYC have too many Israelis for my taste. Oh no.
People who are pro-Israel are actually stigmatized and isolated. This kind of social pressure plays a big role because a lot of people don't have the political education. They don't go on this journey on their own, and they just go along with whatever the fucking prominent cultural undertones look like. And the pendulum is shifting now. It's shifting because not just myself, but because of you guys as well. You didn't stop. You kept your pursuit of advocacy. You consistently kept saying, nope, I can tell right from wrong. I'm going to say the truth. I don't give a fuck what the punishments are. If you can comprehend the chilling effect that the federal government arresting,
I got mango juice on me,
pro-Palestinian advocates has on other people maybe reconsidering going out there and taking it to the streets to say free Palestine, you can comprehend that in this much less impactful way as well, because it's a dual pressure. On the one hand, there's a reason why the Biden administration arrested 3,500 student encampment pro-Palestine protesters. They did that so that if other people wanted to take to the streets, they'd think twice. Oh, I can get fired from my job. I can have this on my career for the rest of my life. They wanted to make it as costly as possible. Okay? And the same thing happens in internet discourse. A lot of people see the way that, people like myself or people like Frogan were treated for the last 2 years, and that makes them think twice. Okay? That makes them think twice about ever, saying what their true positions might be. It doesn't mean that there aren't people out there who share your worldview, but unfortunately, a lot of people consider it to be unfashionable when the only voices that you hear are people like Tectone and people like Asmongold. For like the last 2 years, let's be fucking real, people like Tectone, Rape Tone, people like Asmongold were the domineering force on the internet. If you were an extremely online dickhead, all you saw was drama. Hassan Dunn did it again. He's going to fucking go to prison this time. He's going to get shot and killed this time. Ethan Klein was doing it, right? Asmongold was doing it. Rape Tone was doing it. All of the other like cultural commentators in the drama sphere were doing it. And unfortunately, whether we want to admit it or not,
I don't think he was saying he's going to get shot and killed, right? That's a thing though. Given what Asmongold and Ethan and Saltman and Destiny, all these people are saying about Hassan, especially Destiny, especially when Destiny started to get like really serious about trying to get his community to create a Hassan tracker, a live tracker of Hassan's real-time location. You know, that shit is definitely dangerous and could result in physical harm to Hassan, or honestly, more likely people like, around him. I heard the bathhouse in Cleveland cleaned up its ass. Worst idea you can implement in a bathhouse. They even use the gym now. Like, wait, what? You mean they're using a bathhouse to just take a bath in? But yeah, I'm trying to make some connections because what Hassan is saying right now about the general disposition of the internet, and what we really are talking about is like the loudest voices on the internet. Not necessarily how everybody feels, right? But the voices that are willing to make it hard for their detractors to exist. And yeah, it is. It's anything that you try to fight for, you know, that's actually good or just is a virtue signal. You're not doing it because you mean it. You're doing it performatively. So therefore, like, you're a scumbag for wanting to do the right thing. And they're real for for saying what everybody else is thinking, right? You know, it's just been this whole fucking thing. Like, they'll dogpile you, they'll cancel you while saying that you're doing cancel culture because you disagreed with their political thought leader. And it's just been the presiding, you know, and he's talking about, like, in terms of slop tubers and centrists and, like, even, like, you know, center-right kind of people. Like, that's what Hassan's talking about. The general mood. It's actually been true on the left, too, just in a different way, right? Where you're, you know, concerns for marginalized group, for instance, right? Is or, you know, being perceived as being a maximalist, or, I don't know, supporting an issue that is unpopular, right? You know, it just kind of gets you clapped, even in liberal political circles, and it's the same kind of thing. You showed empathy. Therefore you did a virtue signal. Therefore you're a white knight. It's this backwards reading of people's intentions that I think has become really harmful, because it's just, you know, kind of applying like a reverse bias of what we'd like to see to everything. And you can tell that Trump runs on this reverse bias as well.
Or not. A lot of these guys, despite being, you know, rapists, sexual assaulters, pedophiles, pro-Israel, it didn't matter, because that was...
Wouldn't that be crazy if Asmongold, like, just didn't know anything about bathing, and they convinced him to take a bath, and so he's like, all right, well, I've signed up, I booked a time at this bathhouse. You know, he ends up going to a bathhouse by accident. What wacky adventures would ensue? Oh my god, he would be chased out of a bathhouse. I don't think there's enough like soap in the, you know, in a whole bathhouse to clean Asmongold.
Had a collectively, they had a pretty strong...
Is there a rule maybe about like how people like show... Oh god, now chat, I'm asking for like the I want to know about the ins and outs of bathhouses, but like is there some kind of regulation about like how people show up, like that you know, like for instance, if Asmongold showed up at a bathhouse, would he be banned for smelling too bad, or would they just be like, well, you're at a bathhouse, so, you know, do they spray you with like a big hose or something? Maybe, I don't know how it works.
Grip on creating...
For Asmongold, it should be called grease knighting instead of white knighting or roach knighting.
Pressure, and making it seem like most people's position reflected their fucking psychotic worldview. And that's why I kept saying over and over again, if people don't push back against this stuff, this is all they hear. This is all the people in the margins hear. They're going to start thinking, oh, it's not fashionable to have Hassan's worldview. I hate that is unfortunately the only way that people understand politics, But yes, it is all personality based. And on the personality based political front, I ate a lot of shit for the last 2 years. And therefore, this community ate a lot of shit. This worldview ate a lot of shit in the eyes of a lot of fucking rudderless young men who get all their fucking political notes from drama slop tubers. They
Big Al Cake Mix, there's a place to bathe before entering in the Japanese ones.
normalized the right-wing positions. But now it's gotten to a point where the Trump administration has fallen out of favor and people are beginning to recognize that they don't have this cultural domineering force that they presented themselves as having initially. Okay? I have conviction, don't care. All right, cool. You're talking to someone who also has conviction, but I'm just describing why you saw so much reactionary garbage everywhere on the internet. Do you think it's harmful for people to be able to farm off literal fascist creators and then claim apolitical status? Yes, I don't disagree with that. I think so. I think it's fucking ridiculous. I could never understand it because I'm pretty sure Emiru has like trans relatives and Asmongold is endlessly transphobic. Asmongold has made this.
Yeah, I gotta say, this is something that I don't get. Like, look, I get like having family members that don't agree on things, having to put up with a very like left-wing, relative and a very right-wing relative arguing at the, Thanksgiving table. But the idea of like people like making excuses for this kind of shit when it's cutting against like your own relatives, when it's cutting against your own people, that's what I've never understood.
Uninhabitable for trans people. Asmongold has gone after small trans content creators and is gloated about going after and harassing small trans content creators and bullying them into submission, bullying them into fucking silence. Emiru is a trans sibling. I could not understand how Emiru did not, at least have a private conversation with someone like Asmongold on this issue either. It blows my fucking mind. Anyway, here is Woke Wilder's take, who once again has been another brave woke warrior who is in the Austin sphere of influence and has never shied away from letting his takes be known on this and is also...
Okay, so not to paint with too broad a brush on Austin, there's good streamers there too, right? There's good people. I mean, like, Austin used to be, I don't know, one of these little communities where people get, they get, like, bumper stickers that say, keep Austin weird, right? There was a place in Seattle like this too, and like it's and I guess some of that still does exist in Austin. Wow. Did I press the right button? I thought I did. I guess not. Let's try it again.
Routinely been yelled at. Routinely been called Hassan, by the way, ironically enough. They fucking love bringing that shit up. They love anyone and everyone that says anything remotely empathetic. They're like, oh, Hassan brainwashed you. Does he have blackmail on you? No, man. This person is a fucking well-read individual, okay? He's a well-read individual who has an empathetic worldview. That doesn't... You are only demonstrating how fucking stupid you and your friends are if your only association with politics is whichever fucking content creator you've been taught to hate.
I said it's very difficult to have any tether to someone with the degree of, like, political influence. Like, the cultural and political influence of Asmongold has become so enormous and so, like, publicly synonymous with the dismantling of good faith discourse in online spaces that it's very difficult to not have that friendship color what you'd go on to omit.
Yeah.
You know?
He's saying Emiru is so close
Emiru,
with Asmongold that it's virtually impossible to not reflect on it when you think about what she says and what she doesn't say.
Like, I think the reason...
Keep on losing my pause button here, chat. What do we got from chat? Emiru is playing 5-headed chess with these MAGA boys for their money. But she is actually a lefty. I don't know what she is, Falcor. And look, she doesn't owe us an explanation. She just kind of painted herself into a... She's gotten herself into a fucked up situation, right? If she wants to be, apolitical and just never deal with any of that shit at all, right? It maybe being, like, orbiting a... the largest right-wing political streamer in on Twitch is not the best idea. right? And especially if I don't know, like I don't know what Falcor is saying exactly here. You're saying that Emiru is like culturally a lefty, and so that signals to you that like, you know, there is like a, you know, that if there's a side, it's, you know, like I see what you're saying there. I'm trying not to make any assumptions here, but yeah, no, it seems like, you know, Asmongold and Tectone are people that she kind of puts up with, maybe without knowing certain sides of them. And then when we get embroiled in a political situation where Asmongold is on the wrong side, right? He generally grifts so that he stays on the right side of any in any controversy, right? If like, you know, 80% of the people are on this side, Asmongold tries to stay on there too. He's now gotten himself in the reverse position where he's supporting a 20% issue like ICE that very few people are in favor of, but he holds very near and dear, and still thinks that he could exert some kind of a social pressure on by sending his roaches to go infest anybody that that, you know, speaks up, right? So yeah, you know, she's basically, you know, says nothing, and then you know, people read that as being disingenuous, being cowardly, at a time where, you know, it's not just one of these issues that you can kind of skip, right? There's a lot of issues. Like if you don't take a position on like capital gains tax, do you think we should raise it or lower it or keep it the same? If you don't take a position on that, you are never, no, that's never going to blow up in your face, right? It's never going to become the issue where all the America is concentrated on this one issue. But ICE is one of those issues. War and peace are issues like that, right? A lot of the issues that are becoming pertinent during the Trump administration are issues that you can't reasonably just kind of ostrich yourself away from. And I think that the strategy that, yeah, for so long worked really well for her of maintaining a right-wing audience, as you said, a MAGA audience, and a left-wing audience. I just don't, I'm not sure how practical that is going forward. Pro-trans, pro-work, woke, etc. Sorry for the confusion. So you do mean like culturally? It sounds like you're talking about with cultural issues, yeah. Because I mean, it's not, nobody's calling into question like whether you know, Emiru endorses supply side economics, right? This is about ICE. What happened with Brace? Brace has been abducted by Foreskin Man. And Foreskin's Man has been abducted by the fact that we have 18 points out of 100, chat. This night just keeps getting worse, unfortunately, right? And in terms of getting any kind of bonus content, let's see what kind of bonus content we even would get if we were not at a ridiculously low number on the bonus goal. What would it be? It'd be Ethan Klein gambling scandal. Okay, I mean, I guess I don't feel too bad about missing that one, if that is what's going on. I don't know how much longer I can keep on here, chat. I want to cover this for you. You know, there's the Hassan side here. I think he takes kind of a reasonable stance in terms of what's going on here, what's going on with Emiru. He's not making too many assumptions. Mike from PA, he is making those assumptions. Mike thinks it is very much like an op, like a five-head you know, chess move for Emiru and her mods to make, to put herself in a situation where she looks like, at least to the like right-wing people, that she's being victimized. And yeah, you know, they're gonna defend her, they're gonna support her, they're gonna do all this kind of stuff, you know, when she can just become a symbol for, you know, what left-wingers don't like, even if she is, as Falcor said in the beginning, or said in the second, yeah, pro-trans, pro-woke, etc., right? Even if she is you know, does feel, you know, does takes those sides on issues in her heart of hearts, she's still benefiting from, yeah, her association with Asmongold and with the perception of Emiru now as a victim. And the blaming of that, of course, because yeah, what is the cultural symbol for wokeness, right? What is our avatar for wokeness? It's Hassan's face. It's literally just Hassan. So yeah, you can negatively, you know, you can use that negative polarization against Hassan Piker to get a bunch of chuds to support a streamer that is probably personally, you know, bigger politics aside, personally, very socially liberal.
Why people don't care about whether or not someone like Tyler One or like Clint Stevens or
Man from long last name says Fivehead. When did Noah Tishby enter this conversation? Look, it's a Twitch thing. I think it's an emote over there, right?
fucking, you know.
Did Twitch invent the concept of Fivehead, or is it just they just like canonize it with the emote?
Squeaks, you know, I think the reason why people probably might not like constantly pry, press, or attempt to get positions out of them is because their affiliations don't suggest a sort of permissive attitude towards certain ideologies.
Yeah. You walk like, you hang out with chuds, people are going to think, you know, spoke out in favor of Ethan Klein. Wait, who? He has harassed a group of small video.
You know what this is kind of reminding me of? Oh, that's Mike. I'm getting reminded of Shoe on Head, right? You know how Shoe on Head on a lot of issues will kind of walk the fence, but do it in a way that is helpful to the right wing. And then when people call that out and point that out and be like, yeah, it kind of feels like Shoe, you know, I know Shoe says that, you know, she's a lefty now and she's anti-Trump, and she just, you know, she doesn't agree with like the left on everything, but she just wants the left to do better and all that shit. You know how like that's she ends up, Show on Head is the greatest example I can think of of a token lefty for the right. Right? Somebody to say right-wing shit, hide it behind a socially progressive veneer, and then just farm the support from the right wing for her being unfairly canceled by SJWs. Remember when she cried about Charlie Kirk? Just barely. Wait, how bottom half has ads playing? Wait, what? What? Wait, Jerry DB, are you talking about like the chat? They played ads over the chat?
Video game devs who want to make a game about the migrant experience and got their grant from Microsoft erased. He's literally destroyed art. I didn't even know that. Oh, you mean Asmongold spoke out in
I vaguely remember this. Anybody know what this video game is?
favor of Ethan Klein, but quiet on Lakari and Tectone. Emiru spoke out in favor of Ethan Klein?
It's a difficult thing to have a public friendship with someone who is now become synonymous.
Emiru spoke out in favor of Ethan Klein? Emiru defended Ethan Klein's lawsuits?
And here's the other effect, right? Now, Hassan didn't want to, you know, weigh in here. I don't think he, like, you know, has any strong feelings either way towards Emiru, but kind of like, you know, the fact that this has gone on so long and the fact that it's been used to kind of, you know, target Hassan, even though he's never, I think he's been really like, you know, kid's glove, like in any statement he made about Emiru, right? Is recognize that this person is like apolitical and not try to, you know, judge her too like harshly from what I've seen. But now that Hassan has had to weigh in, now the chat and Mike and everybody's in chat and they're kind of bringing up, hey, did you know that Emiru said this? Did you know that Emiru said this? Right? And we see at the very least that she's willing to make herself useful to the, you know, right-wing side, I guess you'd say, of the, you know, of the Gaza situation with Ethan Klein. And then she can kind of launder it as a personality thing, right? Well, you know, Denims and Frogan and Casey Tron, they're bitches. So, you know, I don't support that. You know what I mean? And anyways, you're going to be amazed at what she says. Like, she really thinks that she's fundamentally like protected from Ethan by the nature of the kind of reacts that she does. And if you really understand the Ethan case, you'll understand that there's no distinction there. And that if this changes the way that law works, it's going to make it a lot harder on streamers everywhere. Right? In reality, people think that it's about, like, they were bitches because they said, watch it on my channel instead of Ethan's channel. And so they're meanie butts because they were mean to the family guy that has a wife and kids and dogs and stuff. And like the femoid only has the femoid. We don't care about the femoid, right? Because she's not attached to anyone. If the femoid is somebody's property, then now we care about the femoid and we can change her to a trad wife, right? And then we can care about her. But yeah, it's just this really kind of rough assessment that goes on with Denims and really when they say that it's about the the malice of a statement of like, you should watch this video that you're going to hate watch maybe on my channel instead, and that way Ethan doesn't get any views, right? That statement they think is gonna be like the legal smoking gun. And I'm here to tell you, chat, and if you want to more sound legal opinion than mine, you can talk to Pisco, right? Or you could probably talk, I don't know if Davi's weighed in on this, right? But I'm assuming any lawyer can tell you that kind of the only thing that does is maybe becomes part of the narrative and maybe makes the jury think less of Denims and Frogan and feel more sorry for Ethan, right? It does not provoke any. There's no sort of legal liability that you take on when you say something like that, right? You could argue maybe it's not a nice thing to say, not good manners, not how content creators should treat each other in an ideal world. You could say all of that, but what you can't say is that is a threshold of some kind of legally significant malice. It's not. It means nothing to the judge. It might mean something to the jury. It's not gonna make a difference. But they think that this is it right here. Clearly the standard should be that you can react to whatever you want to, but you can't say watch my reaction instead of the original video, right? That's not real. It's not what this is about. And if it gets decided in Ethan's favor, this decision is going to be, hey, we've been way too loose with copyright infringement. And from now on, a lot of those YouTube videos I don't know if you watch like YouTube videos that are like summaries of shows, right? Episode 1, episode 2, gives you a little summary there, has some of the video from there. Those things are not going to be usable. Reacting to each other's content. No, in other words, let me put it another way. I don't want to talk to Pisco. I mean, fair. I've got mixed feelings, obviously. Hila's more like a murder wife than a trad wife. Okay. But here's the danger of Ethan Klein's lawsuit, right? If this goes forward, if they find on his behalf, you're going to set a precedent where anybody with money can silence anybody without money, right? If your response to somebody's, statement, video, whatever, contains a piece of their work in it, right? That person can effectively, block you from, showing what they've said and criticizing it, right? To say it's a chilling effect is a understatement, I think.
What the fuck is this? Guys, you're being a fucking schizophrenic loser when you fucking post shit like that is utterly irrelevant to the main point of contention here. You just come across like a schizophrenic loser. Okay?
Okay, that's the picture the AI came up for schizophrenia. Are we in 1970? I'm sorry, I thought our understanding had evolved a little bit on this. B, yeah, if you thought Hassan was too woke, I mean, there you go. It's like schizophrenia is like a stand-in for, I don't know, somebody with, I guess, like antisocial, personality tendencies. I don't know, chat. But there we go. That's schizophrenia. You got a happy mask, you got a sad mask, and you're this dangerous, volatile individual that's just like, gonna put either of them on. I don't know. I mean, it's it's hard to get people off of ableism just in a very basic sense, but yeah, this shit.
Need you to understand. I asked the question,
but also that's what they got for schizophrenia, right? It's like, I'm holding two masks. Which one am I gonna put on? Am I gonna be the happy person? Am I gonna be the sad person? Am I gonna be the dangerous, violent person? You don't know. You don't know. And that's what I'm sorry, chat. I'm just like making fun of how society deals with mental health.
I
gotta
didn't
pee.
know that Emiru had said anything about Ethan Klein's lawsuits.
I gotta pee, chat. We're at 18 out of 100 on the bonus goal, and the butterfly goal has flown away. And you know, it's just I don't know. I don't know, but you know, if we watch anything, it'll be the Ethan Klein gambling scandal, unless somebody donates and puts their money where their mouth is towards some other topic. But chat, at this rate, it doesn't look like any bonus content at all. I'm gonna keep it going for as long as I can. I'm gonna pee. I'm gonna get back, watch the rest of the Hassan thing. If we could at least make the bonus goal look a little bit less pathetic, I'll stick around to maybe cover Denims. What did I find? I found Denims, Sean, Mike, obviously. There's a few people that have done videos about this, and I really do want to keep up on it's some weird bastardized, you know what I think it is, man with a long name, that the like stereotype that they're trying to go with. And this was how schizophrenia was talked about, like in the 60s and 70s, right? It was talked about almost like the way that it almost the way that it was talked about almost sounds more like bipolar, right? Or a I don't know, or even like a oh my god, what is it called? Like there's two disorders that involve like switching between personalities, right? And that one god damn it, there is an actual why am I not remembering this, chat? I should remember this. I can't remember the diagnosis. DID, yeah, there it is. DID. The way that schizophrenia was described, it sounds like a mixture in the 70s, like when you heard people talk about schizophrenia, it sounds like a mixture of bipolar and DID, like massive swings and like multiple personalities, right? BPD. No, I don't know, chat. Some people say BPD and they mean bipolar. Some people, I think the official designation is that BPD means borderline. It's a different thing. I guess there is some, you know, overlap in the differential diagnosis there, but you know, it's not the same thing. I gotta pee really bad. I would be so happy if we're closer to the bonus goal, even if we don't end up hitting it tonight when I come back, and I will reward you if that happens by making the stream a little bit longer than I would otherwise. Because otherwise, chat, I gotta get my shit in gear and just start doing a lot of stuff that is probably gonna result in like less time on stream, unfortunately. But yeah, we'll try to figure something out. I'll try to make some choice that's like not an extreme on either side, but just sort of moderate. Probably involve an earlier streaming time, and you know, maybe just like less hours. You know, especially when we're not hitting the bonus goal. Just like make it, because like theoretically, I say the fun half and the free half and the fun half, and let's be real, the first half is like more than half. So probably need to scale that back some if this is gonna be how things go. Anyway, I'll try to keep it going as long as I can, both in terms of this discrete stream and in terms of you know, streaming in general. I'm gonna make an effort. But yeah, I gotta pee. There's nothing that can be helped with that. I'll be back. We'll figure things out from there, I suppose.
Okay. And you send me like an old video of Emiru. Like, why the fuck would I care about this old ass video of Emiru? Yeah, she said I deserve to be sued. Oh, that's fucking terrible. Apologies for the source, but this is it.
Because I saw that some people are getting sued for reactions, but I mean it's like a different case than what I do, I guess. So surely it's different. Mr. Daly wouldn't sue me, we're homies. He likes my tweets sometimes. Yo, Dylan, thanks for 33 months. It's people that like maliciously react. Like they react to people they hate and they're like, watch me so that they don't get any views. Like, yeah, you can't do that. That's not good.
They're doing what you already said about making everything about the streamer personally. Made no mention of the case. No, she's talking about the Emiru here is Ethan Klein lawsuits that were some of the biggest. It's the Ethan Klein lawsuit is like one of the dumbest fucking lawsuits of all time. Just a case of a financially powerful person literally dominating people through lawfare, okay, and burying them under paperwork, and trying to destroy them because he doesn't like what they had to say about his worldview. It is a direct First Amendment case, in my opinion. It is antithetical to the initial lawsuit that Ethan actually had won, and yet a lot of people are either fucking dumbasses and don't want to recognize it, or they just are completely oblivious to it, and they fell victim to all of the things that I was talking about, all of the commentary space really pumping this fucking lawsuit, these lawsuits. It's total harassment over commentary disguised as a legal suit, disguised as a lawsuit that's totally fucking valid by abusing the existing protections over copyright. Okay? I would put Emiru in the category of someone who is oblivious, given that she brought up the fact that, Ethan's lawsuit is valid because it brings up Ethan's lawsuit is valid because it's, they said, oh, I want you to watch me as a market substitute or whatever the fuck.
Yo, Snake, thanks for 8 months, and Henry, thank you for the 500 bits. Just
what is this? R.I.P. Caseytron. Why? She threw us on under the bus to get the suit thrown out? I don't give a fuck. What are you talking about? You never, ever in a million years should hold that over Caseytron's head. Are you fucking stupid? Are you insane? Are you out of your fucking mind? If anything, it completely demonstrates. It completely fucking demonstrates how insane Ethan Klein was, who made Caseytron apologize to Asmongold in that same fucking lawsuit. In order to settle the lawsuit, she had to apologize to Asmongold on top of saying like, oh, Hassan sucks, he never helped me, anything like that. As I've made my position clear, whether I help Caseytron or not, you will never know. Okay? You will never fucking know. You'll never know. And neither will Ethan Klein. But y'all, don't be stupid. You thought that was like actually a sincere apology? Come on. Yeah. Ethan Klein forced her to say those things as the terms of settling the suit. Casey would have won, but she has a family she supports, 2 disabled parents, so she couldn't spend the money of a full lawsuit and cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. Exactly. That's the whole point of bullying people under a mountain of fucking paperwork.
to crimes on stream. I've never admitted to any crime on stream because I don't commit crimes.
Anyway, this is like silly. Whatever. I mean, it's obviously consequential because it once again offers more line of defense to Ethan Klein doing something totally insane. But I think it's coming from a place of like being oblivious and most likely consuming Asmongold's content.
It's a difficult thing to have a public friendship with someone who is now become synonymous with like alt-right vitriol, and like to then not take a stance is probably where people are taking that issue, right?
You've been tanking the worst of humanity for years. Laying under the bus to stop the harassment of someone is basically a day off at this point. Yeah, what the fuck? That's you know, that's what I said regardless. Anyway, but yeah, well, that's not just consuming at that point. It's supporting and regurgitating her to her apolitical audience. Her audience is not apolitical. Her audience is right wing. Let's be fucking real. And she is performing to an audience. Anyway, so here's what she came out and said. Hello, it is very rare I will speak my mind, but I'd rather get my thoughts out there, so apologies if this is long. There's a clip from my stream that's been circulating a lot, so I'd like to explain it for anyone who was hurt or shocked by it. When the clip starts, I was responding to a mod asking a question that included the word ICE. I'm not someone who normally comments on or gives my opinion on serious real-world topics, so it didn't really click to me that they were referring to the agency. You can see in the clip when I say thoughts on ICE ? There's an instant cut afterwards that makes it seem like I'm responding directly to that question, which I'm not. To clarify, since this has gotten a lot of people speculating about my real thoughts, it should go without saying no one deserves to live their life in fear of being killed or taken away from their homes or families, regardless of who's doing it. but especially not because of ICE or any other government agency. I understand the world is a very cruel and messed up place. You don't have to study politics or actively read the news to know that. I would never want to invalidate anyone who struggles with those things. And an agency like causing fear and suffering deserves zero support. To me, that's not even political. It's basic human empathy. Okay, so she's anti-ICE. Good. I mean, there you go. She's saying it. I never make comments on stream about ICE in the first place. That was a dishonest and intentionally maliciously clipped post. It's a very common thing that clip accounts do to streamers, and it's becoming more and more common. But it should go without saying, no one should have to live in fear or suffer because of who they are or where they're.
Did I miss anything? Who is Man Bun? Vosh, maybe? Wait, what? Fuck, should I rewind it? I just, yeah, as far as the diagnosis thing, Chad, I just wish we could get beyond the point of using diagnoses as an insult, like not even really like referring to them. But I will say that Hassan's the meaning he's implying with schizophrenic is, at least it's not as chopped as the 70s one I was talking about. No, it's not Vosh. Wait, something about a man bun? Okay, let's go back. Let's go back.
So she's anti-ICE. Good. I mean, there you go. She's saying it. And suffering.
Okay,
cruel
it's
and
the,
no one deserves an
it's the
instant
actual, oh
comments
my
on.
god,
It's
oh my
been
god, oh my god.
serving to an audience.
Yeah, of course I pee during the, when he goes over the freaking, so this is her statement, right? She, for days and days, she, you know, there's the original statement that I don't know. Did anybody show that? Did we actually see, chat, the original statement of her just being kind of like non-committal? And we saw what the mod said that she was responding to, right? I don't know if we saw the original statement. But then you know, she's released this you know, this statement on Twitter, you know, in order to try to put the controversy to rest, right? She feels like she's got to say something. This is what she says.
Anyway,
here we go.
So here's what she came out and said. Hello, it is very rare I will speak my mind, but I'd rather get my thoughts out there, so apologies if this is long. There's a clip from my stream that's been circulating a lot, so I'd like to explain it for anyone who was hurt or shocked by it. When the clip starts, I was responding to a mod asking a question that included the word ICE. I'm not someone who normally comments on or gives my opinion on serious real-world topics, so it didn't really click to me that they were referring to the agency. You can see in the clip when I say thoughts on ICE ? There's an instant cut afterwards that makes it seem like I'm responding directly to that question, which I'm not. To clarify, since this has gotten a lot of people speculating about my real thoughts, it should go without saying no one deserves to live their life in fear of being killed or taken away from their homes or families, regardless of who's doing it, but especially not because of ICE or any other government agency. I understand the world is a very cruel and messed up place. You don't have to study politics or actively read the news to know that. I would never want to invalidate anyone who struggles with those things. And an agency like causing fear and suffering deserves zero support. To me, that's not even political. It's basic human empathy. Okay, so she's anti-ICE. Good. I mean, there you go. She's saying it. I never make comments on stream about ICE in the first place. That was a dishonest and intentionally maliciously clipped post. It's a very common thing that clip accounts do to streamers, and it's becoming more and more common. But it should go without saying, no one should have to live in fear or suffer.
Okay, never made comments on stream about ICE in the first place. So she's saying that the clip that people have that purports to be her talking about ICE is not about ICE. He went over the full context on that part of her stream. Like just on what we're on what we're watching right now, or some other time. Like, I guess that's what we're missing, is the whatever she did actually say, but she's now claiming that they chopped it, like that the clip got chopped in a way that makes her look like she's responding to something about ICE, but she's not. Is that what she's saying? Because now I'm just like, okay, let's like see the original statement. I'm seeing Denim's reaction to the okay, fuck. Oh no, is Ethan Klein is in on this too? Oh my god, chat, it's getting look, I don't know how much longer I can stream, honestly. Like it's not like it's disrespectful to myself, honestly, at a certain point. To go on when it is 7 hours ago. Okay, I just like don't how is fucking Ethan?
Casey Tron, friend of the show and my favorite benefactor. She's my favorite patron. Isn't it nice getting a check every month from my favorite patron? So, friend of the show, Casey Tron, everybody. And she has a take about Emiru. I'm surprised she's still running her mouth. I recall her apologizing to Asmongold, who she despises.
Yeah.
That was pretty humiliating. I'm surprised she's still running her mouth.
You know what I mean? It's
No.
like her whole like her whole platform is just like
By the way,
appealing to, like,
why are you
the
so
work-
mad at her? Like they're talking about her so nasty. She didn't do anything except be like, why do I need to say fuck ICE? Like I'm just here playing video games, right?
Worst fucking men. And
well, I'm guessing it's the same
like-
reason that Denim's is going in on her because of what she said about the lawsuit.
Yeah. Well, I don't know why she's mad. That was Casey. I think maybe Casey Tron forget her public statement, but she also thought my lawsuit was like really valid, and she wished me luck against the other people too.
Mm-hmm.
So I think Casey Tron must have forgot her position on this.
Somebody in Ethan's audience must find this funny, right? The continued conceit that Casey Tron agreed with Ethan and, you know, just spoke her mind in those moments, right? That it had nothing to do with the settlement. This is what Casey Tron actually thinks. Like, obviously, he's not trying to fool anybody with that. But it's just like to the outside world, it's a very dark joke by a very broken man. But to the Ethan world, is it like, is there some kind of ray of sunshine in there? I'm just not getting it, right? Is this like, yeah, we know our friend Casey Tron, who you totally thought my lawsuit had merit. She said so herself. Ha ha ha. Like, I don't know. I don't know. He's making himself a freaking video game villain.
Right? Hopefully I don't have to remind her, right?
What the fuck?
Just my opinion.
What the fuck?
But yeah, she sucks. And I mean, like, I don't know. I think that this was a long time coming. I think the other thing that was just like, okay, is how she didn't say anything whenever it came to Tectone and Pinky Chew. You know? She didn't say anything like in support of Pinky Chew or like, you know, like, yeah, like I don't associate with, like it's.
So, I mean, when are you going to announce your friends? For example, I know Mike from PA violently assaulted a couch. When are you going to speak out in defense of that?
Why don't you change that to he's fucking a couch? That would be much funnier.
Right? I mean, it's easy for you to say because you're not close to it. But like if there was...
Except that JD Vance is already on that couch. Ooh.
If there was truth and honesty in the world, you would have denounced Mike from PA.
See, the thing is, how many people have seen the clip of Mike hitting? Like, this only even has a chance of hitting if you've seen him in that clip from, I don't know how many years ago, hit a couch. And I don't really imagine it still, even if it did, even if at the time you were like, oh my God, he got really mad. He hit a couch. He hit a couch. Are you still like, is that still a moment of, you know, cinema for you? Is that still something that you like hold near and dear as far as the clips that I don't know. I don't know. It's just it's Mike hitting a couch, but Ethan still thinks it's funny.
Long ago for the horrible things he's done to couches.
Okay, he did imply the sex with the couch anyway.
You know.
Even though that's a JD Vance thing. Okay, I don't know, chat. Are we Senna? Are we gonna find? This is the original clip, isn't it?
Like, there's a certain extent where I'm like, okay, sure.
Okay, now I've got a video. I've got a clip that starts off with thoughts on cows. I don't remember what my thoughts on cows were, but this is, thoughts on ice.
Like, there's a certain extent where
Okay, so it definitely is. There's definitely a cut.
I'm like, okay, sure. I get people wanting.
Oh no, this was the video that I was complaining about with Hassan. I didn't listen to what it was because I was bitching about the copyright claim that I knew I was going to get here. I know how to defeat this, maybe.
Big content creators to like say their opinions on like important topics.
I think we can
I
defeat
get that,
this,
right?
chat.
But it's like if you need a streamer who doesn't even know anything about politics to tell you about politics, you probably just need to like get off the internet. Like, just stop. Like hello? Like, I don't like what? Like, how am I gonna? I don't know. Get help. Like, even
Okay, so she claims that this wasn't about ice, right? That she was talking about something else. There is a clip there, right? We have thoughts on the only thing that frames this as being about ice is that we got that clip from her saying thoughts on ice. I wonder what she said right after that. Maybe that's more interesting, but she's claiming that this is something else. I mean, it does kind of seem to connect to, right, the connection there would be like, why are you asking me my thoughts on ice? I mean, you don't need an apolitical streamer to tell you about politics. You probably know more about politics than I do. I don't know anything about politics. It's really complicated. I don't want to get into it, right? That's a great way to keep, both sides of your audience. If that's your strategy, is to, kind of like just have people project what they think your politics are and that it agrees with them. And as long as you don't say anything on either side, you're golden. So yeah, this is her. What is the food though? Can somebody tell me what the food is?
even like I don't know. Like, obviously I don't dislike any of the political streamers except for some of the really bad ones. I don't really like them, but it's like
the really bad ones, the ones that you hate. I don't like them, but I don't
understand how in the first place people.
So yeah, if you think Hassan is one of the really bad ones, then she hates him, right? If you don't think he is, then she's not talking about him. Wow.
Care so much what they say. I guess just because they just have a lot of reach or influence, but it's like, why are you listening to them in the first place? I don't know.
Okay, so yeah, there's the original statement. Oh, is this the... No? I don't think that's the Denim's reaction. Cinna made her thoughts clear right after the shooting on January 24th. It's fuck them, I don't care. And if you don't like that, it's fuck you too. I vaguely remember.
Caseytron, friend of the show, and my favorite.
Wow, what a fucking bastard. Can we still call people fucking bastard? That's okay. To call Ethan Klein a fucking bastard. Chat, I vowed in 2026 to not yell because of things that Ethan Klein said, to try to not let my cortisol spike based on words of Ethan Klein.
When did people on the right get so soy? You're smearing and defaming by calling someone a chud. No, it tells me everything I need to know about the character of someone who talks about things this way. I don't know why this, I mean, it's intentional ignorance, but that's okay. It tells me everything I need to know about this person. If you are fine with commenting on things you don't know about when it benefits you, when you know your audience will like you talking about it, That's one thing. But then for you to use an opportunity or ignore an opportunity where you could talk about something, maybe your audience doesn't like it, maybe you could educate them on it a little bit, but you choose not to, you're just siding with whatever your chud or chudette audience wants to hear.
Chudette.
She's right when she says most streamers are not qualified to talk about politics. Okay, here's the thing, dude. You actually don't have to be qualified to talk about politics to say fuck ICE. It's not.
That's a good point. That's a good point. Yeah. Yeah, there's definitely people that give their takes on politics that I'd like to hear less from because they're not just don't really know what they're talking about. But then there's, you know, people there's some issues where you kind of got to take a stand. As chat is saying here, wait, somebody Morbert says, listen, I don't have a really deep understanding of the Third Reich's policies, so I can't really make a comment on the Gestapo going door to door. You know, it's just like, yeah, it's above my pay grade. I don't know. Some people say it's really good. Some people say it's really bad. Maybe it's somewhere in the middle. So yeah, gotta put this on screen here. Wait, where did the... Oh, no, it's a Twitch chat. Chat, I can't put Twitch chats on screen for some reason. I'm just going to have to read this one, okay? You'll just have to imagine it's on screen. Clavicular was mid-jester gooning when a group of foids came and spiked his cortisol levels. Is ignoring foids while munting and mogging moids more useful than SMV chad fishing in the club? Oh my god. Denim's cooks on this. Yeah, let me not let me roll her back a little bit so you get the full effect.
When did people on the right get so soy? You're smearing and defaming by calling someone a chud. No, it tells me everything I need to know about the character of someone who talks about things this way. I don't know why this, I mean, it's intentional ignorance, but that's okay. It tells me everything I need to know about this person. If you are fine with commenting on things you don't know about when it benefits you, when you know your audience will like you talking about it, that's one thing. But then for you to use an opportunity or ignore an opportunity where you could talk about something, maybe your audience doesn't like it, maybe you could educate them on it a little bit, but you choose not to, you're just siding with whatever your chud or chudette audience wants to hear. She's right when she says most streamers are not qualified to talk about politics. Okay, here's the thing, dude. You actually don't have to be qualified to talk about politics to say fuck ICE. It's not that hard of a concept. You know who doesn't do political content? Cutie Cinderella. Cutie Cinderella literally never does political content. And even she's capable of saying fuck ICE. What about Cinna? You don't have to be a political creator to recognize that it's not hard to say fuck ICE. And I don't know if you know this. If you're an adult in this country, you should be the minimal amount invested in politics because you live here. There's this weird idea in America, especially, where like you can just be an adult and be like, oh, I don't care about politics. What? If you're above the age of 18, you should care about politics in your fucking country. You don't get to be like, well, I don't agree with this whole taxes thing, so I'm just not going to pay for it. You can't say like, well, I'm just not going to care about all this politics stuff. This is by far like the, I think, dumbest American quality. Saying I'm not into politics.
You know, it's weird too, because I feel like in a different time and a different place, I probably said this earlier, right? But that this would be, I think apolitical stands out just because of what the political issues are. I think at most times, like most people are apolitical on like a lot of things. Either they they don't understand it, don't care about it, or they don't have time for it. And I think it's the only reason that Emiru is standing out is because the issue we're talking about is a fucking paramilitary force under the command of the president of the United States, who's acting like a fucking baby dictator, going door to door on people and coming into houses without judicial warrants. That's not a time. Yeah, like if you were apolitical, like on, I don't know, I'm trying to think of any number of events, right? It just like it's more noticeable at certain times, and I think this is one of those times. This is all I'm saying. Nothing is apolitical when you're a marginalized group, true, but there's times where even non-marginalized people are pulled into and forced to care about and have an opinion about the what's happening with their tax dollars, with their country, in their name, and whether it's something that they can even defend. Okay, there it is. So there's Denham's take on that. Take two. Now I think there's another I think that Denham's no, maybe not. Okay.
There's a certain
Oh no, what is this? This is Asmongold and Destiny?
Destiny comment about Denims to defend Emiru, by the way.
He's playing music too, chat.
Oh god. Destiny. An unlikely ally.
What is with this cringe, weird obsession? Why are we forcing streamers to give their opinions on socio-political topics? I think that there is a legitimate argument that if you're a large influencer, you should probably know something going on about the state of your country. It's kind of important. But the reality is what's going on is Emiru is on the side of Ethan or whatever, or has said like positive-ish things about the lawsuit stuff. So now Denims and all these fake fucking bimbo fuck-headed losers that don't actually give a fuck about anything use this as a vector to attack Emiru. It's just so cringe and boring. Oh my god. Because like what happens if Emiru comes out and is like, oh actually guys, like you're right, fuck ICE. Like it's not like they're like, oh good job, we're happy.
Did we get to Emiru's take on I don't think we got to Emiru's take on Ethan yet. I think maybe Hassan even watches this.
You did it, you know.
They find this is what it's like to sit in
some other angle or yeah. And there's also like a way, like if you think it's really important to get people to, if somebody is not your enemy,
yeah,
and you want to get them on board with
the worst thing to do is to treat them like an enemy.
Thing you want them to say, right? You would approach them and you'd be like, hey, I think this is really important. You should speak out about it. Not like, oh, hey, what's up, you racist chud Gestapo supporting fuck?
That's
I see
right.
that you haven't fucking said shit about this. What a coincidence, you stupid fucking brainless cunt bimbo bitch. I see that you're fucking quiet on this topic, huh? Like
So
that's
chat,
not, obviously you don't give
obviously Destiny is given to histrionics and exaggerations, but is what I haven't been following the tenor, I guess, of the discourse on Twitter. Is it really that, is he's characterizing it as being just out the gate vicious rather than I don't know, surprised, right? It's like I said, it's only standing out that she's like apolitical and doesn't want to say anything on this issue because of the issue itself, because of what issue it is. It's only because of that. This is not, the kind of thing that would help happen.
a fuck about the topic. You're just there to attack them, right?
My motherfucking man. There it is.
But chat, is that what it's like to sit in an Asmongold stream? You're just being like serenaded by the pipes of like hobbits and doesn't it, You know what I mean? It feels like you're in a bar, in an inn, in a Lord of the Rings story or something. That's a weird place to be planning, harassment of Gamergate style harassment, right? From the fucking Hobbit, the Shire's inn. Yeah, cha based. I never get the cha part right. I don't know if he actually says cha, but somehow it sounds right. He's projecting his own misogyny. I mean, I don't know. Were the hobbits sexist? Oh no, I can't watch because the dancing weasel. I mean, some people are really sensitive to like, flashing lights, stuff like that. I mean, it's been known to cause, like how Grimes requested tavern music when she came on his stream. I mean, I guess it's a good, like, I should try it, chat. Do you think we could find like, copyright free tavern music? There's like the NPC music that Sunday uses. Oh no, it's all gonna be AI, isn't it? I'm gonna just get myself into, this is gonna be AI music. Where does one find this type? Or he probably found, it's probably a video game in his case. Wait, find one that's from many years ago. Like 3 years ago? Is that long enough to not be AI? 2023, probably not AI. 4 years ago, even better. All right, what do we got? What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone is having an amazing afternoon, evening, morning, or whatever it is in your time zone. It is Wednesday, February 10th, 2026. This is NCC TV coming at you live from the Hobbit Shire Inn. We are live, or at least that's how it appears to me. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know, don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there, all my forest creatures, rocking out to the realest of the real synthetic lifeform streamer, trapped in a cyber brain and body like some kind of ghost in a half shell. In this late stage, it's a little fast, isn't it? Hyper capitalist dystopia. Oh, no wonder. Look at like this. Let's try actual. Okay, do it like, yeah. I was ready for the fast version. Shouts out to all my weasels out there, all my forest creatures rocking out to the realest of the real synthetic lifeform streamer, trapped in a cyber brain and body, like some kind of ghost in a half shell in this late stage hyper-capitalist dystopia. Forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my debt to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, wherever, and however you are. We're about to jump right into it here on twitch.tv, youtube.com, onlyfangs.whatever. No. High risk, high reward, high on life, or whatever simulation, simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous singularity of consciousness this is, was, or will be sometime in the distant cyber renaissance. I don't know, cyber past, cyber hobbit. I don't know, chat. Yeah, it's not. I don't want to get like, it says it's not. It says it's copyright free, but this shit is like, I swear to God. I don't trust it.
Suffer because of who they are or where they're from. This is something that's always been important to me. I just tend to try to focus.
It was giving a sense of urgency.
Creative stuff around games and cosplay rather than try to take up room in an environment already polluted by misinformation and hatred. Additionally, I thought I might as well bring this up now. It's a very
Is there a We Are Charlie Kirk like a tavern version? No way, chat. There's no way. I mean, I can't play Splexma anymore. They always copyright claim. Tavern music. Charlie Kirk. Oh no, we are Charlie Kirk. It's gotta be the song. We have the USSR version. Oh no, wow. I got no idea, chat. No, it's not a thing. It doesn't exist. Wait, what did I got so excited about the possibility of the existence of a medieval We Are Charlie Kirk AI slop music that yeah.
should have to live in fear or suffer because of who they are or where they're from.
There's a
This is something that's
Byzantine.
always been important to me. I just tend to try to focus my creative stuff
Wait,
around
only flans? That sounds like a Final Fantasy 14 thing.
games and cosplay rather than try to take up
Aren't flans a Final Fantasy monster?
room in an environment already polluted by misinformation and hatred. Additionally, I thought I might as well bring this up now. It's a very traumatic and personal topic, so that's why I avoided talking about it.
I feel like I need to get it, but like played by actual hobbits, right? That would be better somehow if it was
will never be friends with anybody who abuses.
Like, can you imagine if the Beatles were hobbits and their manager was Schmeagol, but he got like the money from the Beatles like made Schmeagol like turn into Gollum, and then they had to deal with that. And at the end, they had to throw their gold record back into the fires from which it was forged. Oh my god, chat. I just wrote a whole terrible parody in my head.
Anyone assaults people or consumes content that enables the abuse of children. I've always been a creator who is friends or on good terms with basically everybody. Streamers in Texas, LA, in all
A
different.
Biggle Cake super chatted $5. Put my vote towards Age of Empires music.
Age of Empires music. Wait, did I ever play that one? I'm trying to. I think I played some kind of a. What was my game? I had some like turn-based strategy thing that I got into it and like really into, like way too into. Civilizations. It was definitely Civilizations. Yeah, because like my friend, a friend in college was always playing Civilizations whenever I'd go to their room. They would be involved in a game of Civilizations, and then so I ended up downloading it, and yeah, it's like the games take so long. I think that's why it's addictive. You want to see it through, or like there's the challenges where you try to like take off in a rocket or something. For real, my vote goes to the Ethan Klein gambling scandal. Oh my gosh, look at that. It's locked in. Well, I mean, not yet. We're at, okay, look, we're at 23 right now. Okay. I'll be real with you. We're at 23 out of 100. That is almost 1/4 of the way there. I don't know how much I got in me to keep on streaming, but yeah, Ethan Klein, that's winning right now. And it's also about to get a boost. That's what happens when you put your money where your mouth is and play the game of Civilization. Yeah, it takes so long to play through. I think it was like one of the old ones that he had.
Bubbles. And this has unfortunately included some bad actors. A lot of people have questioned how these bad actors found their way into my circle. But
Wait, instead of My Precious, the Gollum, Gollum as a like a agent, like a music agent would be like, instead of saying My Precious, he'd be like My Percentage.
not because I am okay with the vile behavior, not abuse, not sexual assault, nor pedophilia. These guys did their best to hide their behavior, not only from me, but from everyone around us as long as they possibly could. Okay, if she's talking about tech tone, rape tone, I don't think he did a good job of hiding that. Okay? Like, he did not. He actively was like, he literally threatened. He threatened another content creator with his rapist father. Like, he would unveil his rapist dad on another content creator as a threat.
Okay, look, I really wish that right here they'd show Tectone, right? He, and then they'd have like his dad like come out of a Pokeball. Can we get a picture of his dad? Like in you know what I'm saying? Like I want to see the dad in the Pokeball, because this is terrible, chat. This is terrible. The way that Tectone like weaponized his dad as like a threat to other streamers.
Okay.
Is my voice fucked?
Straight up. There is no point. I mean, that's crazy. You can maybe say that about fucking Lakari or some shit, but you certainly can't say that about rape tone. Wait, I got someone knocking on my door. No, thank you. Sure.
I didn't realize that Ethan was still such a bastard. I felt like he lost some of the bastard energy that just like naturally with losing relevance, but maybe it makes him more of a bastard. He's a real asshole. Like I forgot what an asshole this guy was. I should like that should be like I feel like I've covered Ethan enough to know I should know. I just feel, like how like what goes up must come down. I thought, okay, well, he is a bastard right now. Maybe he will, like, his bastard power level will wane. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing it, right? I'm seeing him becoming a bastard Super Saiyan. That is not good.
Hold on. Emiru and Tectone were chatting like 6 months ago, by the way. No, I know. But from everyone around us, as long as they possibly could, if serious allegations or evidence came out, I always immediately dropped them and vowed to never make content with them again. Basically, everyone in Austin did the same. These incidents, multiple of them, of course, were some of the streamer community here talked about.
I feel like this makes Emiru look bad on like multiple levels, right? The idea, like, look, what she's trying to say is that like if there's like bad people, like I don't hang out with bad people on purpose. If I find out that people that I hung out with are bad, I like, I distance myself, dropped them and vowed to never make content with them again. Yeah, it just, I don't know. Like to me, it sounds like, it's just the whole thing of like, oh, my friend like R-worded somebody. Oh, I guess they're not my friend anymore. Not gonna do content with them. It just feels like, I don't know. Like I want to. Like that's like a bare minimum. Serious allegations, right? Like I don't know. It's just it's like her saying, "Hey, look, I dotted all my I's and I crossed all my T's when it comes to the whole PR thing. Like we take care of that, right? I have a person for that, okay? We're
Possibly could. If serious allegations or evidence came out, I always immediately dropped them and vowed to never make content with them again. Basically, everyone in Austin did the same. These incidents, multiple of them, of course, were some of the streamer community here talked about. Of us a lot. What is this? Would send a clear message that this type of shit isn't welcomed. I suppose maybe that did not make how I felt clear. Hopefully this makes it more clear. I mean, I don't think it makes it more clear. The reason why it doesn't make it, I watched the full clip, chatter. I don't know why you keep repeatedly.
Oh wait, we were just almost there. Why do they want? Wait, this to the ice comment, right? I know what ice is, just never mind. So she really does not want to talk about ice. So there's the part of the clip that we missed. That's what the person was trying to get Hassan to see.
You're repeatedly sending me the full clip.
Hello?
I know. I already watched it. I watched the full clip. I don't know why you keep spamming the fucking full clip. Pretty compelling PR, but next time she should leave out the lie about being maliciously clipped when the full VOD shows her agitation at demands she speak out, clearly preferring to avoid alienating the more reactionary elements in her audience.
Yeah, I'm trying to understand why she's saying about being maliciously clipped. They did cut the thoughts on ice with the rest of it. I guess that's it, right? She feels justified because it's a fairly large cut, right? But I don't think she's trying to imply that she wasn't talking about ice there. That just does not seem true. Yeah, she seems like she is in she's in damage control mode, I would say, right? That's what this feels like when there's like multiple claims, competing mutually exclusive claims of innocence. Yeah, we're in damage control mode.
Missed the whole paragraph. Oh,
and that's why this is why she would write a book like this. Okay, so she's talking about distancing herself from people, I guess like Tectone, although because she's not specific, we never really know who it is.
I thought actions over words, never interacting with those people again and preventing them from being involved in the streamer community activities, a lot of which in Austin are hosted by me, would send a clear message that this type of shit isn't welcome. I suppose maybe that did not make how I felt clear. For the record, I will explain to you why. I will explain to you why this is also not fully clarifying exactly what happened here. And for the record, he did literally go, "Good morning. This is Nyara. Good morning. Quick reminder that I made Tectone so upset he threatened me with his rapist dad and has since then, like a completely normal person, done that to others. No one, and I mean no one, values a single fuck about Nyara anymore. They're a professional R-word. Their words hold zero value and their existence means nothing. Next. Streamer Tectone challenges Hassan's father to fight his father. By the way, do not get knocked out around my dad. Who knows what he's going to do? Tectone's father was convicted of 14 charges, including sexually harassing 3 women and assaulting 5 women. I only read your ex's doc on you. That was enough for me to think you're a monster. Don't make me call my dad. You want him to rape me too." This dude was trying to deploy his dad like a fucking nuke. You know how like people say my dad could beat up your dad when they're children? Rape Tone was saying my dad could rape your dad. It's like, that's insane. Like, is your dad a rapist Pokemon? What do you mean you're going to deploy your dad to do rapes? I'm going to tactically deploy my rapist father. That's awesome. That's cool, man. That's total.
No, but it's like a conversation thing. It's like a, hey, don't make me sick my dad on you, right? But with the implication being that the dad rapes people. Oh my God. Why does it have to be his dad? At this point, it sounds like it's not just like a, it sounds like it runs in the family. It sounds like the family is, yeah, Rapimon. Oh my God.
Really normal. Anyway, the reason why I think it's important to fucking identify exactly who Emiru was talking about, and I'll explain to you why in a second, is because bad actors can still get away by engaging in denial to their communities. Well, hopefully this makes it more clear. It doesn't. Okay? I know this won't stop people from taking issue with the way I do things. I don't expect to. I'm saying this because I
Rapemon digivolve to Pedomon? Oh no, is that going to be the form of Ethan Klein?
know my community and friends are
That's a pedo troll. That's the next evolution.
fatigued. That's pretty much it. Thank you for taking the time to read this. I will continue doing what I usually do. I just wanted to finally say something because the speculation and lies were getting out of control. It'll likely continue, but I hope putting my stance out there will help those who already feel unsupported, unsafe, like there's one less person trying to send hatred their way. Well, here's Tectone apparently saying,
by the way, clearing things up. She ain't talking about me. She talking about Lucari and Miz. She ain't talking about me. Okay? Hey, let's keep that shit 100%. That shit ain't about me. Motherfuckers, hey, that's about Miz and Lucari. Fucking get the fuck off of me. Get the fuck off of me. Everybody's saying, oh, that's you. Fuck no, it's not. Fuck no, it's not. Twitter disagrees with you? Yeah, because that fits their headcanon. By the way.
like, I just don't understand. Emiru has been victim to sexual assault. Like, how do you not make this fucking clear? And that's my point, because this condemnation was left vague so that dipshits like Tectone, Rapetone, can get away with saying this shit. Okay? I don't know if that was her actual intention here. Okay? I don't know if that was her actual intention. I'm trying to be as charitable as possible to Emiru, but this is the result. This is the desirable outcome for Tectone, for Rapetone. Like I said, I think it is the financial pressures of having an audience that is comprised almost entirely of Asmongold's biggest fucking dipshit warriors is the major
Wait, for her?
reason as to why she's not revealing her perspective.
Yeah. Wait. Okay, so he's saying, I was assuming that, I don't know, like Emiru grew independently, and like, you know, at some point, you know, I don't know. But yeah, maybe they go back years. Like he's making her sound more like an orbiter, chat. I said in the beginning, I felt bad for implying that she's an orbiter. I don't know anything about her, and obviously she doesn't do political streaming, so she's not like a orbiter in the way that like Xander Hall's a Vosh orbiter, or I don't know who the fuck is a Destiny orbiter anymore. Oh, I guess Hutch. Which one in chat if you'd be interested in seeing more Hutch content. I feel like I have ignored Hutch too long. He looks like an old shoe
on ice, or until
he looks like he's been chewed on.
She got, like, you know, yelled at. From where I'm standing, though, I don't think Emiru's a bad person in general, but she is actually very comfortable and very, directly aligned and financially entangled with actual bad people. I will say that about Asmongold. Asmongold's a bad person. Rapetone is a bad person. Okay? That's it. This is crazy slander. Brother man, do you really think she supports Tectone? Did you not understand the words that came out of my fucking mouth? I said, because of her take that was left vague and did not mention names, Tectone can get away with lying. Did you not understand that I said, and I'm going to repeat it one more time for your dumbass, if she had said Tectone, Lucari, whoever she's calling out in this situation, like directly said, I'm not associated with these people, okay? Dude, you're making it clear to your audience that she's friends with them. Hello? She was fucking friends with them. Oh, shit. What are you talking about? She was, whether you want to admit or not, fucking friends with them. This is the reason why Tectone can get away with saying, oh, we're still good friends. I don't know if she's still friends with them. How the fuck am I supposed to know if she's still friends with them? But she absolutely was friends with them. You can maybe even say the same thing. You can turn around and say, Hassan, you went on that fucking podcast too, right? You went on that podcast as well. I'm pretty sure she's still friends with Asmongold. But I think it's pretty clear what my opinion is on Rapetone and Asmongold, right? Perhaps there's not a lot of room for speculation on whether or not I actually like Asmongold, or there's any speculation on whether or not I like Rape Tone, for example. Do you know why there's no speculation for that? Because I've made my position very clear. Yes, I'm still collabing with Mahmoud Khalil. You can connect a ton of people. He's been a massively popular fixture on Twitch for years. Yeah, that's the whole point. In any case, is this seriously a thing? Really dragging Emmy for this? I've never talked in any way, shape, or form about Emiru in ways that are outside of just being incredibly pleasant. And even now, I'm saying that she's a nice person overall, at least from my perspective. Having said that, however, I've always found it strange that she is actually close friends with Asmongold. And the reality of the matter is, who you keep as your company, and maybe you can tell me that she's not friends with Asmongold. I don't think that's the case, though. But who you keep company, who you keep close company, says something about you. Okay? There's a reason why even in the ice clip, even in the fucking ice clip, her mod, who is Asmongold's mod, is fucking saying, her mod, who is Asmongold's mod as well, is saying, oh, Hassanet, thoughts on ice, Lamau. What's next? You're going to talk about ice? Like, it's not an accident. It's also not an accident as to why she's been, like, even more silent, I would say, than even her roommates and shit. Okay? This vid is a little weird. What is this? When you're Asmongold friends, this is why he keeps having, keep listening. I don't care about the fucking I know what video that is. The video that you're sending me is like a speculative video of you know, a bunch of weirdos that are like speculating that she's like dating Asmongold or something. I don't care. Okay? It's weird. That kind of stuff is fucking weird. Okay, so you leave the part out with the person who asked you was your head modding. They clearly capitalized ICE. They were very clearly referring to the modern day Gestapo. How else did you think your mod was possibly referring to? In any case, it's funny that we're talking about some streamer who done nothing serious, but we're covering it because some drama slop left the streamers made their entire past 5 days in the same stream. We will be talking to Mahmoud, who the U.S. government is coming for his head. But hey, Emmy has more clicks, you drama pervs. No, the reason why I wanted to talk about this is because I do every now and then talk about this kind of shit. Why do I talk about this kind of shit? Because this is the space I occupy. And this means that the culture is shifting in the space that I occupy dramatically in the opposite direction. Like I repeatedly said over and over again, for the past 2 fucking years, people would literally yell at you endlessly and harass you endlessly if you ever dared say anything that was remotely empathetic. Okay? Yeah. 4-month-old clip of Emiru saying she would like to bring back the podcast. I actually really missed the podcast. I would enjoy the podcast. Mask off.
They both had such beautiful sets. I know. Our set designers are so good, and Finn and Jacob are amazing.
It's about ice culture shift and political shift as well. Exactly. A lot of us live at the risk of political and social horrors. Fear is natural, but cowardice is a privilege. No more excuses for that shit. This is not a matter of policy. It's simply about giving a single fuck about anyone around you. Also, what streamer actually has ever died or got physically harmed from speaking up for basic humanity? And yet, how many people have and will die from the silence of those with influence? Yeah. Bonnie even recently posted about how hard it is to be Arab Palestinian in the current political environment. Like, that's what I mean. These are her fucking roommates. These are her roommates, man. Her roommate is talking about the difficulties of existing as a Palestinian in this current fucking media environment and also in the current socio-political environment. And the person that Emiru is friends with is literally speaking every day about doing untold amounts of fucking pain to Palestinians, to Palestinian Americans who speak out, who they should be deported. One of the Palestinian green card holders I'm going to be talking to in approximately an hour, okay? I'm going to be talking to Mahmoud Khalil. Mahmoud Khalil has been in the crosshairs of the federal government. Asmongold has defended his fucking deportation over and over and over again. Asmongold has demanded his deportation over and over again. There's not a lot of difference between someone like Mahmoud Khalil and someone like Bonnie. Okay? At the end of the day, Asmongold is basically saying people like Bonnie or people like Mahmoud Khalil who are speaking out against these atrocities deserve to be fucking deported. How do you maintain a relationship with a person like that? That's it. That's my take. Zahn, did you know Ethan Klein is the best YouTuber in history? I know. He is. It's devastating that Google has been taken over by anti-Semites who are anti-Semitically lowering his algorithm placement. Why did he get banned? I don't know. Yeah. So if you're wondering why it's difficult for people to speak up, by the way, yo, Asmongold, are you going to push back and hate on this statement, or is it still Asmongold? Yeah, here.
I'm sorry, why did he get banned? Okay. Anybody catch that? Anybody catch that? Like, did Ethan Klein, who got banned? Who got banned? Who are we talking about? Like, the only name I'm hearing around that statement is Ethan Klein, but you know, we should be so lucky.
It's devastating that Google has been taken over by anti-Semites who are anti-Semitically lowering his algorithm placement. Why did he get banned? I don't know. Yeah. So if you're wondering why it's difficult for people to speak up, by the way, yo, Asmongold, are you going to push back and hate on this statement, or is it still Asmongold? Yeah, here it is. Asmongold says content.
He must be talking about somebody else. Anybody know?
Creators who engage in anti-ICE rhetoric deserve more hate and harassment.
Well, people get mad and they talk shit about this, but at the end of the day, I'm glad that more people are starting to speak up against it. And I'm glad that...
And for the record, Twitch can suck my cock too. I'm sorry. I know there's a bunch of wonderful, kind, woke individuals that work at Twitch, but you see this shit every day. I know you see this shit every day, and you're fucking terrified of doing anything about it, and you never actually fucking allow the terms of service to be followed through on. Okay, this is one of your top content creators. And the reason why you apply a double standard is because you're afraid if you actually dare to ban Asmongold, you will have a metric ton of criticism coming from possibly the Republican administration, possibly the Trump administration.
Ethan,
you'll have JD Vance.
What would Ethan have gotten banned from? Not Ethan, says BCAT. That's what I thought. I don't know anything that... What would... The one who got banned was the chatter. Thank you. The mod clapped the chatter while the chat was being read. That makes so much more sense, because I was like, there's no... Ethan is not banned, right?
Let's talk about it. You'll have Elon Musk talk about it. And you don't want that...
We'd be hearing more about it from Hassan if it was...
Smoke. So you're fucking terrified. So you let him run his goddamn mouth every fucking day. Obviously, no such consideration is given to someone like myself. Because why? Well, because I'm anti-Israel. And when you're anti-Israel, it doesn't fucking matter. No one is going to come out. AOC is not going to come out and be like, Hassan should not have been...
But yeah, thank you, Yager.
...banned off Twitch, right? Kamala Harris is not going to come out and say Hassan should not have been banned off Twitch. But they know that if Asmongold gets banned, JD Vance is probably going to say something. And that's precisely the reason why they're fucking terrified of doing something about it. When you got one of your largest content creators...
Welcome, Raider. Welcome, streamers. Sorry, I got that backwards. Welcome, streamer. Welcome, Raiders. There we go. Good to have you with us. Yeah, you've just activated my stand. Now, we're in the middle of trying to get to the bottom of this whole Emiru situation, which I must admit I was I was concentrating on other stuff. Thank you, Yeager, for the gifted sub to Pixels Mixel. You just got jellyfished, and that's a good thing. Who is Emiru? Emiru is a Twitch streamer, friend of Asmongold's. That's about all I know. I mean, that makes it sound like I'm talking about like a chud political streamer. No, Emiru is kind of an apolitical streamer, and doesn't usually talk about politics. But ICE came up, and the kind of subject that giving a non-answer on a question like do you support what's going on in the country right now with ICE? That's a little harder of a bullet to bite than it usually is, right? Normally a lot of Americans are super apolitical about a lot of things. This is one issue that has caught everybody's attention in a way where I don't think it's as easy for somebody to just be like, well, I don't want to get into that. Right. And because of that, there's been controversy, kind of as far as what Emiru's stance is. I think she made a statement on Twitter, and it's still not great. But yeah, I'm learning about who Emiru is as well, right? Oh yeah, one thing you might remember Emiru from. Emiru was the one. There was like a Twitch. It was TwitchCon. I don't remember if it was in um the EU or in the US, but one of the TwitchCons, Emiru had someone come up to her in real life. And wait, wasn't it Emiru? Am I mixing this up, chat? But yeah, thank you for the raid, Pixels Mixels. Good to see you, and nice to have the raiders joining into our chat here. But yeah, we're just trying to figure this stuff out too. I'd been ignoring this because obviously there's a bunch of stuff going on that I've been covering in politics. That president staying up, tweeting out racist shit, racist AI slop in the middle of the night. Important stuff. Invasions, wars, rumors of wars, all kinds of stuff. And of course, the war on American cities by the Trump administration through ICE is kind of what I've been talking about lately. And I guess this kind of slipped under the, just seemed like streamer drama. But it is actually about the situation with ICE. So I thought I'd take a look and see what's going on here and try to learn more. So yeah, this is Hassan's stream. He finally acknowledged this. I think he was trying to stay out of it too, because again, Emiru's not a political streamer. He's saying that she is not a bad person, but because her, she's kind of like hanging out with people like Asmongold. It's there is something to be said about the cover that I guess that she gives to people like that. The more I hear about this Trump person, the more sus I am. Damn, Box and Socks. Yeah. You're not wrong. Yeah, it might be something. This might be a bad thing long term. Anyway, let's take a look in here and wait. The statement. Listen, I don't really have a deep understanding of third right policies, so I can't really make a comment on the Gestapo going door to door. Yeah, this is the kind of. I mean, like, look, that's yeah. There are times in which like silence is I don't know. Silence is aiding the side that is doing the harm.
Running around saying we should fucking do harassment to people who speak out against ICE.
Well, people get mad and they talk shit about this, but at the end of the day, I'm glad that more people are starting to speak up against it. And I'm glad that, I'm going to be honest, I'm glad that more creators are getting hate on social media for not supporting ICE and for making virtue statements against ICE. I think they deserve, and I think they need a lot more hate, and they need a lot more pushback for being able to virtue signal about how bad ICE is. I do. I'm really glad to see more people speaking up against it. And
also, Twitch knows Mold could run a gig where you can never fully abandon Twitch. What are you talking about? If I was a single platform streamer, I would just go to fucking YouTube. That much is very clear, especially after this last week's shenanigans. Are you kidding me? The only reason why I don't dual stream on YouTube is because like well, there's a reason why I have 38,000 people watching today. Okay. Whereas this last week, it was like sub 20K. It's because single platform streaming is obviously boosting my visibility on this fucking platform, a platform where I have to engage in ideological warfare against people who are literally making this space a more toxic place for trans content creators, for smaller content creators, for content creators with immigrant background. I can't fucking do that. I'm sorry. Okay.
So if you just joined us, I mean, this is like the larger narrative here is Hassan being invested in Twitch. Hassan stopping his YouTube live stream, which he had been experiencing with, was one of the bonus topics that we had for today, but he's kind of getting into it here a little bit, right? His rationale for streaming only to Twitch, and it also sort of reinforces the investment that he has in the platform. It's not a great place to be on a platform with a guy like Asmongold who is constantly targeting you and who has the ear of the vice president. And while the Twitch, administration, while the Twitch ownership or the whatever moderation team they have, they might not love having to deal with Asmongold's bullshit. They know that there's very little they can do about it. Like Hassan is saying, if Asmongold gets banned, it's going to be, JD Vance and Elon Musk are going to make it an issue of free speech somehow, right? So Twitch is trying to avoid that, right? So him staying on here, people would wonder why, he catches bans over saying the word cracker, or what was the recent one? Oh yeah, combining Zionist with another word. Apparently you can't do that on Twitch, right? He's catching bans for, a lot of silly reasons, while, somebody like Asmongold goes completely in violation of multiple terms of service and still nothing happens to him, right? You might ask why somebody like Hassan puts up with it, and I think it's because he's got an investment in the platform. Twitch is, amongst other things, a community, and I guess when you put in the work to try to, make it within that community, right? When you are, as involved in the sort of social networks that make up the top tier of Twitch as Hassan has been, and that's part of the reason for his success, in addition to his content filling a filling a need that just was not filled by other political streamers. You've also got the sort of social aspect of Twitch and the Kingmaker system, as it's called, which means that if you are if you're like a top tier streamer as far as numbers, you're kind of getting new viewers thrown at you for free, right? And that's something that you don't really get from YouTube in the same way. So yeah, it's a complicated thing. I don't know if we'll get to it unless we hit the bonus skull chat. We're at 23 right now, a mere 77 points away from getting to 100. 100 on the bonus content would extend the stream. Kind of running out of time here, but we'll see where we go. Yeah, again, the thing that makes this number go up are super chat, super stickers. If you got yourself a membership on YouTube, if you gift memberships on YouTube, if you support me on Throne or on Patreon or on Twitch, right? All those things make this number go up. And if the number goes up, oh, speaking of which, I gotta add Jaeger, thank you for the gifted sub to Pixels Mixel. And that brings us up to 29. So yeah, I lied to you. We are more like 71 points away from that. But yeah, if we get to the bonus content, we got these 4 topics. Cooking. The poll is over on YouTube right now. You can vote if you have not already. Make your voice heard. And 93 of you have at this point. Make sure to like the stream too while you're voting. That helps me out greatly. And I can't stress how much I appreciate everybody in Thumb Gang who likes the stream. Yeah, Ethan Klein, gambling scandals way ahead of everything. MAGA halftime train wreck in Hassan stops live streaming in second place, and MAGA halftime train wreck in third place. Then Foreskin Man, God, chat, don't even ask what that is. No, you have every right to ask what that is. It is a very sus comic, I will say, from the 2010s. And yeah, it's about a superhero that fights against rabbis and moils who he believes are taking the foreskin of the. Anyway, chat, yeah, and if you are wondering, does this go in an anti-Semitic direction? Yeah, I think when you have rabbis as your fucking enemy, like, class, right? Your boss class, right? I don't know. But yeah, so Brace Belden of TrueAnon and Hassan, I think Brace shared this with Hassan recently. I tracked down, there's a song. There's a Foreskin Man song. Wait, do I have it up? I don't think I have it up yet. Oh my God, chat, I should. It's been a while since I watched your streams. How's life in Thailand so far? I love Thailand. It is a wonderful place. It is a wonderful culture, wonderful people. I am learning the language slowly but surely. And oh my God, something just happened. I think there was just like a bunch of jellyfish. Yeah, Omega Star with the 5 community subs. Oh my gosh, I gotta read out some surprisingly well drawn out comment. look, you know that look, if you want to know, is the guy like just kind of, is the guy like doing a shit post, right? That kind of like 4chan. I don't know. I don't want to underrate 4chan anti-Semitism. 4chan has been responsible for some pretty serious anti-Semitism, but yeah, it's like the you know, if they're really, you know, if their heart's in the game, right? Like for a comic that's anti-Semitic, yeah, just like how well is it drawn? How well is the anti-Semitism depicted? Anyway, Foreskin Man, I'm sure is anyway, Bat Manicure, you just got jellyfish. Square Tail, you just got jellyfish. Nokra, you just got jellyfish. Lauren Pasta, you just got jellyfish. An ad-free subscription. I'm not sure what that means, ad-free subscription, but you just got jellyfish. Yeah, I wish. Wait, so do subscriptions free you from ads? Chat, you got no ads on Twitch right now, so count your blessings. And thank you for the gifted community subs. But yeah, that's where we're at as far as that. Ethan Klein is in the lead. Why must Ethan Klein be in the lead? Anyway, we're now at 59, I believe is where, yeah, 59 out of 100 is where we're at on the bonus goal. Why only rabbis and moils? Oh, yeah, no, it's doctors too. It's doctors too, man with the long last name. So there's like a little bit. Anyway, I think it's anti-Semitic, right? It's not. I misrepresented it. It's not exclusively rabbis and moils. I'm just saying that a lot of the enemies, a lot of the big bads are rabbis and or moils. I'm not sure if I'm saying that right, but my jellyfish towards Ethan. Damn, Ethan Klein unstoppable tonight. Unstoppable. People have not had Ethan for a long time. There was a time in which people would complain that I was covering Ethan too much, but maybe what this is saying is that I'm covering Ethan too little. No, chat. I'm just kidding. There is an Ethan Klein Pierce Morgan segment. I don't think you would be entertained by it, though. Do we really want to see Ethan debate? I mean, you know, it's even from a Schadenfreude sort of perspective, I just don't think it's all that interesting. Anyway, you got a hype train at level 2, thanks to Omega Star. If you want to jump on that hype train, now's the time. If you got a Twitch Prime sub burning a hole in your pocket, or you need to re-up your sub, or you're just feeling generous as far as giving gift subs, right? You will get the what is it, the conductor's badge from the hype train, and then I think it gives you extra. I think it gives you like extra emotes. I think you get special exclusive emotes with that.
Even though I make a shit ton of fucking money on YouTube, the reason why I'm fucking streaming on Twitch is because I gotta go where the fucking people are. I gotta go where the reactionaries are, and I
wanna go where the people are.
Fucking fight the same fires that they're putting out. Okay.
What is a hog, and why does it? What's the word? What does the hog do?
I know a lot of people don't understand. Last week,
why am I imagining Ariel going to a MAGA rally? What the fuck is this, chat? What kind of? Oh my god! How does it mold? How? Oh no! This is like. That segment was boring. Oh, I think so too. Yeah, that's why I didn't subject you to it.
It was 45 to 50k.
Also, I'm not trying to watch Ethan Klein content. All right, he can be a funny guy. He's definitely a jerk. You know, I guess when he's relevant, I'll cover him. I just don't want to get in the. What I did, chat, is I got invested in the narrative of like Hassan versus Ethan, and I felt obliged to cover it to the bitter end, and that's just, you know, it's just not good for your health, or your health or my health. Up where they walk, up where they run.
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. You don't know anything. Shut the fuck up. Wait, so the people who committed to memberships on YouTube were for nothing? No! First of all, you don't actually fucking commit to anything when you subscribe.
What is a vaccine and why does it, what's the word? Burn.
That very fucking clear, okay? I make that very clear. Just don't subscribe on fucking Twitch, okay? For the month if you don't want to. If you're like, "Oh my god," at worst.
So yeah, this has kind of started a fight. Do you understand why people are mad though? They got, yeah, someone invested in Hassan streaming on YouTube. Look, some people just prefer watching stuff on YouTube, right? So, you know, there's that, you know, I don't know. People were excited about it. People bought subs. Generally, like now in Twitch, being a sub, right? It's not. I don't know. It doesn't necessarily like. I mean, there's definitely benefits to it, right? You know, you get the. In fact, you know, if you're not a political streamer, you get out of the ads. If you are a political streamer, I guess there are no ads, right? Nobody wants to advertise on me because I talk about politics. Tons of people subbed. It's a bad look. Yeah, I think so. Well, yeah, especially because on YouTube, like there is expectation there, right? In fact, I feel like I should um do more in terms of members only, subs only, exclusive content to thank the people that are making the corporation for public bitching a possibility in the first place. People can get their subs refunded. Yeah, they probably won't. I mean, that he's telling that person to get refunded if they want, but um pretty shocked that he did this. I mean, he should do something, right? Like he talked about maybe doing a member stream. So I think that might be you know, that might make people a little bit less upset. Yeah, no, I totally I get why people are upset with him. I'm not sure if he gets it because again, it's a different culture. In fact, there's just I mean, like there's like a culture of supporting I don't know. I don't want to try to paint Twitch and YouTube with too broad of a brush. He should VODs on demand for like 3 weeks and then stop. There we go, Mervert. Yeah. I thought about that when I honestly don't know if that's like a bad idea. I feel like the thing that Ethan, you know what Ethan was trying to, okay, so what Ethan wanted to do, right, was he felt like this. He, you know, people watched his live stream, but then his videos that he'd put out, which was clips from the live stream, like they just didn't do anything. Like nobody was really, it wasn't getting views, right? So he's not pulling in more people from that. And so he thought, well, the problem is that on the live stream, I have ticks, I sniff, I cough, I do all this stuff that people, you know, if they don't know me, they're going to think I'm just a crazy person, right? They're not going to understand. And so maybe if I do it in a controlled environment where, you know, I can minimize that stuff, I think that was the theory, right? Is that Ethan can kind of, you know, he can do another take if he needs it, right? So that it's not quite as high stakes as the live stream. And yeah, he tried doing those on subjects that should pop off. They didn't. He did not have any success. I watched both on Twitch and YouTube. Thank you.
At worst, if your number one problem there is just don't subscribe, okay? Don't subscribe ever again. If you're frustrated, don't ever subscribe to me ever again.
It's like the Ethan there or the Elon Musk thing of just like don't advertise then. Fine. Don't advertise. The earth will judge you. Somebody gifted 100 subs on YouTube the other day. For like on his stream, yeah.
Okay.
Well, I mean, people do that all the time on Twitch. I don't know. No, there's like 2 accounts, aren't there? There's 2 accounts on Twitch that are like constantly gifting like 100 subs at a time.
When have I ever fucking said that you get
Hassan stream
anything out of subscriptions? It's a volunteer subscription. I make that very fucking clear. You go refund it. Go refund it. Go refund it. Jesus Christ. Some of you are insane. Like you don't understand. 60-month sub here, and I was watching you on YouTube, so you definitely split your base. Exactly. People literally don't understand that the higher viewership numbers also accounts towards other things like ranking charts, watch stream hours, and so much more. The split audience is infinitely worse for you. Exactly. People genuinely think that there's like a big secret here that I'm like not fucking explaining to them. They're talking like you did a rug.
Wait. Oh my god. Oh my god. Don't let this become... Chat, is this going to be the next Hassantroversy? Is Ethan Klein going to be like, we give our viewers exclusive access to a members only chat, and yet Hassan expects people to pay him for memberships on YouTube and offer them nothing. Look at that. He said, I offer you nothing. He's Willy Wonka. Good day, sir. Oh my god, he's going to no, I don't know.
Rug pool. I know. The rug pool is literally the exact same rug pull of subscribing to fucking Twitch. Okay, I know. Wah. It's inconvenient for you. I know. You want to watch on YouTube. It's much better on YouTube. I know. Wah. I know. I'm sorry. of there's like a big secret. People literally don't understand that the higher view.
Okay, what is this? Higher viewership number also accounts towards other things like rankings charts, watch stream hours, so much more. I need to learn more about Twitch, chat. That poison virus person sounds like they know a lot more than I do.
Viewership numbers also accounts towards other things like ranking charts, watch stream hours, and so much more. The split audience is infinitely worse for you. Exactly. People genuinely think that they're
paywalls suck. That's my problem, right? Is I want to do stuff for members only, but I'm just like, you know, like locking people out feels not good. I talked about this earlier, like that I feel like the best way to do something like that would be to on a stream that might not be like a stream that would do numbers, but is still, if I can hit like I just gotta hit the right it's like a balance, right? You know, because like we can go in more in depth on topics that are that I think my subs and members would find interesting. I don't know. Delete the Willy Wonka message? Wait, what? I think that Peanuts, the auto mod, I think is what you're dealing with right now, not
there's like a big secret here that I'm like not fucking explaining to them. They're talking like you did a rug pull. I know. The rug pull is literally the exact same rug pull of subscribing to fucking Twitch. Okay? I know. Wah. It's inconvenient for you. I know. You want to watch on YouTube. It's much better on YouTube. I know. Wah. I know. I'm sorry. I have to do this. Okay? If it didn't actually split the fucking viewership in half, then I would not have an issue with it. If there was a totally separate audience on YouTube, and there is, but it's just not as big as you think it is, okay, then it wouldn't be a problem. If the YouTube audience was like 40K, 50K, and consistently growing, maybe I'd become a single, but I have to be where my people are, okay? 35K average.
I don't know, chat. I feel like there's more variability. What do you think? I mean, I think there's more variability of audience on YouTube. Like, depending on what I put as my title, you know, I could get like, you know, if I like, I don't know, I could get like really like there's a bigger difference in sub whereas like look on Twitch, your audience is kind of your audience, right? You gather your audience by being consistent as much as you can, producing good content, you know, just bringing people back, making people want to check in on what you're doing. And on YouTube, a lot of your viewership is coming from like who does YouTube decide to show your thumbnail to? Who does YouTube decide to put your stream in front of their eyes, right? And so that can be more variable. So I wonder if it's, you know, because he kind of settled on a generic thumbnail, which is not, it's not the worst thing in the world. Plenty of streamers do that and get, you know, good numbers, but just like maybe the title wasn't interesting or wasn't, you know, operating by the, because I mean, there is something to Twitch titles as well, right? There is some like psychology or something. You know, obviously if I was like, I'm going to be watching paint dry, right? Or even worse, chat, playing a video game, there'd be a lot less viewers in chat, I would assume. Oh, YouTube is more, way more. YouTube would not censor him for, for actually a lot of things. A lot of words he doesn't say. Auto mod won't let you say anything negative about Israel. It's extremely strict about that. It's like, yeah. I'm hungry.
On one platform is better than 25 10K split. Exactly. But people don't understand that. Didn't you say you were going to donate the YouTube money anyway? Now like it's wasted? Yeah, that's the other side of it. Like I already said I was going to fucking, I already am donating the super chat revenue from the first day stream to Churla anyway. People just want to fucking make a mountain out of a molehill. YouTube also has copyright restrictions, okay? There's a reason why the YouTube restreamers, you know, people still restream my stream on YouTube right now. Right now, this stream is already on YouTube, okay? People restream it. I don't have an issue with it. But what happens? Earlier this morning when I was watching the Bad Bunny fucking YouTube videos, the Bad Bunny Super Bowl halftime show, those fucking VODs got destroyed. They got copy striked. You have to game the algorithm. They can't understand how much it weakens your reach in such a turbulent era. Maybe long way down the road, you can grow much larger on both, but now's not the time to weaken your own voice. I know. I'm working on how I can game it out for you guys, okay? But that's irrelevant. It's neither here nor there. It's a utterly inconsequential conversation that I'm getting bogged down with over and over again for some fucking weird-ass reason. Yeah, he's over here.
I think they need a lot more hate, and they need a lot more pushback for being able to virtue signal about how bad ICE is. I do. I'm really glad to see more people speaking up against it and, taking a stand for these weirdos, right? Especially streamers. I want to see it happen a lot more. Well, people get mad and they talk.
Yeah, people who take a negative stance against ICE. Okay? He said, go harass people that are taking a negative stance against ICE. Okay? Woke is fucking back. He can say this all day, every day. It doesn't matter. Okay? Our woke warriors will be out there in the fucking trenches defending people who are taking that stance. The only reason why he's chirping like this is because he knows the cultural shift is here. And even he recognizes it. Yeah, go ahead. Suck my dick. Talking about how, oh, yeah, you guys should go and continue harassing people who are fucking saying fuck ICE. He's a bitch. Here he is talking about it again.
No, I haven't seen the Emiru apology stuff. I was gonna talk about it because like Asmongold apparently, like Emiru got yelled at because woke is back.
We do have to do something about this. And I will continue. Like, I think I might ramp.
I pointed this out earlier, but it feels like Hassan's saying woke is back, which, like, he's kind of kidding, right? Like, it's tongue in cheek. Woke warriors, get ready for your battle, right? He's not like being serious, but Asmongold is. Asmongold is like, oh no, we got to put a stop to this right here. They think the wokeness is back. Well, it's not going to be back when we harass them on the internet, when we send, fucking incels with no lives after them to just do unlimited harassment to them in a way that, this is what he's fucking saying, right? Omega Star, thank you for the gifted sub to Peanuts. GG. GG, because you just got jellyfished. Or would that be JJ? I'm not sure, chat. I'm not sure. Wait, should they be jellyfish with like a G? Like Geller? Like jellyfish? No. Anyway, what am I trying to do? Press a button. Boom.
Up my hostility towards the people online that are pushing these woke narratives. I think we might need to ramp it up.
He's serious about it.
How are you going to ramp it up?
Okay, so here's the thing.
How are you going to fucking ramp it up? Yeah, he's literally saying to harass Emiru's roommate.
Look, unless you are like, black and you're using woke in the original sense, right? Using woke for its colloquial meaning, whether you mean it as a pejorative or as a opposite of pejorative, it's weird. It's cringe, right? Saying it unironically is cringe because it's not actually a thing. It's like a optical illusion. It's like the way that you see, like, look down the highway on a hot day and it looks like you see like pools of water. There's no water on the highway, but it looks like there is. It's that kind of thing. People like get their eyes cocked in just the right way and you're like, wokeness. It seems like this wokeness thing is, and they can't identify exactly what they're talking about. They can't, come up with a workable definition that's not just circular reasoning and tautology, which, is a joke in and of itself for those of you who get it. Depends on how you pronounce GIF. Oh, good point. GIF? Yeah, it would be the jellyfish then with a G. I find it a little odd that Asmongold used the term harassment so freely. He is quite literally telling people to. It's weird that he says the quiet part out loud, and the only reason is, like I said, that if Twitch wanted to ban this guy, they might have a problem with the vice president. And that, consider that, chat. We're up to 65 out of 100. If we get 35 points further, then we will secure the bag of bonus content. Right now, Ethan Klein's gambling scandal looks like it's in first place. Hassan's stopping YouTube live streaming, I think, in second, and then the MAGA halftime, and then Foreskin Man. One day, chat, Foreskin Man will have his day.
Mate Cinna. Exactly.
Yeah, woke is a Magic Eye poster, yeah.
Didn't say go harass Emiru for her fucking position. Okay? And as a matter of fact, as a matter of policy, I regularly talk about not fucking tapping the glass and going after people because I think it's ugly and I think it's silly and I think it's toxic in general. You know? Asmongold does not have any considerations such as that. Okay? Not only does he do this...
It's not a giraffic interface file, or would it be a graphic?
And many of my fucking haters do this all the time. Sex Pestiny is another common one that does this all the fucking time, including but not limited to telling his audience to stalk me physically, which is something that even Asmongold considered to be a bridge too far, if you remember. Okay? But here is Asmongold openly encouraging this fucking toxic behavior. This is the type of shit policy Twitch would fucking clap. Okay? Only after he laughed at someone stalking you? Yeah, and then he very quickly realized that could actually have negative consequences for him personally as well.
Jeff is a peanut butter fight me? So wait, you're saying it should be GIF?
Even more militant and aggressive at these people. We do. I think we have to be a lot more militant and aggressive at them. 100%. Because if you're not, they'll do it to you.
Militant.
I'll link you guys like one of our Twitter communities.
I mean,
If one-
look, I know what this is. This is going to end in internet harassment, all right? I don't think it's going to end in militancy, anybody picking up arms to defend the name of Emiru. I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think any of these sweaty basement-dwelling hogs is getting off their ass. But, you know, more likely it's going to be internet harassment. And if you haven't had the exquisite pleasure of experiencing this kind of thing, you might underestimate it. I do think I need to make a point here that the stuff that actually harassment is not what you imagine it to be. It's not somebody like sending you like nasty messages, right? Or it's not somebody like that. It's not something you can just like kind of shut the door on and be like, all right, you're blocked. Don't have to deal with that harassment. No, they will find their ways around the blocks, right? And the more you block them, the more they want to harass you, right? It's really a thing that I think you almost have to behold to believe.
One of the mods once linked the Twitter community. We have Roach Ranch. We have made 40,000.
Wait, it's a peanut butter in the U.S. In Australia. It's a metal surface cleaner. Not very appetizing. Peanuts. Speaking of Australia, I believe Australia was just the recipient of a visit of the Israeli president, and people are not too happy about receiving that foreign dignitary.
40,000 people in this community. We have to be more aggressive with these people because you don't want to have them go around and bully and try.
Her son has had many IRL credible attacks and threats go beyond the internet. I mean, look, it's a statistics game, right? And yeah, with somebody with a lot of like, you know, parasocial followers, there are going to be, yeah, you know, that's true. Yeah. It's sometimes like the stands that are the worst, either in terms of the, you know, people that they stand, the person they stand is in a fight with somebody, so they go harass them obsessively, or the or people that were fans of a content creator becoming like obsessive anti-fans. That's another phenomenon.
What's up, Twitch? Twitch, y'all seeing this? He's directly, I mean, how is this any different than what Aiden Ross got popped for?
Not that I would know anything about
Okay.
that.
Force the
Other content creators see this shit for the record. Okay. They see it. Twitch is asleep, bruh. Did he say he wants to start a militia? No. A militia implies that people have to go outside. Let's be real. None of these fucking dickheads are ever going to go outside. Okay. They're never going to go outside. You don't have to worry about that. You just have to, you know, to remember that all they're going to do is fucking yell at you in your replies. That's it. Most of them are European anyway. What the fuck are they going to do? Catch you in the streets of Lisbon? Oh, you better not come to Copenhagen. Okay? Yes. Oh, you better not come here. If I catch you on the streets of Copenhagen, you will see how I feel about the MAGA. The outside. Twitch will give him a perma after the midterms? Nah, probably not. I mean, we'll see. His comeuppance will be inevitable, okay? Because once again, either he will turn around and retriangulate, which seemingly he's not doing right now, okay? Or once it's over, once like the power is over, the power of this administration is over in ways that even like massive corporations can fucking recognize, at that point, Twitch will get its balls back. Okay? At that point, Twitch will get its balls back and will realize, like, okay, we can actually take some punitive measures against this person, once again, who's a serial violator of the terms of service and has made this fucking platform uninhabitable, unsustainable, and incredibly toxic. Okay? That's it. Yeah. Twitch will wait until the Woke 2.1 patch comes out. Yeah.
Hey there, Midas Canada viewers. Resist your
Midas touch. Oh my god, 4chan and the war on reality itself. God damn it, chat. A lot of people talking about the Epstein connection to 4chan, including, it looks like, Midas touch. Oh, this is Midas Canada. I don't even know about this. Anyway, chat. We are at 65 out of 100 right now. If we get 35 points further, I can stick around and cover some bonus content with you. If not, oh my god, I don't have that much longer to go, honestly, tonight. Hassan stops live stream. Oh yeah. So yeah, Ethan Gambling still in first place. We have 97 votes so far. So make sure to make your voice heard. It might matter, chat, if we can get 35 points further. Although we are kind of nearing that. Midas sucks. There's a lot that, like, I have a, yeah. I don't like, I'm not saying I disagree with, like, you know, random stuff that, anti-Trump stuff that they say. I just, yeah, something about Midas. Sometimes they're funny, though. Like the Mycelis guy, he's obsessed with the idea that Trump poops himself. He really, really wants this to be the truth. And who knows, it could be the truth. Maybe it is the truth. Oh, wait, should we hear Mike's super cooked version? Mike's got the cooked conspiracy theory here.
Nah, her and her mod did a op so that she could do some sort of attack on everybody asking people about their opinions on ICE. This is the head mod. That's what that special little icon means. Twitch mod lives for Zakrar. Head mod and mod for Asmongold. You know they're torturing Asian people, right? You don't think
I'm gonna grab some food.
The street and the wrong type of incel ICE agent might grab you up?
When did people on the right get so soy? You're smearing and defaming by calling someone a chick.
You mean your head mod sent a pre-planned question that you read out of the chat? There were thousands of other chat messages you could have read, but you decided to read that to attack Hassan? What is this nonsense? You didn't show support for Pink, and she won a case. It wasn't an accusation. She won her case. She went to court. A judge said she's right. You and your mod. Big ass fuck. And all your friends support ICE. So do you support ICE? Because I don't support them. Can you imagine if Hassan was hanging out with Kyle, and a Nazi? You can't say, oh yeah, put him in concentration camps. Oh god, and dignity, please, dignity. Nah. Dignity is for the people that fight for dignity. We assumed that you were normal, but you've come out and told us that you're not. Well, now we're taking out the trash, and you're in the bag. And you're like, but wait a minute. I was arguing that you should treat people poorly because they're weak. Why are you treating me poorly? Because you're weak. We're listening to you. All right, let's talk about Emiru for a second. I want to talk about this for a second. I have avoided talking about Emiru because I wanted to give her the ability to come in our direction without being too aggressive. I saw her hanging out more with, like, you know, Cinna. I saw her hanging out with Maya. I've seen her, and I was like, you know what? Let's just let it cook, you know? And then Lakari got caught with child porn. And then Tectone was adjudicated to be a sexual assaulter and a stalker. And then Asmongold called for mass killings and concentration camps.
Put all the people that were doing the shit in front of the detention centers, put them in mandatory prison labor camps.
And she said nothing about any of that. And it's like, you've been promoting these people for years. These are your podcast co-hosts. You can't just say nothing. I did see this clip, because Vio and I talked about it last night. I was like, what's going on with Emiru? Because you know, Vio knows more about that side of the Twitch than I do. And the more I looked into it, the worse it looks. And there's really nothing more to say. She is a fascist. She supports Asmongold. She supports Tectone. She supports all this evil shit.
Oh no, are we back to the Daft Punk music again? Chat, I also need to pee.
Only conclusion. And the reason why I say that, which is an extreme position, is let's look at the chat. The person that she's reading is one of her mods. Like, this almost seems like an intentional bait. Okay, she's wearing this hat. Okay, she was looking at some, like...
Is he sped up? Is he too intense, chat? Can you not take him this fast? Does he need to be, like, nerfed? Does Mike need a nerf? I should tell him. I think I I should let Mike know. My chat says you gotta be nerfed. They can't take you at 1.5 times speed. 1.25?
Food. Oh, did it all get muted?
Notice the difference because my sleep schedule is so bad.
Hassan, you can put him up to like 1.75. It's still but Mike is like not a slow talker, so
Yeah, I think we found it.
Yep. But should I do scramble
I think
first?
1.25 is okay. I gotta pee.
I don't know what that is.
Okay, so she read the chat. Thoughts on ice. There it is. Okay. I don't know. Can you see that? What are your thoughts on ice, Asanet at Emiru? You know, people going like, guys, they just won't let her create content. These fucking lefties are just they're just pressuring everybody to constantly talk about politics who doesn't want to talk about politics. Nah, her and her mod did a op so that she could do some sort of statement, some sort of attack on everybody asking people about their opinions on ice. This was not some sort of annoying Hassan chatter. This was her head mod. That's what that means. Head mod. So when your head mod is asking you about ice, like what does a streamer saying ice validate? Well, here's the thing. She's a non-white streamer who's friends with a guy saying arrest people for being non-white.
I want to denaturalize them. I want to seize all of their assets. And I want to send them back to Somalia on a one-way flight.
That's what's happening in our country. Our people who are not white are getting stopped on the street and asked for their papers. And if they don't have the papers, or if the ICE agent just wants to arrest them, just arresting them and then sexually torturing them in ICE facilities. I don't know if you are aware of that. Your friend is supporting that and saying it's good. So your head mod is asking these questions. Okay, bet. You want us to comment on the fact that every single one of your friends is a rapist or a Nazi? Like, what's going on here? And I think Sina just came out recently and said, ICE.
ICE. Okay, but unironically though, them. Yeah, it's them, don't care. And if you don't like that I say that, it's you too. You know what I mean? Hey, it's you too. That is that simple. It's really that easy for me. I'm telling you right now.
So I guess they're undermining her friend, attacking her friend, tried to clown her friend. Again, head mod. And she decided to read it. So to me, that makes it an op. If your head mod says something and then you call it out and then you go like, I can't believe people are asking me about my opinion. Your podcast co-hosts are two of the biggest right-wing grifters on the platform. You associated yourself with them. I didn't make you do it. I'm not going through the Twitch directory and going and interrogating everybody. You're the one who associated yourself with Asmongold, with Tectone, with Lakari. Those are your friends.
Holy, I genuinely have no idea what that is. I don't know what you're talking about. What is Hassan at?
They went to the border wall?
What the heck?
That's crazy.
I can't believe they really built a wall. Yeah, this might be the most K-Kona W thing we've ever seen. Yeah, this is kind of crazy.
What are we doing? Mike's got like exclusive here.
I did it. I found a Mexico rock. This is worth 1,000 Hershey's Kisses. It is. It's a rock from Mexico. And then finally, I'm like, well, guys, okay, I'm gonna go to my room. It's been great. And so him and like everyone else who's still there starts to get up. And then suddenly Bonnie goes, so guys, what's going on over in Guatemala? And Asmon's like, and then they stay for another like hour. I'm like, oh my God. But it was fun. I was really glad to have everyone come together. Oh, Guatemala, sorry. Yeah, wrong place. Sorry, Venezuela.
Wow, this got bot downvoted. Why did this get bot downvoted? Why does this have 0 upvotes? What a blessing to be this stupid. I wish I could be this uninformed. She's a shitty person for hanging out with Asmon. The people you hang with are a reflection of you. I don't care what anyone says. You just know the conversation with Asmongold was insufferable slop. You'd probably crash out about third worlders, but guys, the Venezuelans are celebrating. I mean, like, isn't Bonnie mentioned by Emiru in that clip part Palestinian? I mean, he called her Palestinian subhuman who deserved to be genocided. God, that's sad, dude. It's so weird because I came onto Twitch, like, you know, I had some weirdos around me at first, but then I just kind of found the cool normal people and I became friends with them. Is she an Asmon orbiter? I would say that that's probably not completely. I think she's popular in her own right. She's an Asmongold friend.
This is why I was a little like hesitant about calling her an Asmon orbiter
and supporter, but I wouldn't call her an orbiter.
And again, like I said, a real orbiter is somebody that does, you know, your similar content to you and somebody that's going to have your back. Now, I guess in certain ways, Emiru has provided cover for Asmongold. Just in the sense that, you know, if you think that Asmongold's like a piece of shit for whatever reason, you know, you might be like, well, Emiru's friends with him, but she's not, you know, she's not doing like, you know, attack dog shit like Xander Hall, right? Back in the day when anybody would criticize Vosh. So, yeah, I guess Orbiter is probably not, although Hassan did say that, you know, her whole, like, I estimated it would be like half of the audience, or that she had garnered her own audience. From what Hassan said, it sounds like there just is no distinction between like an Emiru fan and a Asmongold fan, right? That like, you know, her entire audience is, you know, like that.
She's popular in her own right.
TFT, Team Fight Tactics. I don't know how I got involved playing that game.
I don't know how I got involved playing that with that game. Emiru.
Oh my god, a severe storm once hit Asmongold's house and did around $100,000 worth of improvements. Damn.
A lot, huh? Offline.
I cleaned that place out.
Rich Campbell?
Doing on like my days off recently is I usually still have to be at my computer to like do like work. I'll just buy my friends. I'll buy them games that I like playing and make them stream it for me on Discord.
I'm gonna be honest. Like I was on a Discord call with somebody. Like I was like streaming PoE to them until 7:30 in the morning. All right. I stayed up so late last night. I played 3 games of Megabonk with my friend, and I got on Discord, and I was like, I was screen sharing, and I just kept dying.
So like we're proving here that she hangs out with Asmongold. Is that what it is?
Matt, well, I go to S-Fan's party.
They share a lot of viewers and chatters. Apparently, he raids her channel a lot, 75 times what in a month. Tabula Pasta, that is a impressive 25 stream streak.
I haven't really decided yet. I don't know. I'm gonna probably lay down, maybe take a nap, and I will be back on tomorrow.
Hello. How's it going?
Are we late?
No.
I'm probably gonna I'll give the second one away to someone. I don't know who yet. I picked this one up last night from the store.
Did you get Switch too? No, I didn't. I went to a. It's actually kind of funny. I went to the midnight release of the Switch last night with somebody else, and they got their Switch, but I didn't get my Switch. And so I got home about.
So what we're just finding all these you know, incidents where Asmongold's talking about hanging out with somebody, and Emiru's like doing the same thing that Emiru's talking about. So you can kind of put 2 and 2 together.
Probably 3 in the morning almost. No, 2. Because I do a meeting at 2 a.m. Actually, I didn't buy it. It was given to me. I have a Switch too, and I will repay that debt.
I got 65 Zach Raw raids.
True, absolutely. You want to be sent for someone who's not your girlfriend? Well, I mean, sometimes maybe to get her, you know, like you gotta capture him, right? It's like, you know, like whenever you're hunting and like you're trying to capture like a rabbit, right, or something like that, or a raccoon, you could say. You put
Bro, she's got the Tectone, Asmongold, Rich Campbell, Lakari close friend group. I mean, here's the thing. That's who she chooses to be friends with. Like, that's really it. She chooses to be friends with them. So, I mean, why would that be? I don't know how else to put this, but you have to have some pretty extreme interests in common. And those interests might be dangerous to advertise to other people. So it might be hard to find other people with similar interests. I don't know what those interests might be. It's either genuine friendship or clout, which is more humiliating. I don't know. I mean, Asmongold clout. I'm pretty sure she's gotten all the Asmongold clout she can get, right?
I mean, I've never been someone that gives takes on stream or tries to talk about politics or drama or anything. I've only ever like mentioned anything remotely related to like drama or bad things when it's like I was indirectly involved in some way and I felt like I should. But most of the time I'm like, I don't need to say anything. I don't think
she's got this like weird like Midwestern aw shucks kind of nature about her. Like, oh geez, politics? Oh geez, Rick, politics? I don't know anything about politics. I can't give my take on politics, Rick.
Anyone even cares. I feel like because I
don't know why I made her Morty all of a sudden. Is Morty Midwestern?
People that come into my chat and are like, Emmy, what's your opinion on the war or something? And I'm like, there's no way they actually care what my opinion is. They're just hoping I'll say something stupid so that they can put it on Twitter and they're gonna Asmongold me. Except I don't even know what's going on anywhere. So yeah.
One of the key like scam artist things is to make the mark think they're smarter than you. I don't believe that I'm dumb bullshit. I see through it. I think it's misogynistic to fall for that. It's the easiest trick in the book. Oh, I just don't know anything. All my friends are just right wingers and creeps. You know, I guess for me, I can't find any other friends.
Is she from Kansas originally? Oh my god, if she is, that's amazing. I can imagine her being like, I had the strangest dream, and you were in it, and you were in it, and you were in it, and Grandpa Joe, you were in it too.
They're gonna freaking Asmongold me is a weird way of putting it. Yeah, what? Quote what you said back to you? My family doesn't have phones, bro. Never watch the news. The question that should be interrogated is, you see shit that's up in the world and you don't care even a little bit? You have all this money, you have all this wealth, you have an easy life, and you look out and see up shit and you don't care about it at all? Like, that's the best case scenario. She sucks so bad her entire platform is appealing to incels who fetishize Asian women as being more docile and respecting men. I mean, I'm sure, you know, I respect you, Casey Tron, but I haven't watched any Emiru content. I mean, once I found out she was making a podcast with Tectone and Asmongold, in my
are we
mind,
saying what podcast Passport Bros? Is that who Casey Tron was saying that she attracts in her audience? Asmongold has something in common with Resident Evil in Japan. Both are considered a biohazard. She does have a bit of a Morty thing, but I'm trying to get to the like aw shucksness of her voice. Very Kilgore Trout. Wait, like you couldn't give a crap about one way or another? She sounds like a slop VTuber? Yeah, kind of. Can't remember their name? I almost feel like I know what you're talking about. Yeah, yeah. But yeah, the whole overall nature is this like kind of like, oh shucks, you know? Like, you know, this kind of like false modesty, humility, and I don't know, it just connects to this whole like kind of archetype. Wasn't Techdone's dad really overtly sexual towards her? Oh no. I don't know. The way she pronounces her S's.
Bit of chud for a while, but I have other enemies and other things to talk about that are more important. You know, I'm like trying to fight bigger battles. It's not that important to me that I go around being some sort of enforcer on every other streamer. But at a certain point, when your podcast co-host, like, you know, I don't know what happened with her and Miz. I don't like Miz. I believe the accusations. So this isn't the first time that Miz did something up toward a woman. I'm not a supporter of Miz. I've never talked to him in you know, DMs or whatever. I've never collaborated with Miz. I'm completely disconnected from Miz. Miz is kind of a weird guy. It is what it is. But I was supportive of her coming out and speaking out. Meanwhile, her podcast co-host Tectone is being accused by another woman. And it's like, you want to speak out when it affects you, which you—
Wait, Kilgore Trout is Vonnegut's alter? Why did I think it was the guy from like the why am I thinking of the guy from Apocalypse Now? Wait, was that Vonnegut?
you obviously should do. But then your podcast co-host is being sued and has now been found liable, and you're not even going to say anything? You're not going to say anything? You're not going to say anything for solidarity for women? That's crazy. The podcast co-host left in 2024. Bro, the adjudication was happening. The accusation was made. Now it's been proven true.
Like, what's the name of the colonel that loved, yeah, Napalm and Survey, but is his last name Trout? Or is it something like, what's the connection with this and somebody was saying Kilgore Trout is Kurt Vonnegut's like self-insert? Is that what you mean? Like a alter ego in the book? Like Raoul Duke to yeah, it's based on it's based on Heart of Darkness by Joseph Conrad. So there was no what was the name of his last name was Kilgore? Oh, that's why I got confused.
True. When she was asked who she voted for.
Me can project their opinion onto me, so I voted for no candidates. Obviously, yes, obviously. I just don't like talking about this. And Nick was asking me yesterday if I'm gonna cover the election today. I was like, yeah, totally. I'll probably be live long enough that they'll announce who won. Isn't that how it works? That they announce it like tonight, unless like something goes wrong with the votes and they recount or something? No? Okay, never mind.
I've never seen someone obviously playing dumb in my life. I don't get it. Because it's like, you hanging out with Asmongold, you're hanging out with Tectone. Like, it's not a secret what you think. Either you're in favor of what they're saying or you don't care at all. And they're calling for people to be hurt. You know that like some illegal immigrants are Asians, right? You know that they're kidnapping Asian people, right? You know they're torturing Asian people, right? You don't think that you could walk down the street and the wrong type of incel ICE agent might grab you up?
When did people on the right get so soy? You're smearing and defaming by calling someone a chud. No, it tells me everything I need to know about the character of someone who talks about things this way. I don't know why this, I mean, it's intentional ignorance, but that's okay. It tells me everything I need to know about this person. If you are fine with commenting on things you don't know about when it benefits you, when you know your audience will like you talking about it, that's one thing. But then for you to use an opportunity or ignore an opportunity where you could talk about something, maybe your audience doesn't like it, maybe you could educate them on it a little bit, but you choose not to, you're just siding with whatever your chud or chudette audience wants to hear. She's right when she says most streamers are not qualified to talk about politics. Okay, here's the thing, dude. You actually don't have to be qualified to talk about politics to say ICE. It's not that hard of a concept. You know who doesn't do political content? Cutie Cinderella. Cutie Cinderella literally never does political content. And even she's capable of saying ICE. What about Cinna? You don't have to be a political creator to recognize that it's not hard to say ICE. And I don't know if you know this. If you're an adult in this country, you should be the minimal amount invested in politics because you live here. There's this weird idea in America especially where like you can just be an adult and be like, oh, I don't care about politics. What? If you're above the age of 18, you should care about politics in your country. You don't get to be like, well, I don't agree with this whole taxes thing, so I'm just not going to pay for it. You can't say like, well, I'm just not going to care about all this politics stuff. This is by far like the, I think, dumbest American quality. Saying,
well, by the way, because she's lying, Denim. She's lying. These are her friends. She's lying. And by the way, people didn't ask her about, that's the thing that's even funny. She lied about people asking her. People didn't ask her. Her head mod asked her. Her head fucking mod asked her. That's who asked her. We didn't ask shit. Her head fucking mod did. So what are your thoughts on ICE, Hassanet? Like they do this thing where they pretend like we're all like, oh, the lefties are running around harassing everyone and forcing them to comment on politics, even if they don't want to. And it's like, you mean your head mod sent a fucking pre-planned question that you read out of the chat? There were thousands of other chat messages you could have read, but you decided to read that to attack Hassan while your friends are rapist and fucking Nazi and those are your 3 closest associates on Twitch. So what the f are you pretending like we're chasing you down? You want to f with us? You want to attack us because we're standing up for what's right? Defend your position. Make your position known. Come out. Speak out. Tell us why we're wrong. Why ICE is actually based. Don't do this like passive aggressive bullshit with you and your head mod to try to make yourself into a victim like we were doing anything to you. We weren't doing shit to you. In fact, I showed support of you. Hassan showed support of you when you spoke out against Miskiff. What is this nonsense? You didn't show support for Pink and she won a case. It wasn't an accusation. She won her case. She went to court. A judge said she's right. She went to the police. She went to a lawyer. She went to a judge and she won. And the police are investigating it. They have, whether they decide to charge or not, it's out of Pink's hands. But she did everything right and you didn't say shit. And now here you are poking us saying, are you a Hassanet, Emiru? Are you want to speak out against ICE? You brought it up. You brought it up. Stop acting like a victim. You and your mod. Fake as fake as
so he
desperate. And is there anybody?
I mean, he's thinking that this is a whole ass op, right? That's Mike's thing. He thinks they did this shit in now, do I have it right? They did this shit on purpose, right? They had the mod, you know, essentially put Emiru in a situation where she was going to answer a political question in a way that would pop off with the goal of making her look like a victim and blaming Hassan. Do I have this correct? I feel like I've had to fill in some gaps myself, right? I just want to make sure that I'm tracking with Mike's theory because he may be onto something. I don't know. Like, I mean, a lot of sus stuff goes on in the world of, you know, Twitch streamer politics. And I'm not even talking about with politics necessarily. This is what Mike believes. Okay. They were chanting fuck ICE during a pro wrestling show. Yeah, it's super mainstream. And that's what she doesn't get, is that like this isn't one of those issues that is like marginal about even knowing about it. It's like, you know, something that's going on in our country. It's impacting a lot of people in a extremely negative way, and it has down the road ramifications that are really fucking nasty for the rest of us too, right? And so it's really hard to sit there and just be like, yeah, no, I don't really have an opinion about this thing that's like literally happening right now. Hassan still makes more sense. Yeah, I feel like he is kind of going off on a limb a little bit.
Who disagrees with me? Is anybody in here going, leave her alone? Like, please, who's in here who disagrees? Because there's nothing more to say. You left someone out of the picture. Theo with the absolute banger. Her response makes sense when you look at who she hangs around with. Can you imagine if Hassan was hanging out with File, Fist, and a Nazi? A guy who says that Palestinians are
Who's
an
the guy on the
inferior race
left?
who should be genocided. And that's not even, she was gaming with Rich Campbell too. I forgot to mention that.
Oh wait, I remember that name
This
from
was
something.
before the accusations happened. This is
Rich
before
Campbell.
Asmongold came out as a Nazi. This was like 2 years plus ago. And guess what? I didn't make them become Nazis. I didn't make them go down the right-wing pipeline. Are we supposed to be future seers? Will left OTK. And the thing about these fuckers is they like being on the offense. But the moment we look at Destiny, the moment we look at Hutch, the moment we look at Asmongold, the moment we look at Tectone, they're fucking crying and begging on their knees. Asmongold had to give a groveling apology for his ban. He had to crawl on his knees and say how he was going to start cleaning his room and showering more, or whatever the he did. Meanwhile, we've been proven right every step of the fucking way. We haven't had to back down one bit. So what are your thoughts on ICE, Hassanet? It's so dumb. Like, what does a streamer saying ICE validate? It makes no sense. So this is her head mod. This is the head mod. That's what that special little icon means. Here is the official Twitch website badges guide, in case you didn't know. Twitch.
Oh, so that was Lakari. Thank you, Anonogamy.
Chat badges guide. Lead moderator. A moderator with this icon is the lead moderator of the channel you are currently visiting. Lead moderators have all the abilities of regular moderators plus additional permissions like managing the mod team, adding, removing VIPs, accessing all channel moderation settings. Lead moderators can choose to display either the lead mod badge or a regular mod badge. So in other words, Emiru's head mod is out here shitting on people for speaking out on ICE. We didn't make her say this. We didn't make her do this. We didn't make her read her head mod's chat. We didn't make you do that. So who did I go into your chat, Emiru, and ask you what you think about ICE? And by the way, she's shitting on Cinna because Cinna said F ICE, and some of the Asmongold fans were like attacking her on Twitter. So I guess Emiru agrees with those Asmon fans attacking Cinna. Is that what I'm just asking?
Wait. Cinna said that on like right on the day that it happened, like right January 24th, I think, was when Cinna made that statement. Rich was the original OTK founder, stepped down after sexual assault accusations. God damn. Yeah, I didn't really have an opinion on OTK back in the day, although I will admit, I don't talk about this, right? There was a really bad person that I knew personally that ended up, I don't know if he was an official member of OTK or what his deal was, right? But this guy was an utter scumbag, right? I thought he was a friend of mine. He ends up working with, the people that were harassing me when I was dealing with all that shit. So, yeah. But yeah, I didn't let that like jaundice my view about like, obviously it's a big organization and one person doesn't define it, but just everything I kept on hearing about was just like really sketch about OTK. It's an epidemic. That's what every few months, right? There'd be another scandal. I was just like, what is up with like, and I was surprised that more people weren't being like, hey, this Miskov guy, yeah, fuck him. Like right earlier, right? There's people that I'm just like, no, you just look at the guy's face. You could tell that you don't trust this guy, right? I don't know. Like some of these fucks that end up in these huge scandals, like I am like, how did that guy get popular? Like he looks like some kind of, dangerous, I don't, like he looks like an asshole. I'm sorry, I shouldn't say that, chat, but somebody looking like an asshole does not mean they are an asshole.
Questions now because you started it, so let's go. Let's go. Hasadet is also being used to derogatorily compare her to Hassan. Your head mod, by the way. Oh, I'm such a small bean. Why are people attacking me? I'm such a small bean. Meanwhile, head mod is doing, that's the question she read. So she could do a rant about how streamers are just stupid. Don't ask them questions about politics. Meanwhile, your best friend is Asmongold. Doesn't that, make you think that maybe she's a liar? And they go after Denims again. Convenient target. That person is also a mod for Asmongold. Twitch mod lives for Zakrar. Where are they at? Oh, there they are. Oh, head mod and mod for Asmongold. So what are we doing here? What are we pretending here? We're a victim. We started the fight. We read a message from our head mod, and now the left is attacking. No, bro, we know what you are. We know what you are. In fact, we were honestly going gentle, and we were not. I wasn't saying shit about Emiru. I wasn't saying shit about Emiru. Hassan wasn't saying shit about Emiru. Even Denim. I mean, I guess Denim said something. I mean, I spoke out about a lot of people before. I've been speaking out about Asmongold for years.
Oh, no, I know what ICE is. I thought, okay, never mind. I do? Like, there's a certain extent where I'm like, okay, sure, I get people wanting big content.
I guess she was playing copyrighted music, so we can't listen anymore to her response. We can't react live. I didn't say she was an incel. I said she was a pick me for incels, which is true. Stay mad. She's not gonna f you. By the way, by the way, when people say pick me, what does that mean? There's an older word for the concept. It's called a minstrel show. It's basically when a member of a minority group performs
about that one,
stereotypes that the majority group imposes upon them for their entertainment. That's called a minstrel show. So when we say pick me, we basically mean a woman who's embracing a lot of the like misogynistic tropes about women and using them to curry favor with men. That's really what pick me is. So that's what we're talking about. She sure has associated with a lot of trash over the years. I mean, listen, if you like her, you must like Asmongold is really what it comes down to. And by the way, it's not that other people haven't tried to be friendly with her. There's plenty of people that are not weirdos that would have been friendly with her. She picked Lakari. She picked Asmongold. She picked Tecto. That was her decision. Nobody made her do that. And the question that you have to ask yourself is, what is common about all of those men? Lakari, we know, is looking at child porn and jailbait, right? We know that Asmongold is a Nazi. We know know that Tectone is a sexual assaulter who looks at a lot of like lolly shit and gotcha games. It's like, what's going on here? We know Rich Campbell was accused of sexual misconduct. What the is going on here? And I want to be fair. I want to be fair to Emiru. Like, I'm sure Emiru will shit on me all day and say how I'm the worst and I'm horrible and I'm evil or whatever. I'm not trying to shit on her. I'm legitimately like, there's no other conclusion we can make. There is no other conclusion we can make. You should really just shit on her. She sucks. She's kind of just the worst. All right, here's how I feel. Maybe it's misogynistic of me. I feel like what I'm saying is damning enough. Like, I don't need to go over my skis and start making accusations that are not founded. I could just say the truth. I don't need to say anything. Like, you know what I mean? Like, this is bad enough. All right, let's keep going.
Thoughts on ice? I don't know what that is. Like, I genuinely have no idea what that is. I don't know what you're talking about.
Can we just say how these people constantly like shit on Hassan, like cowardly, as we proved that was her reading her head mod. Head mod, by the way, also a mod of Asmongold. And they attacked Hassan. It wasn't some random chatter. It was her head fucking mod. Again, head mod.
What is Hassan at? Do I know what? Oh, no, I know what ice is. I thought. Okay, never mind. Like, there's a certain extent where I'm like, okay, sure, I get people wanting big content creators to like say their opinions on like important topics. I get that, right? But it's like, if you need a streamer who doesn't even know anything about politics to tell you about politics, you probably just need to like get off the internet. Like, just stop. Like hello? Like, I don't, like, what?
You think no one should be watching Asmongold? Say that. Say, for example, Asmongold's my friend, and if you watch him, you're a fucking idiot. That's what you should say, right? Say, don't watch Asmongold, he fucking sucks.
Like, how am I gonna, I don't know.
So we live in what's known as a democracy, chat. And in a democracy, all adults have the ability to vote for our political leaders, right? Now, there's a lot of problems with American electoral system. It's super anti-democratic in a lot of ways. It blocks reasonable progress. The parties are intentionally designed to suck shit because of corporate money. But every adult at least has the right to show up at the polls who's a citizen of this country and cast a ballot. And I don't know about you, but our country has a lot of fucking problems that are apparent to me, and I want them fixed. I also don't like my tax dollars that I'm forced to pay going to fucking Israel to kill kids, or going to dumb fucking wars in the Middle East or Venezuela or Cuba or China. I'm tired of mass thugs getting $170 billion while my roads are choked with congestion, trash, potholes. I'd like to have my society clean the fuck up. That would be nice. And with all the money that's taken out of my bank account, how about I get something for that money?
I don't know. Get help. Like, even like, I don't know. Obviously, I don't like dislike any of the political streamers except for like some of like the really bad ones. I don't really like them, but it's like I don't understand how in the first place people care so much what they say. I guess it's because they just have a lot of reach or influence, but it's like, why are you listening to them in the first place? I don't know. Anyway, pie mash and liquor with no liquor. What the fuck?
Guys, my closest friend who rated me 65 times and who I have podcast with is one of the country's largest right-wing grifters. But why?
I'm sorry, chat. What is pie mash and liquor? Sorry, this is like a, what is this, like a county fair thing?
Why do you care about what streamers say about?
I don't know what this food is. Can somebody put this in some context for me?
Politics. I think one of the things that's really important to understand here is like we are at an election where Donald Trump was elected in large part because of things like podcasters and streamers. And before podcasts and streamers, there was radio, talk radio and cable news. There's always been people talking about politics. Also, what would qualified mean to you? Liquor or no liquor on your pie mash? Obviously, you go with the liquor. Like, what are you talking about? These are dry as fuck, and they're probably under.
So wait, liquor and pie mash? Is it like a? It's like a alcohol embed, like a food with like alcohol in it?
I guess I picked the.
What is it? A dessert? Is that ice cream? Pie mash and liquor. I don't know what pie mash is. Like the stuff that's in a like a savory pie. Bourbon helps a lot of desserts. Okay, so this is a dessert.
This just looks dry. Those mashed potatoes.
Yeah, I guess she's got some good takes.
Oh, that's the mash. The mashed potatoes. The mashed is the mash. Are there two different types here? There's looks like there's one with like chives and one without.
In there as well. Seems like you can look at information and come out to a conclusion.
Is one of those like with liquor and the other one is without?
I think you're qualified to evaluate the pie mash.
Potatoes looks like dry ice cream. What? Okay, I fucked up. I guess people.
Oh, they're British people though.
Oh, it's stadium food. Okay.
They obviously don't want to have flavor. All right.
So wait, if you go to see a football game, you'll be there's one has a minty sauce. Ooh. Pie, savory, and potato mash. Oh my god. Mint sauce? Yeah. I never get enough mint sauce, chat. I always forget how much I like mint. Like if it's in like tabbouleh. I'm trying to remember. What else is mint really good in? Oh god, I feel like I've had Like, you know what's funny is though the one of the most common appetizers you get in a US Thai restaurant is like a fresh roll, and it's usually rice paper, maybe some noodles in there, you know, some tofu if it's vegetarian, and then I think they'll have like they'll have like shredded like sweet Thai basil, purple basil, and mint, and it's really fucking good. Wait, I feel like there's something else I'm forgetting. Mint with mojito. Oh my god, that's actually, I don't really like alcohol that much, but mojito is good. Mint is good with lamb. Yeah, this is I can understand British English. I just can't speak it. That's how I was dealing with French last night. I think I had like another, I don't remember why it was. Oh no, there was a French video that I wanted to watch, and I like understood it. But it's weird. Like I was like, I don't know. Like if I was talking to the people in the video, I wouldn't have been able to respond very well, but I understood like most of what they were saying.
I think that's everything I needed to see in the VOD. All these people want is validation. Don't capitulate to them. It's not about validation. It's about, should I support someone who supports ICE? And all your friends support ICE. So do you support ICE? Because I don't support them. I don't want to accidentally support any more right-wing content creators because we have some evil shit.
I need to start growing mint, chat. What is my excuse? There's no excuse not to. That's it, chat. Oh my god. Okay, no, there's my excuse. I'm a little bit worried about finances right now. Okay, so maybe I'll hold back. But I should try to see if I can get just some basic little planner dealies, or maybe just like, I don't know, anything, right? Because growing like herbs is not hard at all. Mint tea discussing not count on Persian roads, traditional midday pastimes in Tehran.
Happening in our country, and I don't want to support people that are behind it. It's not that complicated, folks. Not that complicated. It's pretty fucking easy. Asmon was fighting back against the backlash yesterday. Oh, hell yeah.
Mint's one of these things that's easy to forget, right? Because it's just kind of like, it's not exciting in the way that like chocolate is, but it's also like, I don't know. I feel like it's underrated. I feel like mint is like.
When did people on the right get so soy? You're smearing and defaming by calling someone a chud.
It's not soy. It's basic human dignity. You shouldn't go and harass people for no reason.
It's not soy. I'm just going to clutch my pearls about it. But don't worry, there's nothing soy about it. You're denying their human dignity by telling them that they're a chud who lives an undignified chud life. How could you? How could you, Denims? At long last, have you no decency?
This, okay, chat, I want you to know something. They don't believe in it. You don't get it. You don't get to call for basic human dignity when you don't believe in it, Zach. And you're not going to get it from us. Like, you can't say, oh yeah, put him in concentration camps. Oh God, dignity, please, dignity. Nah, dignity.
Yeah. This is it. Mike's right. There's a disgusting contrast here between how he wants like objectively shitty people to be treated and the lack of a requirement for people that earn his ire for whatever reason.
These for the people that fight for dignity. See, the problem that we have right now, and we're going to change your mind, is you thought woke one was us being mean because we would say, hey, can you not be an asshole and like judge someone based on their race? Can you not insult someone just because they're a woman? Like, you thought woke one was bad. We're not doing woke one. You need to study the Cultural Revolution of China. Woke one was our attempt to convince you to be a human being through sound argument and like empathy. We're not doing that anymore. You're done.
Actually, I think Mike's kind of onto something here. I've been saying this for a long time, right? As far as the R slur, nobody's fucking canceling you. Nobody's ever been canceling you for saying the R slur. Now look, if you say the R slur, I can't take you anywhere, okay? I'm not going out for drinks with you. I'm not going out for food with you. I don't want to be seen with you in public if I think at some point you might utter the R slur. But no, I'm not going to fucking come after you and try to get you fired from your job or whatever the fuck you think is cancellation because you say the R slur. I just think you sound like a overgrown adolescent saying it. It's the kind of thing that I'd expect to hear on a playground for middle schoolers. That's the kind of word that's the kind of insult I'd expect to be traded there. But here's the deal: like, if you want to insist on saying it, right, nobody can stop you, right? There really was nothing stopping you in the past, other than just like people letting you know, like in the past, right? Woke 1.0, people, the response would be, hey, my brother is developmentally disabled. Why are you using an insult that he has heard all his fucking life as like your, you know, go-to word for bad, as your pejorative, right? Why are you using that, right? That's how people, and it would make people uncomfortable, and they, you know, usually back off, and it kind of stopped. It kind of like woke 2.0 is dark woke. Well, here's what I think like woke 2.0 is, right? At woke 2.0, we're not going to say anything to you about the fact that you use the R slur as your go-to insult. We're just gonna stop inviting you to things. You're gonna stop existing, okay? That's what's gonna happen, and that's the whole thing. Is that like the whole, you know, it's, you know, you can misgender trans people if you want to. Nothing's stopping you from doing that. Jordan Peterson, and you could use the R slur if you want to. Nothing is stopping you from doing that. Like literally everyone on the Trump team, but just don't expect us to imbue you with the usual amount of human dignity, right? That we would otherwise, right? Don't think it's going to stop us from looking the fuck down at you and from really just discluding you from shit. Because honestly, what it was like people were like, hey, don't say the R slur, kind of like a gentle reminder of like, hey, I know you don't mean like, you know, you're not like, you know, attacking like, you know, groups that are referred to with this word. Right. I know you're not being ableist about it, technically speaking, but you know, could you fucking stop? We're gonna stop. As a society, we're gonna stop. And then all these right wingers like just like, no, what about my free speech? I need to say the R slur. And it's like, fine, go ahead, say it, and just never fucking speak to me again. Oh, wait, racist the whole time? That's the R slur, yeah. The real R slur is calling someone a racist.
Revolution. We'll have you in the corner wearing a dunce cap, okay? We're not going to be like, this is the least of your concern. Oh, dignity, dignity. The guy who argues for might makes right is calling for basic human dignity. What, do you not feel strong anymore?
Just because they won't take over your political beliefs. This is what people like Denims do. What they do. I don't want to, her face is too big on the screen.
I know, what would woke 2.0 on the R slur be? You force them to take a IQ test, you do better than them, and then you call them the R slur? Is that woke 2.0? You actually put them on a bell curve graph, right? As far as their intelligence. I don't know. Koro Reaver, you just got weaseled. Except for life fee? Except for life iffy? You just got weaseled. Keanu Live, you just got weaseled. Grasshopper 9235, you just got weaseled. And Joseph Winnie, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing. And you know what else is a good thing? That Comrade Sun Wukong has come through with the 5 gift memberships on YouTube. And that brings us up to 80 points. Yes. 20 points from hitting bonus content land. I don't know. Look, you know, I don't always agree with everything that Mike says or the way he goes about things or, you know, the way his mind works and everything. But yeah, I do think sometimes he cooks, and I'm always here for a good conspiracy theory if he's got one to offer. So good thing to check in with Mike. Let's see what Denims. Oh wait, no, we saw Denims. What are we left with? Sean. We haven't looked at Sean yet.
Anyway, let's get to this. So, I'm scrolling through Twitter.
Wait.
And I see this pop up on my feed. Emiru's asked her thoughts about ICE. And immediately, I'm like, oh, God, bro.
Who's the one person I don't need to hear your thoughts about ICE? There's probably more than one.
Oh, God. So then I clicked it. And this is what she said.
Oh shit, chat. Ethan fully covered this too. Fuck.
Like, there's a certain extent where I'm like, okay, sure, I get people wanting.
Can we skip through the Daft Punk? There's only so many times I can be demonetized tonight, chat. We just skip the freaking, Discovery. I think that's the album it's from. I like Daft Punk. That's why hearing her, rant over it is not. Okay, are we done with the Daft Punk?
Asmongold to say when it comes to their knowledge on politics.
Yeah, a nod to Mike's editor for taking the Daft Punk out of at least part of Mike's segment. They kind of did like a song erase on part of it. It wasn't perfect, but probably prevented demonetization.
She's not saying really anything, and that's kind of the point. You know what I mean? The really bad ones, and whoever those are.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it's kind of like, I don't know. You're not saying anything about it right now. That's the problem.
Or you chatter can make that up in your mind. I think what she's saying is I don't think she's referring to Asmon, obviously, and I don't think she's referring to Hassan, right? I think when she says the really bad political streamers, I think she's talking about people like Frogan, and like Denims and Mike and myself. Really, yes, I do. Because like, who else would she be referring to? Because when you think about like really bad political streamers, we go to like Asmongold, and people like that. But we know she's not talking about Asmongold.
I live like a capitalist every single day, Shank. I live as a capitalist.
You feel me? Like,
I live when I believe.
but she's not talking about Asmongold.
Just subscribe.
And she
politics on a stream.
She did
she's off to play TFT with Asmon.
Yeager is telling me using music they know would be clipped will be DMCA'd as very intentional to hide their comments. Okay, well that feeds into Mike's theory, right? If it's that intentional, then yeah, Mike's right. There is some kind of weird op going on. I used to know somebody that worked that would correctly call out the IQ test because they're extremely capable at their job. They're also older than me. Whatever, I'm not going to BBQs then with them normally anyway. Oh, who would use that word? Yeah.
And Rich.
Yeah, I saw a video about that. And wasn't she for the lawsuit? Yes. Maybe like Destiny? I don't think so. Like she did side with the Ethan for the lawsuit things, right? And so that's why I'm like, I think that maybe who she's referring to. But is it a stretch to say Aiden Ross? I think a little bit. I think it would be quicker, in my opinion, it would make more sense to me if Emiru was talking about like Frogan than talking about Aiden Ross. You know what I mean? But maybe she's referring to Aiden Ross. I think she means Frogan and Denims. That's what I think as well. Because also Aiden Ross is not like a politics streamer. Right? Neither is Frogan. Like, obviously, we know this, right? But like,
I mean, he is expert in fascism. It's the philosophy of Benito Mussolini. It's some kind of palingeriatric ultranatalism or something like that. Yeah, he is an expert on that.
I think that's who Emiru puts in the box of like politics.
Why is the food on the stream? Is it a cookie or ice cream? I am told that this is pie mash, and it's a British dessert, and there's like pie mash. Those okay, so it's like some kind of savory pie and mashed potatoes, and then you can get it with alcohol poured over it somehow. I feel like I would somehow eat this, but only if there was like a plant-based version. The worst part is the whole Discord is the fucking plate of beige. Yeah, I mean, this is some pretty British food right here, honestly. Do you know what I had for breakfast, chat? The beigest thing I ever eat is like bananas and cereal, like cornflakes to be specific. But this morning I had to, since I'm in Thailand, I had to add something into it, right? And I found some grass jelly, right? It's like this weird like jello stuff that's made out of, I kid you not, grass, and it's delicious. Um and so even that, even my bowl of like, you know, cereal was not white.
That's why people realize until now being friends with Asmon and Tectone is already weird. Howard Frogan and Denham's bad. She sided with Ethan Klein for the lawsuits. Is it true that she has a trans sibling as well? Yes.
Chat, did you see the Hassan, oh my god. What Sean was just talking about?
Lawsuits.
Oh yeah, did Hassan go over the Emiru's comment? Maybe Sean will, right? Emiru actually did talk about the lawsuits, and what she said was something to the effect that, like, well, they're, you know, not doing the same thing as I am. I mean, I would never, you know, tell somebody to watch a video on my channel instead of they're like that they really think that's the difference. That's the stipulation. Like that's the distinction that the law makes. You can react to whatever you want. That's transformative content. But if you ever say, hey, thanks for watching it on my channel instead of this horrible bozo that we're all you know, that we all hate, right? Then you've crossed the line, and you deserve to have like all of your resources taken away from you by a millionaire named Ethan Klein, right? It's just like nobody should want that. Nobody should want, except for the ultra rich. I guess the only one who benefits from the new precedent that Ethan is trying to set with this case are the super rich. You will be in a situation where if somebody has money, if somebody can afford lawyers, you just do not criticize them ever. You do not get on their bad side, and especially do not respond to anything that they've made by showing their video, as is the normal custom on YouTube. As we all, as YouTube content creators, agree that we like to do and would prefer to do, and have agreed to a type of détente. We all know that at any time, any of us, you know, any of us who could afford a legal team could invoke the fucking the real content nuke, which is the copyright nuke. We could invoke this on each other at any time, and yet we all agree not to do it because we don't want a world that is nuked. We don't want, we want to make money. We want to make content. We want to create communities, and, you know, we're getting caught up in a court case for years and years and years, and having to spend money to, you know, advocate for your own fucking basic rights, and then maybe losing, you know, getting a judgment against you, you know, is not on anybody's fucking bingo card.
Is it true that she has a trans sibling as well? Yes. You don't think she's talking about someone like Fuentes? No. I mean, maybe she is. Maybe she is. Right, but
wait, I'm sorry. I don't think we have anything to connect her to Fuentes, right?
If you are like, you know, again, Asmongold loves Nick Fuentes, and like, I don't think Emiru has any beef with Asmongold. So, if I remember correctly, Tectone left, was let go of the podcast and replaced it with Lakari before it ended. Yeah, there was a picture of all four of them together. It was just like a ugh. I really shocked at this point. The writing was on the wall. Yeah, I mean, we've covered it. We talked about Emiru and her relationship with her engagement with Asmongold and Tectone. And Tectone refers to Lakari as the Black Tectone.
Wait, but do I understand, like, is the reason that this food is on the screen because this is like crazy high calorie food that somebody that like Emiru would usually never eat, but maybe like tries, you know, eats as like a challenge or for like an event or something like that? Like, I'm just trying to understand Or is it that it's such a novelty, or are we like laughing at the, the nature of British food in general, which, yeah, this is not beating the allegations of British food being bland and all the rest.
I don't want to see that. But anyway, yeah, it's just too much. If you go and do that and you're bullying somebody into having a political opinion or talking about something, then what are you really doing?
We're not bullying you. We're separating ourselves from you. It's called the right freedom of assembly. I don't want to hang out with people who justify pedophiles. I don't want to hang out with somebody who supports fucking rape. I don't want to support someone who believes that human beings are not equal based on their race or their national origin or their immigrant status. I don't want to support that, and most normal people don't too. We assumed that you were normal, but you've come out and told us
What
that
just
you're not.
happened?
Well, now we're taking out the trash.
Did Mike take over?
And you're like, but wait a minute. I was arguing that you should treat people poorly because they're weak. Why are you treating me poorly? Because you're weak. We're listening to you.
Like, you're saying that you're not with it. If you're not,
Hey, that's kind of dark woke.
not with us, you're against us. Like, you're just
That comes
justifying
from the
attacking
right.
somebody.
By the way, that comes from the right. That's something George W. Bush said before he bombed a bunch of innocent people, 5 million people in the Middle East. The genocide we did called the War on Terror. The fact that we're starving Cubans and we're saying if you trade, I want to trade with Cuba, but I can't. Because if I do, I'll go to prison.
I want those cigars, honestly, chat. Like, is there a way I can get them in Thailand without breaking any laws?
Take all my money out of my bank account.
I don't even smoke cigars, chat. I just want to roll them up with like an excessive amount of herbal medicines and
They'll put me in prison for 20 years. Meanwhile, what did Cuba do? They invented a vaccine that cures lung cancer. A tiny island invented a vaccine that cures lung cancer, and you can't get it in America. Cuba has had a lung cancer vaccine for years, and now it's coming to the U.S. Well, this was under Obama, but it got banned again. That's from 2016. Because Obama was doing the normalization of relations with Cuba, and then Biden didn't do that. And that's the reality. The other thing is, like, and I want you to understand this.
Biden's a cock.
We're not going to be gentle this. Like
Oh my God.
The more power I get, the harsher I'm going to say you should be toward the right. That's just, I'm not going to like let up ever. The more power, the more harsh. The more power, the more harsh. That's just the way it's going to be.
Look, do I think that there's a problem with basically like the personality template of Democrats, that they're absolute fucking doormats that don't have any real convictions and that only blow in the wind and like to do like, panel group poll tested slogans only. They seem more interested in just winning and perpetuating their power than they are in enacting any kind of fucking agenda, right? Do I think that they're these are like loser personality types that that are just like set up for the Republicans to fuck over again and again, constantly put down the football, have the Democrats come up and kick it, and then take it away from them at the last minute? Yes, absolutely. I think that the establishment is somehow like, I don't know, just like, fated to lose to the Republicans. They are the Washington Generals of politics, right? I believe all that. But I feel like what Mike is jumping on is the idea of just like, well, let's see how they treated everybody else. That's how we should treat them. I don't think you necessarily have to be that callous. I don't think you have to, let go to that extent. And I think there is still a value in maintaining, like, just not giving away your politics to your id. Like, anyway, that's neither here nor there, but I think the dark woke thing suffers from being too much of a reflection of the right wing. I think you can fight these people. I think you can beat these people. But I don't think you need to become a monster yourself to do it. And I think it's important to, in this world, maintain your humanity. So, yeah, I don't know. Sometimes when I hear about this dark woke shit, it's just like, well, what if 4chan was Marxist or something? It's like, yeah, I think I've seen that script play out before, and it wasn't good. It wasn't not good.
I don't want to see Nick Fuentes on my screen anymore. I want every single ICE agent who ever in prison. I want everybody who supported them in a fucking facility where we talk through their
this part I agree with.
emotions and they get some help.
No, it tells me everything I need to know about the
They have a
character
cure for lung
of someone
cancer?
who talks
Well,
about things this
fuck
way.
you, capitalist.
Like the kind of dark woke that I would not be in favor of is like when you're like, oh yeah, Alabama banned like trans people from being able to get HRT. Well, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna I don't know, put some kind of like make it so people in Alabama starve, right? Because you realize what you're doing then is you're starving people, even trans people in Alabama too, right? Obviously, you know, I just don't want it to, yeah.
Your capitalist dogs want to sell you chemo instead.
Yeah.
I don't know why this. I mean, it's
Everything you
intentional
need-
ignorance.
What?
But that's okay. It tells me everything I need to know about this person. If you are fine with commenting on things you don't know about when it benefits you, when you know your audience will like you talking about it.
When does she do that?
Well, for a good example of that is she said that Ethan Klein's lawsuits were good.
Well, reacts are a little scary because I saw that some people are getting sued for reactions.
Wait,
but-
the food pics are from an online game named Scrandle? Thank you, not ID.
But, I mean, it's like a different case than what I do, I guess. Not, or it's people.
Maybe you can get the cigars in Vietnam. Yeah, hopefully. I don't know, chat. Vietnam's got a lot of stuff tied up with the US these days, right? Imported cigars in your mate imported cigars in Australia worked well until customs caught him and asked him for $1,200 in excise to release.
Like maliciously react, like they react to people they hate, and they're like, "Watch me so that they don't get any views."
Emiru said Ethan Klein's lawsuits were good, even though she's a fucking worthless React streamer. You people, like all of you, react so much worse than every other React streamer. You're like legitimately fucking worthless. Sit in the corner making faces, React streamers, if we're even lucky enough to see you make a face. But she was out there going like, yeah, it's good that Ethan Klein is suing Denims and Frogan. It's good that she's suing Casey Tron. Fuck you. Or he's suing them.
That didn't even happen.
Did she have a law degree that I missed? Did she go to law school and I miss it?
It literally didn't even happen. Like, what do you mean?
I guess what I'm saying is if your dark woke is like anti-woke, then is it really dark woke? Is that really the same thing?
Oh my god.
That's one thing. But then for
there's only one thing that's more cringe than, like, let's say the most performative, ridiculous example of like Nancy Pelosi kneeling in kente cloth, right? That kind of shit.
For you to use an opportunity or ignore an opportunity where you could talk about something, maybe your audience doesn't like it, maybe you could educate them on it a little bit.
Educate them on it. This is my favorite word to see people like her use, because this idea of educate implies some sort of intellectual superiority.
I'm gonna help you out, Asmongold. When somebody knows more than you, their knowledge of a thing is superior to you. Now, that superiority isn't innate. They aren't superior by birth. They're innate. They're superior by material conditions. And you can end that superiority by learning, by reading. Like, if I read a book and I know more about a subject than you, I'm superior in my knowledge than you. But if you read that same
Oh yeah, what I was trying to say is that, like, the worst kind of most, I guess, cliche, performative, actual virtue signal kind of wokeness in the world is not as cringe as anti-wokeness, right? It's like always cringe when you're
book and you comprehend it at the same level, then you're now my equal. Isn't that great? You too can become an equal by learning. You fucking subhuman. You are a disgusting fucking worm. There's a new type of left forming, the actual far left. You've never seen us before. You don't even really know about it. You probably think you do, but you don't. You don't actually.
You are in possession of this, unique knowledge that nobody else has, and I have to bestow upon.
Okay, that's not what education is. What? Asmongold is so scared of reading a book, he thinks knowing anything is like being God.
Knowing anything maybe is admitting that the person that you want to be taught, like, right, knows more than you about it, right? If I wanted to get somebody to teach me Thai, I don't think I'd get very far by being like, oh, actually, I know how to speak Thai perfectly. I'd just love to hear your ideas on it too, right? If I'm speaking bad Thai that nobody understands, yeah, I'm not going to get very far, right? I gotta be like, all right, you've spoken Thai your whole life, and you've studied, language instruction, and I defer to your. I will defer to your opinions on these things. I worked in a tobacco farm for like 7 summers. A picture is apparently up in Cuba if you tour one of the cigar factories. Was it like a woof or something? Or like a woofing experience?
like, bro, she just read a book or read an article, man, or she had experiences, and she combines those. Like, it's not that hard, brother. It's not that hard.
Like, listen, if you're a video game streamer, the probability that you have to educate your audience on a real
bro, that's you. You're saying your entire stream is pointless. He's saying his entire stream is pointless. Why don't you just listen to yourself by taking a break? Retire.
Like, do you really think that all these people that play video games for a living are going to understand politics? What is this?
Not all of us are uneducated. Hassan, myself, Denims, we have college degrees. I ran for off.
Chat, I am starting to realize that I like I had to ask you who Lakari was. I had to ask you a bunch of stuff about drama. I haven't been following it as much. Not woofing. I grew up on the border of CT, tons of CT tobacco.
Office. I worked in the Committee of Urban Affairs. I studied policy for a long time. I was an advocate and I've been an activist for now, 13 years. I know a lot more than you. I went to law school. Like, what do you want me to say? Like, I'm as dumb as you? What have you done in your life? What do you know? You know nothing. In fact, you say learning is, you could just intuit shit. Yes, you should be silenced. Obviously, you should be silenced. And you say it yourself. You're a disgusting...
Oh, okay. So you were farming the tobacco in Connecticut. It was being sold to Cuba. Nice.
List, and you're evil. You say that.
Also, Neopergos, thank you for the super chat or the blah, blah, blah. Thank you for the gifted sub. Oh my god, chat. I'm so tired. I did not mean to stream this long, but I'm legitimately interested in this topic. And I'm wondering if maybe I should try to. Should I just like program it? Like Denims has something like this, right? Where there's like different days for different stuff. What if we had a drama drama wins, drama Thursday, drama Friday, drama Saturday, drama... Oh, now there's no day that starts with a D to make it drama Dung's Day or something. I did a woof, unfortunately, got the shittiest on all the shittiest farms. Oh yeah, I've heard that happens. One was a scam in Tucson where we were in a building a faux sweat lodge. I had to quit. Damn, only farm was 2 cherry tomato plants.
Yourself. And I believe you, Zach. I believe you. I agree with you, honestly. I think you and I both know that I'm the good guy and you're the evil piece of shit that needs to be stopped. Like, you acknowledge that. You're not even quiet about it. You just get pleasure from being a sadist. But it's, it's virtual sadism, Chad. It's from, him and Lakari hanging out, watching some stuff together. He doesn't have the wherewithal to even really be out in the world.
But you choose not to? You're just siding with whatever your chud or chudette audience wants to hear.
Who's even to say this? See, isn't it crazy? And the thing that I really hate about this is the fact that it's so many just absolute lies.
I mean, I have almost as many subs as Emiru. Like, think about that. Think about that. How unemployed is her audience? How unemployed is her audience? I mean, maybe she'll get a bunch of gifts and I'll really rue the day. But that's crazy, dude. That's crazy. Even the Sims aren't shelling out. I mean, I have more tier 3s than anyone. I don't know anyone who has more tier 3s than me. Does anyone have more tier 3s than me? I think I have.
Okay, do you ever get embarrassed by somebody in your occupation field that like has a certain attitude that I don't know, just like, oh my god. Okay, I mean, I feel like we've seen enough of the Mike video. Let's see what Sean has to say about this. God damn.
Who cares if what do you mean? Who cares if she has beef with Asmon? Like, what do you? I think I'm missing a word there. Who cares if someone has beef with Asmon though? It like doesn't even matter at this point. Everyone's mind is made up. She could have just said she's against it instead of jumping to the political excuse. And so this is the funniest part, right? So this video obviously was cut, and so I wanted to see what the actual context was for this. It actually makes it a little bit funnier.
Listen, dark woke people in chat. I'm gonna listen to you. I respect you. I'm got an open mind for what you want to say, all of your insights and stuff. Just like, if we can, please avoid, like, I don't know, calling, like, calling people brokies, maybe. I think that would be great if we could avoid doing that. I know it's something that right-wingers did, and sometimes people take dark woke as, like, we do things that the right-wingers do. We use slurs. We harness like bigotry against them. We point out that Nick Fuentes is bisexual and Mexican, and you know, all these things that his ideology supposedly doesn't accept, right? But can we just avoid the like calling of like being like, well, they're just fucking brokies over there, so yeah.
Where's it at?
I'm surprised that it never blew up in Andrew Tate's face. Like, none of the guys that was like never was like, hey, bro, you calling me a brokey?
Because I never.
No, they're just like, I gotta follow his advice so I can get my pimp and hose degree, and then I won't be a brokey anymore.
I never believe Twitter clips. Right? I don't believe Twitter clips. I always go to find the original context myself because I think it's just like it's the easiest way to not get got. You know?
Jaeger says we are all just brains and vats. Fundamentally, I can see an entity hacking our BIOS, feeding us false info about the universe we believe to be outside our skulls. Morbid, and here we have just reinvented Gnosticism. Congratulations, everybody. The demiurge will be happy to know.
So here's the actual clip.
The evil genius himself.
Itself.
No, I'm sorry. I sounded like I was being sarcastic there. I'm not. I'm actually interested in the in concepts like this.
Oh, it's muted because of the music.
Oh, that's what people are talking about. Yeah, if Elon gets his chips in us, absolutely, I agree. We're definitely toast at that point.
What is Hassanette? Is Ali? I genuinely am Crandall first.
Oh, okay.
I'm probably gonna stream it probably.
Oh my God, we're gonna get fucking Sean. We're gonna get hit.
My games and stuff.
No. I'm just gonna fast forward it. I've had enough demonetization. I feel like fucking they're gonna like repossess my, I don't know, like my boobs at this point.
Like, what are your thoughts on? So, what are your thoughts on ICE Hassanette? Right, because you're talking about going to China.
First,
It's Hassanette. It's like the lady Hassan.
So she says she wants to go to China. The mod responds, "Ooh, what's next, Hassanette? You want to comment about ICE?" That's where the thing came from.
It's like
it's on ice. Hassanette? I don't know. Like, I do. Like, there's a certain extent where I'm like, okay, sure, I get people wanting big content.
I think it gets muted because of the music, I guess. Does someone have a link to the
Are we back? Are we back, chat? We may have had a minor F, an F minor. An F minor, the sound of an F minor may have just played. The relative minor to A major, A flat major, sorry. Yeah, which is the relative major to what is it? C minor? We go to E flat major, and then G minor, and then B flat major, and then D minor, and then back to F major. Damn. Amazing how that works, chat. Amazing. Amazing. How we can get to so many different chords. You get from an F minor all the way from an F minor to an F major through relative minors. The villain from Interstellar 555. Oh wait, that villain would be like the Golem in the thing that I proposed earlier, right? Where the hobbits are the Beatles and Gollum is the producer or the agent or whatever. and Gollum is like, you know, my percentage instead of my precious. Will show up and take away. Yeah, the villain. I'll get. Wait, what would they do? Take you away and turn you into musicians? Oh my god, chat. I would get turned into like a musician in another galaxy and like probably painted a different color as well. I don't know.
And look, there he is, the worm. Now he's running away to hide.
Now there's more music. Now there's another fucking
I've already got my cowboy hat on.
record company to sue me.
Bro, look, I got this sick ass jacket. Yo, RT.
Wait, Harmony is just stacking thirds and fifths? Yeah.
You.
Although you got to remember that a third is also a sixth and a fifth is also a fourth.
You probably just.
Yeah. Third is an inverted sixth, a fifth is an inverted fourth, a fourth is an inverted fifth, etc. I can't take it. Okay, I think he's watching the entire, like, there's a clip that's cut and there's a clip that's whole.
In Minneapolis to Alex Pretty. So here's my opinion. My opinion is that you don't want my opinion. You don't want any creator on here's opinion. You want to watch the first 8 to 10 seconds of our video and then decide.
26, joined by my love.
You want to place us in a box because that's how you think. You want to put us on one side or the other. And my opinion on what happened to Alex Pretty is very simple. The taking of a human life by another human is wrong and evil and directly against what God calls us to do. I don't answer to you. I'm not your puppet. I'm not your mouthpiece, and I'm not going to pander to what an audience thinks I should speak on. You listen to me because I speak on what I am inspired and convicted to speak on, and I'm not a political commentator. I think murdering and killing people is wrong, and that is all there is to it. The same thing I said about Charlie Kirk, which some of you are typing right now, but you were so quick to make a video about him because I was shown the video of his unaliving against my will on Instagram while scrolling, and it messed with my head for days. In order to become properly informed on this,
I am so glad I never saw Charlie Kirk get unalived. I'm so lucky to have avoided that. I also never saw the insides of the Vosh tax folder, right? The whatever kind of lolicon Vosh was looking at in there. I never saw. I'm pretty good sometimes at like avoiding seeing things that would scar me for life.
I need to go watch the video of another human life being taken. I'm not going to do that because I believe it rots our soul, and the internet has totally desensitized us from the impact of that. I am praying for Alex. I am praying for his family as they grieve the loss of a loved one. It is a tragedy. It is terrible, and under no circumstances justified. And that is the extent of my opinion. And me being a creator with a large platform, or any of my friends being creators with large platforms, does not thereby give us the obligation of speaking on everything that happens in the world and sharing our opinions on it, and certainly not sharing political alignment. I'm not a political commentator. I'm not incredibly well versed on politics. I'm well versed on what I speak on this platform, and that will never change. And if that decides for you that you need to put me in some box because this is the opinion I gave you, so be it. I answer to God, and God calls us to pray for those who hate us, and not
God calls us to shoot videos in our car,
kill each other, and that's the extent of my opinion. I love you, and I hope you have a great day. It's no secret that many of you are demanding.
This is so interesting in comparison to what his Charlie Kirk video actually was.
I'm not sure what to say right now. I don't have a plan. I'm just going to talk until I feel I've covered my bases. What a horrific week for the United States it's been. An innocent woman having her life taken in a random act of violence. Children having their lives taken in the place they're supposed to feel safe. And to top it all off, an act of political violence the day before one of the worst, if not the worst day in our nation's history. What is going on? This is not about politics. Those are opinions and ideologies. This is very much a battle of good and evil, and there is absolutely evil in the world. For a man to be publicly executed in front of his wife, his infant children, and 3,000 people.
It
only
just
to
feels like this video is a little bit different than the one we just saw. That feels a little bit weird.
Anybody know who this guy even is?
I don't know.
Chat, I will point out, all right, I have watched Mike's take, Denham's take, Hassan's take. We saw a little bit of Ethan's take. And now we're watching Sean's take. All right, we're winding down to the, like, I don't know if there's well, other than like fucking watching a whole bunch of Ethan Klein, which I don't think anybody wants. Yeah, we're coming to the end. We are 14 short still. If we get 14 points further by the end of the stream, I can justify sticking around to, well, it looks like cover Ethan Klein's gambling scandal. Oh my god, chat. I forgot what I was covering here. Ethan Klein's I don't know, maybe I should just be like quiet and not say anything and be like, oh yeah, I guess we didn't get the bonus goal today, and oh well, we're gonna have to miss out on that wonderful Ethan Klein gambling scandal. Well, here, I'm gonna go eat some fake fish skin and just, like, you know, be quiet.
What happened to, you don't want my opinion, right? All life is sacred, right? Now, but then back then it was like, what an insane act of political violence. We are descending into barbarism. This world is rotting at its core with the fact that a man can be murdered. And it's funny because Emiru couldn't even say what he's saying here, right? He at least checked his boxes by being like, listen, people shouldn't die, you know? Emiru was like, bro, you're asking me to say if ICE is bad or not? Well, have you considered that I don't know much about what was going on? So I can't say ICE is bad. Like, you live in Texas. You live in Texas? You're wearing a cowboy hat. Like, I'm sorry, you can't pull the I'm ignorant about the goings on.
The only thing worse she could do is have a Buc-ee's t-shirt on, right? In addition to the cowboy hat.
Literally outside of my door. She's not principles to stand for something and cut off her Nazi friends, even though it likely won't happen. Don't forget that she understands half her community from Aspen and will recognize that his community are pro-ICE. So her saying anything will just alienate the pro-ICE people. But then why say anything at all? I think she might have thought that this was a non-statement. This is kind of the point, right? She thought that this was a non-statement. She thought she wasn't saying anything by saying this statement, right? And that's kind of the problem. That's kind of the issue. She thought that she's being apolitical here. And that's why I made my tweet, right? My tweet was this. I said, this is the funniest thing to say after you visited the border wall to sightsee. Apolitical streamers are so funny. And then I followed it up by saying,
don't you dare slander our holy land of Buc-ee's. I've got a Buc-ee's t-shirt, I'll have you know.
I'm not even saying you can't go to the border, but you aren't as far removed from politics as you think. She literally, like, yeah, Joe, we covered this. She went to the border wall to visit, to sightsee, to see what was up. Let's see if I can find it.
It goes,
like, it just is.
as far as the eye can
miles,
see. Like, look, it's snaking up the mountain.
What? What the fuck?
It goes so far.
What the fuck?
No. And then it goes up that hill too.
Look, another border patrol. We gotta go.
Oh god, I'm
We
stressed.
put our hands in Mexico though. That's really cool.
I got a rock.
We got
two
our
rocks.
The Mexican rocks.
Jacob, do you want a picture?
I think they're wondering if maybe we passed some
drugs over there, bro. That would be crazy.
My pictures are right up here.
Yeah, she literally went and stole a piece of Mexico. I didn't even think of it that right way, but you're right.
What happens if you get old and you start forgetting shit? Fuck!
Anybody know when this was? Oh my god. Wait, let me see. Let me see if I can tell more. 4 months ago. Okay. 4 months ago is, oh damn. So January, December, November, October, September. Yeah, this would have been around the time Charlie Kirk had that unfortunate accident. And yeah, I was wondering, yeah, if it was during the election, I was gonna say, well, then it's clear, right? The consensus was that there's a real problem at the border. Biden's done something really awful, and it's hurting America.
We're here because we want to see the border from U.S. to Mexico, but it is very strange because there's a wall. Yes, yeah. But it's because we want to visit the border. Chat. Just saying.
Yeah, fuck ICE.
Yes, yes, yes.
Wait, who said that?
Even in this clip, you have Sita dropping a fuck ICE. So
nice.
Does it make sense what I was saying here, that you're not as far removed from politics as you think? Generally was damaged. Yeah, probably because people in chat were asking, like, yo, why are you visiting the border wall? Yeah, that's the point. Like, you can go see the border, I guess. Sure, you can stick your hand in Mexico. I guess, right? I personally wouldn't do it, but like, you can do that. That's not the point. The point is that you have to acknowledge that like Cinna did in this clip, that it's political. The wall is political. That's why you had freaking Trump running around yelling, build that wall. That was a rallying cry for the racism of the Trump administration. You know, it's not removed from politics.
We're going to build the wall. We have no choice.
Oh, they were on their way to TwitchCon in, what is it, San Diego or?
No choice.
I'm trying to remember, chat, where TwitchCon was in the US this year. I need to like show up to one at some point. I doubt I ever will. I'm not really the convention type, but I don't know. If they ever put one in Southeast Asia. Wait, I shouldn't say that, chat. It'll end up being in Singapore or something. I have a love-hate relationship with.
Build that wall. Build that wall. Build that wall.
I'm really close to Singapore. I just don't ever want to go there.
Build that wall. Build that wall. Build that wall. Build that wall.
Wow.
Build that wall.
Chat. Anybody that says Trump is not like just taking a fucking cognitive nosedive, like he looks like he's awake. I haven't seen this Trump in years. This must have been like, I don't know, 2016, 2017, something like that. His fucking whole brain is cooked, chat. This guy is like his personality is gone. Do you remember this is what he used to be like? There was a person home, right? They'll put it in Singapore since the average income is so much. I know everything ends up in Singapore and it makes me mad. It's like, you could just have it in Bangkok. Come on.
Oh, this was 9 years ago.
Or throw Cambodia a bone.
So
Vietnam.
We're gonna build it. Who's gonna pay for the wall? 100%. By the way, 100%.
100%.
So you can't do this.
It's like it just is.
Right? And act like that's removed from politics. It's not. It's the wall is inherently political. It was created for political purposes.
Build that wall.
Right? And so pretending like, right, you were just an apolitical streamer who you know nothing about politics while you're going to visit a monument to politicism. It's crazy. It's like going to the Berlin Wall, kind of. Yeah. Even for the wall, all borders are political. Yeah, but even this is like a step above just like all borders are political. I agree with you. You're not wrong, right? But like this is literally a beacon, right? A monument to racist immigration policies.
What the heck?
There is. That's crazy.
I can't believe they really built a wall.
It's the wall, Chad.
The wall.
The wall.
That's
Like,
kind of
is this
really
man-made?
insane.
Emily, smile.
Is it man-made? What?
Ask, is this man-made?
Bro. Yeah, no, Jesus actually built the wall. It's God, yeah, God and Jesus. Like it's different walls and like right, obviously the Great Wall of China, Buddha built that, you know, different walls in different places built potentially by different deities. But yeah, I know it's you know, God needs to remind you where America ends and Mexico begins.
Oh my goodness. Oh my
Or what would it
goodness.
be, like
That made me
Stonehenge?
laugh.
Would it
That
be
made me
what would the other alternative be? Like it was built by aliens, it was built by like the, you know, like what do they think? It's like druids using magic in Stonehenge. I don't, maybe it's Amlos Aluche. Do you think so, chat? Do you think Aluche could put together something like that? You know, the little creatures that AMLO swears were sighted and what they were like building, what, like a train line or something, and there's a picture that AMLO swears to God is an Aluche.
Oh, that was funny. That was funny. That was funny. That is a funny thing to say about this wall.
And me can project their opinion onto me, so I voted for no candidates. Obviously. Yes, obviously. I just don't like talking about this. And Nick was asking me yesterday if I'm gonna cover the election today. I was like, yeah. Totally.
I gotta say, it's gotta be so nice to like not have to worry about the consequences of elections. I mean, I don't know if Emiru really is as insulated as she seems to think she is. But yeah, this is like Ozymandias. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely something there is. Here, I'll go you one more. You hit me with the Shelly, Jagger. I'll hit you with the Frost, all right? Something there is that does not love a wall.
I mean, I guess I'll probably be live long enough that they'll announce who won. Isn't that how it works? That they announce it like tonight, unless like something goes wrong with the votes and they recount or something?
It's
no?
so
Okay, never
crazy
mind.
just how unaware.
Ooh, there was a controversy about U.S. farmers losing their land to build the U.S. border wall. I mean, that's how it would have to work. If one side wants to build a fucking wall, they're gonna use their territory to do it, or otherwise, it's even less. It's even more unfair.
It's not an Emiru problem, right? It's not an Emiru problem. This is an American education problem. It's so crazy how unaware a lot of American citizens are to just how the fundamental structures of how society operates. Do you live in a country you don't know how the elections work? This is a privileged person problem. Not even. There are like poor, rural, working class Americans who also don't know how elections work either. You know what I mean? Again, 1/3 of the country is like Emiru. Not like rich, but like doesn't vote. You know what I mean? 1/3 of the country, 90 million people in this country, eligible voting population, doesn't vote.
I mean, I've never been someone that gives takes on stream or tries to talk about politics or drama or anything. I've only ever...
Hey, I know the U.S. literary tradition is not quite up to snuff yet, or maybe ever.
like mentioned anything remotely related to like drama or bad things when it's
You gotta really like Blank Verse to enjoy Frost.
like I was indirectly involved in some way and I felt like I should.
Unless you like his you know, his other poems, his more well-known poems are
But most of the time I'm
a little bit singy-songy.
like, I don't need to say anything. I don't think anyone even cares. I feel like because I do see people that come into my chat and are like, Emmy, what's your opinion on the war or something? And I'm like, there's no way they actually care what my opinion is. They're just hoping I'll say something fucking stupid so that they can put it on Twitter and they're gonna freaking Asmongold me. Except I I don't even know what's going on anywhere. So, yeah.
And I think this is a. I mean, it is funny in it is funny because it literally happened in her attempt to not say anything. You know what I mean? That's kind of funny. But I think this is the problem, and this is where I think the privilege comes in. This is where I think the privilege comes in, right? Her mindset that anybody who cares about politics is immediately doing it for a cynical drama reason, and not that it actually affects their life.
Look, I mean, she's just been stewing in the Asmongold commentary stew, right? That's a commentary take, right? To think that. No, the people that say that they're concerned about real, like, things about other people, they're lying. It's a virtue signal. It's a big thing. You know, actually, it's better to do the bad, what's normally thought of as the bad thing, because that's just the more mature thing to do. And, I don't know. Oh, Chad, I just had to try one thing on really quick and see if this is like, does she remind me of this person at all?
Okay, so my mom told me to clean my room, right? And I was like, yeah, in a minute. And basically, I come back down and I see that my room has already been cleaned. And I'm like, oh my god, thank you, Mom, I love you so much. And then, like, I have this, like, thing over, I have this thing here where it opens up, and that's where I would keep all of my yaoi. And as you can see, it's empty now because my mom went through it and she got rid of all my yaoi, but she didn't say anything about it. So, fuck, because now I don't even know what I'm gonna do because I would read it to myself every night and every day when I got back from school. I would read myself sometimes it was wholesome, sometimes it was toxic, depending on the mood I was in. And now I don't know what to do because it's been part of my routine since I was in, like, middle school, okay? And I don't want to cry because I spent so long doing my eyeliner. And I don't know what to do because my yaoi was so expensive. And even worse, I had Yuri in there too because I like an even balance of things. And the Yuri's gone too, and now I don't know what to do because I don't have any yaoi and I have no Yuri and I have no money because it was so expensive and I've been saving up for so long to buy all of it because it was completely filled to the brim. I had a yaoi heaven. I don't know. My brain is mush now, and this is the most soul-crushing experience I've ever gone through, and I don't know what to do because my yaoi was my everything, and how am I supposed to fujo out now? So, yaoi Jesus save me. Yaoi Jesus save me. And I don't even know. I don't even know what to do because I can't tell her to give it back because she donated it to the Goodwill. And now someone else is gonna have my yaoi, and it's mine. I want it back. If you are at the Goodwill and you see a yaoi collection, give it back to its rightful owner. I don't know what to do. I'm losing it. And I had to take my clonazepam to calm myself down because I had to take my clonazepam to calm myself down. But it's not working. It's not. And I don't think anything will work because oh, my arm looks so skinny. Look how skinny it looks. Oh yeah, my yaoi. Fuck! Please show some love for my fallen yaoi and Yuri. The Yuri is equally as important. Please, I don't know what I'm gonna do anymore. I feel like my life is just falling apart and I feel hopeless and lost. And I was freaking out so much. And my mom was gonna check me back into the mental hospital. And I'm saying, I don't want to go to the mental hospital. I just want my yaoi back. And she doesn't understand. Whoever has my yaoi now, take care of it. Please give it love. Please, whenever the uke gets it right in the asshole, please go. That's what you have to do. That's the appropriate reaction. Please give it the respect it deserves, because that reassurance is all I need right now. Because there's nothing I can do to get it back. So please just promise that you'll Fujo out while reading. That's all.
Fair
I'm
enough.
asking.
It's fair enough. Okay, if you're gonna be the windfall recipient from the loss of that yaoi connections. Oh wait, is this peach jar? Wait, what? Am I being punished? Make it stop. I just was wondering, does this like something about Emiru was reminding me of Mom found the yaoi. Wait, what is this? I believe in wait, is this about yaoi Jesus or something? Save me, yaoi Jesus. Amen. Oh my god. Look, one, I hope she gets her yaoi back. And two, if she doesn't, I hope that whoever ends up with the yaoi and the yuri, equal portions, they make sure to Fujo out at least.
Right? She's correct. Here's more about drama for people bringing it up. I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that. Right? Because that comes from the idea that, like, that Palestinians can't be watching a streamer and be like, hey.
Tayo says, I only have Farah. Sorry, sis.
I want to make sure that you care about my rights.
Are you being punished? I don't know, chat. I usually don't punish chat for like coming up 14 points short of a bonus goal.
I'm supporting you, right? Or a trans person who's like, I want to make sure that you care about my rights. Or a black person who's like, I want to make sure that you care about my rights when I'm supporting you. I don't want to support somebody who's an anti-black racist, right? I don't want to support somebody who's misogynistic or transphobic.
Is this the H3 the mod that started all those GoFundMes? I don't know about that person.
Or ableist. And so I want to make sure
the marbles are gone, yes.
Right? Supports me. So I'm not going to go into somebody's chat and ask them about politics, but I will listen when someone else does, right? I will tune in when they talk about political related stuff. And if they don't say anything about it, I know, okay, this is not a space for me. Because if you're fine with making your millions of dollars while, the rest of us are out here in the streets dying, I know I don't want to support you. If you're fine with black people being murdered by the police because you think that they deserve it, I don't want to support you. If you're fine with Somali immigrants or migrants, right? Not even immigrants.
Is this a bit? Look, I was just trying to figure out if this is what, like, Emiru is reminding me of something. I couldn't I don't know. Maybe if he lets her talk again. Sean has the best takes. Yeah.
People who've come in here and
generally
their families are established here, right? Are being accosted and harassed and getting death threats because of the Nick Shirley video. If you're fine with seeing all of that and not saying anything about it.
H3 mod caught fired after fleecing at least 70K from H3 fans GoFundMes or on GoFundMes. Look, I would love it if she could somehow get like money for the mom took the yaoi, like, right money that, like, look, I have a very expensive yaoi collection and it costs 70K. It's going to cost 70K to replace some of the some of the magazines were first edition. And I'm really going to need everybody to show up and help me get the yaoi back, right? That would be a great GoFundMe.
I don't want to support you. And even worse, if you don't see any of that because you purposely tune your brain off.
I might have to have like a subathon where I like try to earn enough money so that I can actually set up an herb garden on my balcony without worrying that I'm like spending too much money. That would be a good idea. And then we could have like, and then I could plant mint. And then we could have like something like I do a mint mukbang when the mint grows.
Like turn your brain off, close your ears to it. That's even worse. You're being willfully ignorant. And I also don't want to support you. So like in her mindset here is built on the idea that everybody who cares about politics is drama or doing it in a drama related fashion. You know? But this is the real life.
But look, this is my takeaway, all right? I ignored this stuff because I thought it was just drama. I thought it was meaningless. I thought it was pointless. I no longer think that. There's insights to be garnered here. And I do think that, like, you know, modern politics is always going to be tinged with a you know, it's always going to be laced with drama, right? And you just kind of have to learn to use that to effect, because that's what people watch. So as a result, chat, the drama is coming back on the menu. I realized I didn't know who Lakhani, whatever that dude's name was that had the links to like really creepy pedo stuff. There's like so much of this drama that I'm just not up on. I'm having to ask chat about it. That's unacceptable, chat. I have to become the drama. No, I just like I'll lay it in at least one night. You know what I mean? I'll like try to program it in where we cover. Like, I just don't want to get flat-footed, even when, you know, like Trump is doing all the things. I don't want to be flat-footed on not knowing about this kind of drama in the future.
For us and her too. This is also the real life for Emiru too. Right? Politics affects her life. And so I think it's entirely fair for viewers to want to make sure that the people that they're supporting doesn't want them to be eradicated. You know what I mean?
And it's only because it's such a big fucking issue that has touched so many people, that so many people now feel, right? A person, like, I mean, there's probably lots of connection. There's lots of issues that we should be like this on, but like this is one where, like he's saying, right? You need to know, like, as soon as that shit gets raised, which it did, you know, thanks to her mod, as soon as that topic gets raised, you kind of need to know the answer. Because you have, like, you know, supported this person, you didn't think that they were pro ICE, but now you need to know.
It's not just drama to us, it is our lived experience. It is how we interact with the world and how the world interacts with us. You know what I mean? And being a multimillionaire in Texas and being completely unaware about ICE enough to not even just say, I don't support it, is insane. And if you don't want to do that, why say anything anyway? That's what I don't understand. Why does she even feel the need to say anything? Right? And this goes back to my video that I made a few weeks ago. Why streaming feels different now. Nobody cares anymore, honestly. Like, we have arrived at a position, right, that like the streamers have stopped caring, but the audience has gotten more and more radical. Like, the audience demands more progressivism, more radical behavior, right? It's kind of like it mirrors what you see with the Democratic establishment and the Democratic base. You have the Democratic establishment who thinks that they can just do what they were used to do and still succeed. And the base is like, no, we actually want more. No, we're anti-genocide. No, you must move to where we are, or we're going to not support you. And now the audiences are doing the exact same thing for streamers.
Yeah, there's a disconnect between Democratic politicians and Democratic voters or left voters, right? There's a huge disconnect there. And the people that are getting selected, that are getting filtered into these positions are not the people that we need for the moment, right? The American people can stand up for themselves, can advocate for themselves, are willing to fight for ourselves. The problem is the politicians are not. So those politicians need to be replaced. Hell, I don't know, chat, maybe the party needs to be replaced.
Right? Streamers
it's a super heavy lift, but we got to think about it because, you know, if they're just intransigent, like, we can't wait for them.
You can just do what they did in 2020 or 2025. It's not 2025 now. 2020 or 2021 or 2022, and just like go live, play games, chop it up with people on Among Us or whatever, and then they'll like succeed and they'll make a bunch of money, and then their audience will just suck it up, right? That's not where we are anymore as a society. Like, in the same way that like audiences for Hollywood movies are demanding like pro-Palestinian actors, right? Or pro-Palestinian sentiment from the actors in these movies. And if you don't express your sentiment for Palestine, they're like, look,
Yo, Yeager with the resub, a few bucks for your mint garden. Thank you so much. Next, you will be a rug merchant, whiling away the days discussing politics, history, arts, and music, counting knots, and serving mint tea. That low-key sounds like all I need. A worthy waste of midday time in the scorching heat. Hey, I'm getting used to the heat. I'm getting heat acclimated. We dance around the fire and in the desert at night, reciting Rumi and drinking fig wine. Holy shit! Look, I've tried prune wine. I didn't expect it to be good, but it was delicious. Cherry wine is really good. Wow. Fig wine I have not tried yet though. But thank you for the resubscribe. And
you get out of here, which honestly, they're not wrong to do, but like the executives in Hollywood at large is just not keeping up with how fed up people are as a whole. Because usually it's not this bad. Usually it's, here's what the take was that I had, right? People utilize streaming and Hollywood and music as escapism, right? There are the woes of their life as working class people under capitalism, and they would go to these forms of entertainment to escape from the woes of real life. However, society, especially American like society, has deteriorated so far that there is no escape, right? Like your neighbors are being kidnapped outside of their homes. Feel me? Your trans siblings are being systematically removed from society, right? There's a genocide going on, being funded by the tax money that you are, that the government is taking from you, and they won't even give you things like healthcare. They won't even fix your roads. And so you're just like, there is no escapism, right? There is nowhere for me to go. And now you open up your stream, you open up twitch.tv, and you look up your favorite streamer to watch when it was, oh, everybody's playing Among Us, and you see them, right? Multi-millionaires completely ignoring the fact that, your cousin just got taken by ICE. You feel me? Completely ignoring the fact that you see a genocide happening and you think that's reprehensible, but they're just, oh, we're gonna play power washing simulator or whatever. You know what I mean? We're gonna play water park simulator or whatever, And so you see that and you're like, how out of touch can you be, right? And that's the point. That's why I've seen no less than a dozen tweets, all with more than 10,000 likes, about this Emiru clip, right? Mine has 20,000 because that's where people are.
Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier. In another year, at another time, this might not be any kind of big deal at all. It is a big deal because her non-statement is actually says a lot. And the ironic thing is that Emiru's silence is something that we're sick of hearing, and it's not an Emiru thing like Sean said. It is a American thing. And a lot of Americans are not putting up with this from our friends, from streamers that we support, from movie stars, from musicians, from whoever, right? We don't want to, at this point wonder about what kind of what kind of person our money is going to support. So that's why this answer is just not good enough in any of these days. Jaeger says plenty of sugar, inshallah, magic in the air. It sounds lovely, and there's something to be said for that kind of life. Regardless, chat, I at the moment have no life because I am streaming to survive, and I got to end the stream now to come back to you tomorrow. Hopefully, chat, I'm gonna try to move the time up. Like I said earlier, I was like going through all this stuff in my mind, like what do I do? This is like streaming at the wrong time, during the night. This is just not, streaming at the time when most Americans are asleep is just a bad idea if your main audience is American. So what am I gonna do? I propose some like out of pocket stuff, like yeah, maybe I'll just become nocturnal, fully stream. And I think there's got to be a way that I can, like, if I could just somehow get my ass on stream. The thing is, like, I always worry about do I look good enough? Have I got everything ready where I'm not gonna need to be like wandering off all the time? And I think I'm just gonna have to find a way to like stumble onto stream really early in the morning. And I don't know if that's gonna involve I think it's gonna have to involve getting up earlier too, unfortunately. So anyway, chat, that's for me to figure out. I am going to shout out once more my Patreon because I really appreciate them. These people support me every month with a generous donation. And if they support me at the $5 level or above, I even shout out their name at the end and beginning of stream. So shouts out to JMB, shouts out to Brian, shouts out to Emily French, shouts out to Big Al, shouts out to Direful, shouts out to Joel Siverwood, shouts out to Sarah, shouts out to Izzy Mandia, shouts out to Steven Sayers, shouts out to Animus, shouts out to Infallible, shouts out to World's Ellipsis, shouts out to Nadia Yvette, shouts out to Choki, shouts out to Moe, shouts out to Funky Monkey, shouts out to Temporal Insanity, shouts out to Good for Gabby, shouts out to Jules K, shouts out to Crystal Saphira, shouts out to Buffy Geek, and a fancy shout out to Rachel K, Omega Star, and Zara Xerix. With that being said, chat, I believe I have rated you in to Struggle 4. Go in there and enjoy. Let me see what Struggle 4 is up to right now, actually. If I can make that happen. Looks like we're just watching a conversation between somebody and Rokana. So anyway, interesting setup, Struggle Scott. There. But yeah, it's kind of mirrored from mine. Anyway, go and give Struggle 4 some love, doing good work, and I will see you again tomorrow. Thank you, mods, for taking care of us. Thank you, Thumb Gang, for getting my stream out to more and more people. I really do appreciate that. And yeah, I'll be back at it again tomorrow, Chad. I got a lot to. I got my work cut out for me, and streaming so much makes it like hard to like have the time to figure it all out. But figure it out we must, chat, because I didn't come all the way out here just to let my stream die. And if we need to move to an earlier time in order to survive, move to an earlier time we shall. Anyway, much love, everyone. Thumb Gang just hit 6 to 7. Okay, I mean that's definitely something. Anyway, chat, I will try not to be too catastrophic as far as my as far as the stream. I don't want to freak out and just burn everything to the ground. But sometimes it's tough. Anyway, stay strong out there.